Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 81, Using Illusion on the Noble Otsutsuki. Silly High. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Being infiltrated by the invisible yin release chakra, Izayoi felt nothing. Because these chakras, like ninjutsu blasted away by Shinra Tensei, hadn't even penetrated Izayoi's body before being blasted away by an invisible force of rules, causing severe aftereffects for the caster. The miserable screams belonged to Yamanaka Fu, who was hiding in the shadows, seeking a chance to strike a fatal blow, attempting to seize Izayoi's body and then take the Rinnegan for Danzo-sama. His gaze tearing through the darkness, watching Yamanaka Fu clutching his head, rolling on the ground, his eyes about to burst, Izayoi was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but utter two words in his hometown dialect: idiot. To use mental type yin release ninjutsu on an Otsutsuki, and a noble Otsutsuki who had awakened the ultimate eye technique, was truly courting death. Apart from taijutsu and rule-based abilities, the Otsutsuki's resistance to all aspects reached a non-human level. And this was just the red-level Otsutsuki bloodline. If it were a pure-blooded Otsutsuki from outer space, their resistance would be so strong that they could be immune to ninjutsu, even bloodline Kekai Mora and god-level genjutsu. This immunity alone could make 99% of ninjas despair. Continue, use area tactics. No one paid attention to the screaming Yamanaka Fu. From the darkness, Shimura Danzo's echo resounded. His voice was infused into the wind release. If Izayoi didn't have Tenseigen and Kagura Shingen, he wouldn't have known his location. Fire release, ash pile burning technique. The barrier tore open a small hole, and four root members made hand seals and spat out a large amount of dust, instantly turning the inside of the barrier into a hazy gray. Before the barrier closed, the four bit down hard, and a wisp of flame instantly penetrated the barrier like a lit fuse, igniting the dust, creating a huge orange-red flame, about to produce a shocking explosion. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force storm blasted away the dust and flames again, while forcefully impacting the barrier. This time, the repulsive force storm was extremely powerful. The barrier rapidly expanded like an inflated balloon, severely deformed. Although it was tough and didn't break, the four who maintained the barrier saw the barrier squeezing towards them. Although they were all casters, the flames on the barrier didn't recognize their masters. As the screams rang out, the four violet flames formation instantly disappeared. The repulsive force storm spread outwards, blasting apart the stone bridge, stirring up a thick fog of dust. The already dimly lit underground base instantly became pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. Izayoi, who was just about to increase the intensity, preparing to test the four violet flames formation barrier's limit, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Looking at the four charred corpses under the broken bridge, Izayoi shook his head and whispered, "What a pity, they were all high-quality leaks." After saying that, Izayoi's eyes flashed as if he had seen something. Without the slightest hesitation, Izayoi released the repulsive force storm again, blasting away and killing the nano-level poisonous insects invisible to the naked eye. As soon as he landed, various colors of ninjutsu attacked again from all directions. Still, without touching Izayoi, they were ruthlessly blasted away by the repulsive force. The root members obviously knew the power of this ability, no longer using barriers to trap Izayoi, but using earth release to turn the earth into a swamp, using various long-range ninjutsu to force Izayoi to continuously use that ability to collect information for Danzo-sama. Why haven't the other teams arrived yet? Didn't you convey my orders? In the darkness, Shimura Danzo looked at Yamanaka Fu, who had recovered slightly, and asked. I notified everyone, they haven't arrived yet, they must have encountered enemies. Yamanaka Fu clutched his head, looking uncomfortable, and said, before, I sensed several chakras, they should be this person's subordinates. However, their chakras are not strong, unless they are defeated one by one, otherwise they can't be a match for those teams. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's expression improved a little. Immediately, he turned to look at Aburame Torun, who had failed multiple ambushes, and asked, Torun, have you figured it out? Yes, Danzo-sama. Aburame Torun nodded and said, this person's technique is very unique and powerful, able to blast away and scatter all ninjutsu, and the cooldown time is extremely short. However, this technique also has flaws, that is, if he wants to release a powerful invisible storm, he must gather power for a while. When converting chakra into the nature transformation of that technique, a green shield will appear around him. If it is a continuous instant release, the power of the second release, as long as there are no buildings around, is equivalent to a strengthened version of wind release, great breakthrough that can blast away all ninjutsu. If the physical fitness is strong, one can even withstand his second release. He seems to know this too, so he rarely uses instant release, preferring to gather power on the spot or fly into the air, which is actually the best time to attack, but Aburame Torun paused slightly, not continuing. Yamanaka Fu then took over his words, looking at Izayoi, who was being held back by the root member's firepower, and said in a deep voice, "But his yin release chakra is very powerful. The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques are useless against him. Maybe genjutsu is the same. To make him reveal a flaw, not only can't we let him gather power, but also prevent him from even using instant release, which is simply impossible. Moreover, the insects tell me that his chakra is very powerful. Wanting to exhaust his chakra with a rotation battle may be impractical." Aburame Torun added. The newest and fastest novels are at 6_9_shu_ba. Flight and offense-defense integration, and a technique that can be used infinitely, and the technique to summon giants back then, is this the power of the Rinnegan? Shimura Danzo's eyes, looking at Izayoi, were instantly filled with heat and greed. The legendary leader of the three great dojutsu should have more than just these three abilities. It seems that I have to take action myself. In Shimura Danzo's heart, he already had a tactic. So, he didn't hesitate to untie the bandages wrapped around his right eye, and at the same time, remove the device sealing the Sharingan on his arm, making several secret hand gestures towards Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun. Seeing this, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun immediately nodded, and then disappeared in a flash. Izayoi, who was playing a turn-based game with the root members, "You hit me, I bounce, you hit me again, I bounce," was in a very happy mood at this time. Because every once in a while, Izayoi would see a blue beam and a green beam flying from a certain direction, penetrating all obstacles and infiltrating his body. Sometimes even a purple beam would fly over. Every time a beam entered his body, a system prompt would sound in Izayoi's mind, and then he would not hesitate to decompose the entry into points. The points were constantly increasing, each time randomly increasing by 2 or 3 digits, or even 4 digits. In Shimura Danzo and others' eyes, Izayoi was being suppressed by their firepower, forced to stand in place and fight a war of attrition with them. In reality, in Izayoi's eyes, the root members were all great treasures. He couldn't bear to be ruthless at all. Even if they accidentally killed themselves, Izayoi would feel heartache for it, no less than a serious hemorrhage when he had no money. If Kato was one of the world's leading tycoons, then the root organization, in Izayoi's eyes, was a great treasure trove of points. Thanks to Shimura Danzo's pickiness, the people who could become root members were all chunin starting from green entries, up to Jonin qualifications with blue entries, and even bloodline limit holders with purple entries. Moreover, very few members were single entry holders, almost all of them were elites starting with 2 or 3 entries. On the outside battlefield, the puppet had to kill several people to explode a green entry. And killing root members, almost every 2 people killed, one would explode a green or blue entry, or even a double-barreled entry. With such a high explosion rate, Izayoi had never encountered it since obtaining the talent entry system. At this moment, Izayoi suddenly felt a little teary-eyed. His good days had finally arrived. The anxiety that upgrading was too slow, that he would be caught up or surpassed by the hanging at the start of Shippuden, and then the aliens would descend, and the ninja world would enter the bloodline Kekai Mora and God technique era at any time, was finally cured. Chapter 82, Your eye technique is insignificant before these eyes. Shinra Tensai. Once again, a repulsive force storm was unleashed, scattering the 5 elements ninjutsu coming from all directions. As if sensing something, Jiro suddenly retracted his gaze from the Black Ho clan, who were engaged in a fierce battle with other squads, and glanced at the shadowy area on his left. A figure clad in a black robe, with a mask covering the upper half of their face, burst out from within, flying towards Jiro at an extremely fast speed. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The root members, as if receiving an order, ceased their covering fire. One of them once again used earth release, turning the ground beneath Jiro's feet into a swamp. 2 muddy hands emerged, attempting to grab Jiro's feet and pull his body into the swamp. This tactic was not the first time it had been used. As expected, Jiro would once again float into the air, releasing a repulsive force to blast everything away. Indeed, having released a repulsive force just a few seconds ago, Jiro's body floated into the air once more, dodging the grasp of the muddy hands. He hovered in the air, spread his hands, and whispered, Shinra Tensai. The invisible repulsive force instantly scattered the extending muddy hands, as well as Aburame Torun, who was rushing towards him. However, when the repulsive force storm collided with Aburame Torun, Torun's body instantly transformed into countless black insects, which were blown away and annihilated by the repulsive force storm. This was the Aburame clan's secret technique, insect clone. The repulsive force storm had barely spread a few meters, and had not even dissipated yet, when Yamanaka Fu suddenly emerged from the churning swamp, charging towards Jiro, covered in a large amount of flaming light. He was covered head to toe in explosive tags. You've discovered the weakness of Shinra Tensai. That's right, after so many rounds of fighting, and with so many elites, it would be incompetence if you hadn't discovered it. Looking at Yamanaka Fu, who was rushing towards him with the intention of mutual destruction, regardless of his own safety, Jiro chuckled to himself, in that case, let's see what tricks you're playing. After saying that, Jiro once again released an invisible storm. However, the power of this storm was more than one level weaker than the repulsive force storm from before. After all, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world. Even bloodline limit fusion and divine techniques are the same. Jiro's repulsive and attractive forces only have one advantage over Pain's diva path, a shorter cooldown time. Nagato needed to use yin-yang release, black receiver to transmit chakra in order for Pain's diva path to release Shinra Tensai. Even the weakest Shinra Tensai required 5 seconds to convert chakra into repulsive force. Therefore, Pain's diva path would enter a 5-second cooldown period after each release of Shinra Tensai and Bansho Tenon. If Nagato's main body released Shinra Tensai, the cooldown might be shorter, or it might remain the same. Jiro didn't know how long Nagato's cooldown was, but his cooldown was 2 seconds. To be precise, he needed to charge for 2 seconds to convert chakra into a repulsive force storm in order to release Shinra Tensai at the level of Pain's diva path. If there was no charge at all, the repulsive force he released would only be a strong wind with rebounding properties. This was still because he had the chakra control gold skill, which allowed him to mobilize a considerable amount of chakra instantly. However, even if it was just a strong wind, it was still a rule-based force. Without a certain amount of strength, it could not be resisted. Obviously, Yamanaka Fu did not have this strength. The repulsive force storm was like an invisible carriage, speeding forward and knocking Yamanaka Fu, who had leapt into the air, to the ground. Rumble. Before landing, Yamanaka Fu turned into a human bomb, exploding like fireworks. As Jiro slowly landed, he once again instantly released Shinra Tensai, and the strong wind blew away the unformed mushroom cloud. Looking at the location of Yamanaka Fu's corpse, there were no broken limbs or human fragments in the deep pit blasted out by the explosive tags. There was only a puppet made of materials. The Yamanaka Fu from before was actually just a puppet. Jiro's expression remained unchanged, obviously having seen through it long ago. Looking at Danzo Shimura, who appeared in front of him like teleporting the moment the strong wind disappeared, stabbing towards his left eye with 2 fingers, Jiro imitated Pain's diva path's expression and said indifferently, "Are you finally willing to come out? Danzo Shimura, today is your death day." As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo Shimura's about to succeed fingers stopped only a few centimeters away from his eyeball. Looking at the diva path pawn with a face full of black iron rods, Danzo Shimura seemed to recall something, and his expression changed slightly. "That's not right, the kid who possessed the Rinnegan back then was not you. So that's how it is, that red-haired kid is dead, and you obtained your companion's eyes. Hanzo has already confessed everything. He has also left this world one step ahead of you. The current Omegakure is our Akatsuki's territory." Jiro presented the great gift he was giving to Akatsuki. Immediately, he only glared his eyes, and a powerful repulsive force storm blasted Danzo Shimura away. Danzo Shimura, who was ruthlessly blown away, had a strange smile on his face. The next second, his body disappeared like a mirage. Then he reappeared in front of Jiro, his 2 fingers turning into afterimages, stabbing towards Jiro's left eye. Izanagi. Close quarters recording state, restart and continue after failure. People who don't understand Izanagi would be caught off guard by Danzo Shimura. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was known as Shisui of the body flicker, could not dodge in time and was tricked by Danzo Shimura. Having tasted the sweetness from Uchiha Shisui, Danzo Shimura was now repeating his old tricks. From flying out to reappearing, there was not even a second's interval. Jiro had just released a repulsive force storm, and now he couldn't even do an instant release. Looking at the purple patterned eyes, Danzo Shimura's eyes were full of greed. The Sage of Six Paths, eyes are mine. However, he was fast, but Juro's speed was even faster. Juro, who had already seen something was wrong with the Tenseigan, raised his hand at an extremely fast speed, grabbed Danzo Shimura's wrist, and looked at the astonished Danzo Shimura and said, being able to find the flaws and weaknesses of Shinra Tensei, and being able to come up with targeted tactics, is indeed remarkable. However, strength is a hard injury, the gap between you and me is too great. Farewell, Danzo Shimura, Koto Amatsukami. Looking at Juro preparing to use a big move, Danzo Shimura, who was in the Izanagi state and not afraid of death at all, unhesitatingly used his strongest trump card on Juro. The three Tomo Sharingan in his right eye rotated crazily, and then the Tomo turned into black lines connecting together, forming a black shuriken pattern. As Danzo Shimura widened his right eye at Juro, the Mangekyo eye power, which had been nurtured for many years and amplified by Hashirama cells, instantly penetrated into Juro's mind through his eyes. In the next instant, the spirits of the two arrived in a blood-red space similar to the Tsukuyomi world. An eyeball the size of the moon floated above the blood-red space, its pupil pattern being the black shuriken. This huge eyeball gazed below, rotating slightly like a living thing, wanting to find the manifestation of the target's will, preparing to unleash its power to destroy it. Soon, the target appeared. However, the person embodying that will wasn't Isiki Tendo Pain, nor was it Isiki's main body, but Danzo Shimura. How am I here? Did Koto Amatsukami fail? How is that possible? Danzo Shimura, who was just having a god's eye view, suddenly materialized in the crimson space, looking completely bewildered. Wasn't the ninjutsu residing in the Mangekyo Sharingan supposed to simply pull the enemy into an illusion space, and then use the power of Koto Amatsukami to destroy or modify their will, turning them into his puppets? How is this different from what I imagined? Danzo Shimura, who was originally confident of victory, could no longer remain calm. He looked around, unable to find any trace of Isiki. At the same time, his will couldn't return to Koto Amatsukami in the sky. Just as Danzo Shimura was making hand seals with a heavy heart, preparing to release Koto Amatsukami, his expression changed drastically again in the next second. Why can't I release it? Isn't this Koto Amatsukami's illusion space? Could it be? Whoosh! As if responding to Danzo Shimura, two long cracks suddenly appeared in the crimson sky above Koto Amatsukami's eyeball, as if the sky had split open. Immediately, these two cracks slowly opened, and blue-white light burst out from within. The dazzling blue-white light, like the light of the sun, instantly transformed the oppressive and eerie crimson space into a beautiful blue-white space, like a fairyland. When the cracks opened to their maximum extent, a pair of blue-white eyes hovered in the sky above. White streamers surrounded the pupils, forming a white pattern like a flower, swaying as if blown by the wind, exquisitely beautiful, yet containing the supreme ultimate dojutsu power. If Koto Amatsukami's eyeball was the size of the moon, then the volume of these eyes was like two huge suns, looking down condescendingly at Koto Amatsukami and Danzo Shimura below. No longer in the tone of Tendo Pain, but the voice of a teenager, echoed throughout the blue-white space. Your dojutsu is insignificant in front of these eyes. As the words fell, the exquisitely beautiful blue-white eyes, like the sun at noon, released dazzling white light, engulfing the space at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first to bear the brunt was Koto Amatsukami, hovering in the sky. Just by being touched by the white light, the eyeball, like the moon, quickly turned into dust, without even the sound of an explosion. This is not the Rinnegan, and you are not that Rinnegan brat. Who are you? Even though Danzo Shimura was just a spiritual body at this moment, he smelled the aura of death, and shouted quickly, "This old man is very sure that I have never heard your voice. Who instructed you to kill this old man? If you and I have no grievances, as long as you let this old man go, this old man is willing." No. Before he could finish the sentence, Danzo Shimura looked at the white light that had already engulfed him, and immediately let out a desperate cry. His body, like Koto Amatsukami in the sky, also turned into dust. To be precise, the entire space turned into nothingness. Illusion space. I don't know how long had passed, but in the real world, it was just an instant. In the eyes of the Root Organization members, Lord Danzo was still having his wrist grabbed by the enemy, and then glaring at the enemy with his right eye, the eye being a shuriken-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan. However, very quickly, some Root Organization members with amazing eyesight and those skilled in perception, all had their expressions change drastically. They all saw that the shuriken pattern in the Mangekyo Sharingan in Lord Danzo's eyes suddenly changed back to a 3-tomo Sharingan. The brilliance in his eyes, and the yin-release chakra in his brain, all disappeared in an instant. Along with that, the Izanagi on his body automatically released, and all the Sharingan on his arm closed up. Without the yin-release chakra suppression of the Sharingan, Danzo Shimura's arm, made from Hashirama cells, suddenly squirmed, as if something was drilling around inside, and after finding that it couldn't break out, it immediately followed the arm and was about to rush into the body to destroy everything. Tear. Isiki reached out and grabbed the entire arm, tearing it off. From beginning to end, Danzo Shimura didn't let out a scream. Although he wasn't dead yet, this Shadow Hokage had already become a half-dead vegetable. Looking at Danzo Shimura, whose eyes were not closed, but were dull, Isiki sighed slightly. The strongest genjutsu. It lives up to its reputation. Apart from Isiki, no one knew what had just happened. Unlike Shinfu Yamanaka's yin-release chakra, which couldn't even penetrate into his body and was bounced away by the Otsutsuki resistance and the ultimate dojutsu's yin-release chakra. Danzo Shimura's Koto Amatsukami successfully broke through this defense, and then it was a tragedy. Because his dojutsu violated the dojutsu power of the Tenseigan, which was in the second stage of Senjutsu transformation. Isiki's Tenseigan hasn't completed its final evolution, and even he can't exert the full power of the Tenseigan. But that doesn't mean that the Tenseigan isn't the ultimate dojutsu. On the contrary, its position and power are above the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo Shimura failed to destroy and modify Isiki's will, but instead, the power of the Tenseigan destroyed his spirit and will in the illusion space of Koto Amatsukami. Even Izanagi couldn't rewrite this reality. This is the suppression of position, a dimensional strike from another dimension. It's time to end this. After solving Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root Organization, Isiki glanced at a certain dark place, and then looked at the Root Organization members who were still stunned in place, not having recovered yet, and said softly. As his voice fell, several figures instantly appeared around him. It was the Kurohoto family, controlled by shadow clones, able to use all of Isiki's 5 elements ninjutsu, with strength far exceeding their lifetime. Immediately, Isiki changed his previous passive defense, and actively used Almighty Push and Shinra Tensai to assist the human puppets. Looking at the human puppets who didn't need to pay attention to the opponent's ninjutsu, as repulsion would scatter it for them, and attraction would seek out enemies for them, and he only cared about fighting, the corners of Isiki's mouth raised slightly. After observing for so long, he had already figured out why puppets couldn't increase the drop rate, but human puppets could. The reason is that they can't be considered Isiki's techniques. Even if the shadow clones had very little chakra, they couldn't increase the drop rate because this was Isiki's ninjutsu. Wireless puppets are also Isiki's techniques. Only human puppets have the special characteristics that shadow clones and puppets don't have. This special characteristic should be the reason for the corpse and the heart. If human puppets want to use the Kekkei Genkei from their lifetime, the corpse and the heart are indispensable, and the heart can't be damaged at all. Only in this way can the chakra input into the chakra core be converted into the nature transformation required for Kekkei Genkei and abilities from their lifetime through the operation of the heart and meridians. To describe it with game terms, this new mechanism might be called an alternative team mechanism. Chapter 83. I can take what the village has, but I have what the village doesn't have. When Izayoi got serious, the root members were instantly powerless. Faced with the unsolvable attraction and repulsion, they could neither escape, nor could any ninjutsu or secret techniques resist being mercilessly blown away and scattered. Even genjutsu was ineffective. Even if they chose to escape, blending into the darkness, they would be caught and killed by those human puppets skilled in lightning release. Soon, apart from Danzo Shimura, who had become a vegetable, and one guy Izayoi deliberately let go, all the root members were killed by the Black Ho family. As the root members fell one by one, beams of light of different colors flew from their corpses towards Izayoi. There were green ones, blue ones, and purple ones. Decompose. Decompose. Decompose everything. Faced with the system's barrage of prompts, Izayoi chose to decompose everything. In an instant, the points soared again, reaching 97,277. Looking at the numbers in the points column, Izayoi was both happy and pained. He was happy that a single root organization had provided him with more than 80,000 points, nearly 1/10 of an unknown level fragment. He was pained because this was obtained by wiping them all out. Elite units like the root organization were rare in the entire ninja world. For Izayoi, who could repeatedly farm entries, this was a money tree that would continuously grow gold ingots. The best approach would be to come and harvest them every once in a while. However, Izayoi hated being coveted and did not intend to save Hiruzen Sarutobi. So, to avoid being targeted by Danzo Shimura, Izayoi chose to strike first and kill Danzo Shimura. Having missed the Konoha Crush plan, Izayoi couldn't find such a good opportunity. Even if he could force a kill, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Although Izayoi's transformation technique was perfect, it couldn't change chakra fluctuations, posing a great risk of exposure. Having already formed bonds in Konoha, Izayoi didn't want to live the life of a feared rogue ninja. Raising his hand and making a few gestures, he had the shadow clone at the Naka River control a batch of puppets to put the root members' corpses into large sealing scrolls. Then, Izayoi used gravity to lift Danzo Shimura and walked in one direction. After Izayoi and the puppets left, heavy breathing finally sounded from a dark shadow closer to the ceiling. After only a few breaths, this person held their breath again, not daring to undo the disguise of the secret technique. As for taking the opportunity to escape, they dared not even more. However, the pain of the diva path that Izayoi had transformed into, his abilities, and his conversation with Danzo Shimura were all recorded by this guy hiding in the dark. Boom! Arriving at a mountainside connected to the Hokage rock above, Izayoi reached out and touched it, and repulsion, like a sea wave, crashed against the mountainside wave after wave. The stone, the metal inside, and the seals were all violently blasted open by the repulsion. Soon, the entrance to a secret room appeared before Izayoi. Inside the secret room, there were several bookshelves filled with scrolls of various sizes and colors. It was divided into three major areas: the intelligence area, the ninjutsu area, and the secret technique area. There was no forbidden technique area. Danzo Shimura didn't have any forbidden technique scrolls. Izayoi would never believe that. This was also one of the reasons why he spared his life and didn't kill him immediately. Walking to the bookshelf in the secret technique area, Izayoi just glanced at it and clicked his tongue slightly. Good fellow, openly collecting the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan, and even the Akamichi clan and the Aburame clan, this is something even the Hokage wouldn't dare to do. As expected of Lord Danzo. If this secret room were made public, Danzo Shimura would definitely incur public wrath. Secret clan techniques are confidential ninjutsu and foundations that not everyone in a ninja clan is qualified to learn. This is the foundation of every ninja clan. Even the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wouldn't dare to plot against these ninja clans' secret techniques. From this point, it can be seen how much power Danzo Shimura had in Konoha and to what extent he was audacious. I can take what the village has, but I have what the village doesn't. Removing this tumor in advance was indeed the right thing to do. Scanning the bookshelves, Izayoi quickly found what he wanted. He took a small red scroll from the scroll pile, with the words, "Mind Reading Technique," written on the seal. Since I haven't awakened the spiritual orb yet, I'll just use this secret technique for now. Izayoi opened the scroll and began to read. Soon, Izayoi learned the mind-reading secret technique that allowed the Yamanaka clan to firmly control the important position of the interrogation department. The yin-release chakra of the ultimate dojutsu, and the nature transformation automatically acquired by awakening the Tenseigen, allowed Izayoi to learn any ninjutsu as if he were cheating. Especially his chakra control, which was at the golden level. This talent helped Izayoi almost as much as the Tenseigen. If he didn't have this talent, Izayoi would at most have mastered the Super Hurricane Ball or developed Naruto Uzumaki's Wind Release, Rasenshuriken. He wouldn't be able to easily fuse 2 or 3 nature transformations into various ultimate techniques. If this talent cannot be sublimated in the future, then after upgrading the Otsutsuki Bloodline to an unknown new level, Izayoi's next step will be to upgrade chakra control to a red entry. Ninjutsu, mind reading technique. Putting Danzo Shimura on the ground, Izayoi reached out and placed his hand on his head. Powerful yin release chakra instantly penetrated his brain and began to read his memories. Soon, Izayoi obtained the information he wanted. So, it's all kept in the clan grounds, he really is a reckless guy. Izayoi muttered to himself, then seized control of the shadow clone, found a human puppet, and stabbed Danzo Shimura's neck with a blade, ending the life of this source of trouble. A purple and a blue beam of light flew from Danzo Shimura's corpse and penetrated Izayoi's body. After choosing to decompose, Izayoi's points finally broke through the 100,000 mark. Immediately, Izayoi picked up Danzo Shimura's corpse and walked out of the secret room, returning along the original path, letting the guy hiding in the dark see Danzo Shimura's corpse with his own eyes. At the same time, a large number of puppets teleported in, quickly emptying the scrolls inside. Danzo Shimura's decades of hard work, the elite subordinates he painstakingly cultivated, the ninjutsu and secret techniques he scavenged using various means, and the various intelligence he collected, sacrificing countless spies, all benefited Izayoi. The Konoha Crush plan had only just begun, the villagers hadn't all been transferred to shelters, and half of Konoha's foundation had already fallen into Izayoi's hands. Along with Hiruzen Sarutobi's good friend, he also left this world one step ahead of him. However, this is far from enough. Walking out of the underground base, Izayoi glanced in the direction of the central street, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and then he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 84, Almighty Push. Planetary Devastation. Almighty Push. While Itachi's main body and the puppet army controlled by his shadow clones were frantically reaping the corpses of root members and the three-way ninja forces on the street. The shadow clone, using transformation technique to become Pain Tendo and acting alone, also quietly infiltrated the Hokage building with the help of the Sharingan's image-creating ability. As the most important place in Konoha, even if a war broke out outside, the Hokage building would still have a large number of Anbu stationed there. Not only that, but surveillance cameras and sensory barriers were also readily available. With such tight security, even a fly could be killed by the Anbu at the fastest speed if they wanted to. If Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't given the order, Naruto Uzumaki would have been caught by the Anbu the moment he entered the Hokage building, and wouldn't have had the chance to come to the Hokage's office and take away such a large scroll of seals so smoothly. Captain Yamato, a chakra, has infiltrated the Hokage building, but his location cannot be found on the surveillance. The opponent may possess a stealth release type secret technique or Kekkei Genkei. The moment Itachi entered the Hokage building, he immediately alarmed the sensory unit. After the sensory unit communicated with the ninjas behind the surveillance, they immediately reported the news to Captain Yamato, who was the first in charge in the absence of the Hokage and the elders. I understand. Yamato's voice came from the transceiver. You continue to maintain the barrier, we'll take care of the intruder. Yes. Although he couldn't hear the sound, Itachi still saw their communication. Itachi was not surprised that he was discovered. If they couldn't even deal with a simple invisibility, then the Anbu wouldn't deserve the special privilege of being directly under the Hokage, and they could disregard everyone else. Itachi's infiltration mission was also to confront the Anbu. But he still had a small task to complete. So, Itachi disappeared in a flash. With a bang, the door of the room where the sensory unit was located was smashed by a powerful force. Itachi walked in, not giving the sensory unit a chance to react, raised his hand and lightly shouted, "Almighty Push." A repulsive force storm, neither strong nor weak, swept through the entire room, destroying all the devices and objects in the room. The ninjas wearing sensory devices flew away from their spots, heavily hitting the walls. Those flying objects also smashed into them, causing secondary damage. Before they could endure the pain and get up, Itachi flashed to their front, injected chakra into their chakra points, and knocked them all unconscious. The sensory barrier covering the Hokage building immediately disappeared. Then, a batch of puppets who had been waiting for instructions outside, infiltrated the Hokage building with the help of the Sharingan's ability. After Itachi knocked out all the sensory ninjas, he immediately acted as if he had discovered something, and made a gesture to kill them. At this moment, he suddenly heard two shouts in his ears. Earth release, hiding in rock technique. Wood release, tree boundary wall. A large number of wooden vines grew out of the walls, turning the entire room into a wooden house. Only the floor turned into a swamp, but no mud hands or earth dragons emerged to attack Itachi, but instead fell downwards. Itachi, who had lost his foothold, and those unconscious sensory ninjas, also fell into the bottomless abyss. However, during the fall, wooden vines extended out again, catching those unconscious sensory ninjas, tying them into rice dumplings with only their heads exposed, hanging them on the wall, waiting for rescue. More wooden vines, like octopus tentacles, bound towards Itachi. And some of them turned into sharp wooden spears, shooting towards Itachi. Almighty Push. Itachi still used brute force to break all techniques, releasing repulsive force to shatter these vines and wooden spears, while accelerating his fall. After passing through the passage made by wood release, Itachi came to the underground base below the Hokage building. As soon as he landed, he saw a long black snake quickly approaching, trying to bite Itachi's foot and connect with his shadow. Following the direction of the black snake, an Anbu wearing a cat-faced mask was maintaining the hand seal posture. Shadow imitation technique. Since it was just a shadow clone, Itachi didn't gamble on whether the shadow imitation technique would work on him. He directly flew into the air, opened his hands, and charged up to shout, "Almighty push!" Boom! The invisible repulsive force storm roared out like a hurricane. Wherever it passed, the ground and all the buildings in the underground base were shattered. The Anbu who had surrounded him, preparing to use tactical cooperation to subdue or kill the intruder, never expected the opponent to have such power, and to release a big move without saying a word. The Anbu who were hit by the repulsive force storm all flew up from their spots. The unlucky guys collided with buildings or rubble during the flight, and were directly seriously injured. The lucky ones, like those who endured wind release, flew out a distance and then fell heavily to the ground. Only Yamato, the number one expert in the Anbu, did not belong to the former or the latter. During the flight, he calmly formed hand seals, used wood release to create a large number of vines, knocked away the surrounding rubble, and grabbed his flying companions. But the next second, those vines were all torn apart by the repulsive force storm. Yamato could only use wood release to create a large net woven with vines in the back, catching him and his surrounding companions. When the repulsive force storm dissipated, Yamato immediately issued an order: "You all leave here, go out to find support. It's best to notify Lord Jiraiya and the elders. The intruder is a strong person you cannot deal with." Yes. The Anbu, with extremely strong execution, immediately nodded in response, and then endured the pain and discomfort, and disappeared in a flash, preparing to go to the ground from other exits. Itachi did not stop them, because his target was only Yamato. Planetary devastation. The invisible gravitational force turned into a big hand, grabbing Yamato away from the ground and pulling him over. "This is gravity." Yamato's expression under the mask changed slightly, and he whispered, "In other words, the irresistible storm just now was actually repulsive force." At the same time, Yamato moved quickly to form hand seals, and shouted, "Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees." Rumble. The chaotic underground base suddenly shook violently. Green saplings broke out of the ground. Then these saplings, as if they were in a time-accelerated field, quickly grew and expanded, turning into trees, and in the blink of an eye, turned the underground base into a small forest. With the obstruction of the forest, Yamato also successfully broke free from the shackles of gravity and landed on the treetop of a tree. Just as Yamato was preparing to form hand seals again, to create a large number of wood clones, to help himself test the enemy and collect information, a shout rang from above, immediately causing his expression to change drastically, realizing how stupid he had done. Almighty push. A green cover Z floated in the sky above the forest, and twisted air currents surrounded Itachi's body. After converting a large amount of chakra into repulsive force, and compressing and accumulating power, Itachi released it. In an instant, it seemed that a transparent white cover Z could be seen expanding from Itachi's body. The cover wall was like an indestructible barrier. Wherever it passed, everything would be ruthlessly smashed. Even the dust and mist were isolated outside the cover wall. Even the forest formed by trees, at the moment it was hit by the cover wall, was shattered in an instant, unable to even bend over to resist. Yamato, who had nowhere to hide, could only hide in a tree hole of a big tree, forming hand seals with both hands. Wood release, wooden dome technique. A row of wooden pillars rose from the ground, bent to form an arched wall, wrapping Yamato like a silkworm cocoon. Rumble. The next second, Yamato heard a loud noise explode in his ears, and the ground below shook violently. Crack. When the sound of wood cracking entered his ears, Yamato's face under the mask was filled with despair. With a loud bang, Yamato seemed to be submerged by something, and instantly lost consciousness. The violent vibration even affected the ground. At this time, there were several figures on the ground, flying rapidly towards the Hokage building. The leader was a white-haired tall man, 1 meter and 91 centimeters tall, which is very rare in the ninja world. Feeling the vibration from the earth, Jiraiya asked anxiously while flying, "Are you sure the intruder is a man wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, with orange hair, and purple ripple eyes?" "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." Hearing this, Jiraiya was overjoyed. He thought that his disciple, who had been dead for many years, was not only not dead, but was also near him, which made Jiraiya wish he also had the ninjutsu to fly, and immediately flew to Yahiko's front. But soon, Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something, and said worriedly, "Yahiko, what have you experienced these years? Why are you wearing Akatsuki's uniform, and why is Nagato's Rinnegan on your body?" When Jiraiya and the Anbu arrived at the Hokage building and came to the underground base, Pain Tendo and Yamato had disappeared, and there was only a huge pit in the underground base, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The edges of the pit were full of rubble and trees. Seeing this scene, both Jiraiya and the Anbu shrank their pupils. The Anbu were shocked by the range of the technique, and worried about the safety of Captain Yamato. And Jiraiya's heart was extremely heavy. There is no doubt that this is definitely the power of the Rinnegan. He had a premonition that his former disciple seemed to have gone astray. What happened in these years? Chapter 85. Damn, my home. The biggest winner. No one knew that the root organization in the Hokage building had both been invaded by powerful enemies. Even fewer people noticed that a fourth party was silently cleaning up the battlefield for them, collecting the bodies of their comrades. At this time, the Leaf Village ninja were tacitly cooperating. A portion escorted the villagers to the shelter, while another portion, rather than engaging in a counterattack, was focused on stalling for time, trying to preserve their own lives, and waiting for their companions escorting the villagers to return before sounding the horn for a counterattack. Meanwhile, the battle on Leaf Square was still intense. Due to the first Hokage being resurrected with impure world reincarnation and using wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees to create a forest, only those skilled in sensing and those with clairvoyance could see the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. They also sensed that the third Hokage's current situation was not very good. On the exam grounds, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, two elite Jonin, were responsible for protecting the lives of the spectators, jointly fighting against the Sound Ninja led by Kabuto Yakushi, as well as some Sand Ninja who came to support them. On the other side, Gaara and his siblings had already been captured by the rookie ninja, including Izayoi. The Leaf Crush plan had just begun, and the quick-reacting Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame, along with Sasuke Uchiha, who was also unaffected by Genjutsu, Shikamaru Nara, and Neji Hyuga, attacked Temari and Kankuro together. Temari and Kankuro, because Gaara was using the Tanuki sleep technique, dared not teleport over to take Gaara away. Facing the combined efforts of the rookie ninja, they were quickly defeated. If Kurenai Yuhi hadn't arrived in time to remind them, these siblings might have been killed by the fearless rookie ninja, who wouldn't care that their value alive was far greater than their value dead. On Gaara's side, he, using the Tanuki sleep technique, handed his body over to Shukaku, the one-tail. Tailed beast-level chakra surged out, creating endless sand waves, quickly forming Shukaku's body, and also helping Gaara block the secret art, Light of Illumination Bullet, which was a fusion of three nature transformations. However, just as Shukaku's body was formed and before he could shout, "This great one has arrived," his consciousness returned to Gaara's body again. Because after his body was formed, Gaara's upper body still protruded from the top of his head. It was difficult for the people below to notice this target, except for Izayoi's shadow clone. Izayoi's shadow clone, whose resistance to attacks wasn't great, took advantage of Shukaku not being fully awakened and quickly flew to the top of his head, punching Gaara in the face, which was unprotected by sand armor. Gaara, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, was instantly awakened. Shukaku's massive body also instantly turned into endless sand waves, forming a huge sand pile on the exam grounds. By the time Gaara's consciousness slowly cleared, he had already been carried by Izayoi to the spectator stand in the contestant area. "If you move, I'll kill you," Izayoi's voice sounded in his ear. "Don't kill Gaara, he's also my brother. He has value in staying alive, please don't kill him." The female voice, filled with pleading, completely awakened Gaara. Looking at Temari, who was tied up with ropes and usually feared him immensely but was now pleading for him, Gaara's mood was very complicated. However, no one cared about his feelings. Kurenai Yuhi issued an order, "Hinata, seal his chakra. If he forcibly breaks through, then sever his limbs. This guy can't be killed." "Yes." Hinata responded and acted, applying a series of pressure point strikes to Gaara's body, sealing his chakra points. The Byakugan, with bulging veins at the temples, was also staring intently at Gaara's body. Once something was amiss, she would notify everyone. At this time, Izayoi's voice entered Hinata's ears, knowingly asking, "How's the situation with Hanabi over there?" "Don't worry, father has already taken Hanabi away." "That's good." Izayoi nodded slightly, then prepared to start playing the role of a bystander. The protagonists of the Leaf Crush plan were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru, this master and disciple. He was just a mysterious fourth party taking advantage of the chaos. Kurenai Yuhi didn't intend to involve them in the war, saying to the rookie ninja, including Izayoi, "Take these prisoners with you and leave with me." After speaking, Kurenai Yuhi led Izayoi and the others, detouring away from Leaf Square and heading to the Leaf Interrogation Department. These 3 people were all children of the Case Cage, so they definitely knew a lot. Along the way, they were attacked by many Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja. But soon, Leaf Village Ninja came to support them. Izayoi, who no longer needed to hide his strength, directly floated into the air and used secret art, Judgment. Faced with Izayoi, who used secret arts as ordinary attacks, not to mention those Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja, even the Leaf Village Ninja who came to support were dumbfounded. Looking at the laser beam that could be compressed or diffused, the former being a weakened version of the Light of Illumination bullet and the latter being a large-scale attack, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were filled with heat, almost drooling. Even Lightning Release, Chidori, which he had just learned not long ago but had no chance to use, suddenly lost its appeal. At the same time, Sasuke Uchiha made a decision in his heart. When the war ended, he would cultivate water release nature transformation, and then politely ask Izayoi to teach him first. If he refused, he would pester him relentlessly, freeloading and standing next to him like a third wheel, annoying Izayoi until he was willing to pass on the secret art to him. Damn it, my house. Just as Sasuke Uchiha was thinking of ways to do this, a broken-sounding angry curse suddenly pulled him back to his senses. He saw Izayoi, flying in the air with great power, looking awe-inspiring at this moment, as if a celestial being had descended. Izayoi, who was usually gentle, polite, respectful to his elders, and mature like an adult, suddenly looked in a certain direction and cursed. Then he directly abandoned Kurenai Yuhi and the rookie ninja, flying towards that direction. Hinata's eyes also instantly became sharp, and without leaving a word, she turned into an afterimage and followed closely behind. Following their direction, Kurenai Yuhi and the others were immediately caught between laughter and tears. They saw a giant 3-headed snake rampaging through the city, wantonly destroying the surrounding buildings. Exploding tags and 5 elements ninjutsu had failed to kill it, instead making it even more violent. The 3 heads attacked the ninja who were harming it, and the 3-headed snake swung its tail, accidentally destroying a 2-story detached house. This house was Izayoi's home. No wonder Izayoi would be so broken. Kurenai Yuhi came back to her senses and said to the rookie ninja, "Don't worry about them, you continue to follow me." Storm Release, Judgment. A white laser beam shot down from the distant sky, hitting the center head of the 3-headed snake right on the mark. Immediately, this enormous laser beam contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, changing from a purely electrothermal attack to a sharp laser cutter. With the movement of the caster's arm, it sliced the entire 3-headed snake apart, its corpse turning into a cloud of white smoke and returning to Raichi Cave. What a powerful lightning release attack. That's not lightning release, it's storm release. It's the ninja genius everyone's been talking about lately. What an amazing kid, he even knows flying Raijin technique. Great, we've finally taken care of this trouble. Let's quickly go support the others. Quote. Watching Izayoi descend from the sky, the Konoha ninja exclaimed in surprise for a few moments, then quickly turned into afterimages and went to support their companions. Landing on the ground, Izayoi looked at the ruins in front of him, his mouth twitching. The main body and those shadow clones are really useless. When people are ruthless, they even scold themselves. In fact, not only the shadow clones, but even Izayoi's main body and the shadow clone responsible for controlling the puppets, did not expect this scene. The main body was responsible for harvesting the treasures of the root organization in Danzo Shimura. The shadow clone at the Naka River was responsible for controlling the puppets to finish off enemies, collect corpses, and hide corpses. The Tenseigan couldn't handle it all. The shadow clone protecting Rinmara was responsible for charging Rinmara. The shadow clone infiltrating the Hokage building was busy clearing traces and taking Tenzo away from Konoha. They hadn't noticed the 3-headed snake because it had come all the way from the village entrance. In the original story, its fate was to be crushed by the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya. As a result, unexpectedly, Jiraiya, after learning about Pain Tendo, immediately abandoned everything and ran to the underground base of the Hokage building. Perhaps all the luck was used on the drop rate. The 3-headed snake, unfortunately, headed straight for Izayoi Street. Out of so many houses, it just happened to choose Izayoi's house. Hinata Shunshin came to Izayoi's side and softly comforted him. "It's okay, Izayoi-kun, the house can be rebuilt, as long as you're safe. That's all we can do. Let's find the scroll first, it contains my savings and our photos." Izayoi nodded. The matter was already a foregone conclusion. Unless he had the ability to reverse time, even he couldn't change it. So, Izayoi used the Tenseigans' clairvoyance to find the location of important items in the ruins. Soon, Izayoi found them. "Hinata, I'll leave those guys to you." Izayoi glanced at the few sound ninja who had appeared from nowhere and said to Hinata. "Yes." Hinata nodded sharply, her eyes fierce, and then a large amount of chakra emerged from her hands, changing shape into 2 purple lion heads. Immediately, Hinata used lightning release chakra to stimulate her cells and increase her speed, appearing in front of a sound ninja in a flash of lightning and striking out with a palm. The sound ninja who was hit by this palm had the chakra in his meridians instantly devoured, and at the same time, an external chakra penetrated his flesh and bombarded his internal organs. The sound ninja immediately spat out blood and lost his ability to fight. Killing a sound ninja with 1 palm, Hinata continued to attack the other sound ninja. Relying on the Hyuga clan's main family's advanced secret technique, Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists, Hinata easily solved these cannon fodder level sound ninja. After she finished fighting, Izayoi also took out a few scrolls from the ruins, as well as a few photos that had been protected by picture frames. Seeing that the photos were not damaged, Izayoi breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the ruins in front of him and comforted himself. "It's good that it's destroyed, just in time to get a bigger house." At this moment, Izayoi and Hinata both looked towards the Hokage rock. In their perception, a large group of chakra was surging from the direction of the Hokage rock. Having read the safety manual, they knew that Konoha had begun its counterattack. With the villagers escorted to the shelter, the ninja had no worries. The once strongest ninja village would erupt with amazing cohesion. Unless the opponent was a large ninja village with all its forces gathered, or a super powerhouse with the ability to strike with dimensional reduction, no one would be a match for Konoha. Sure enough, with the return of the escorting ninja, the Konoha side, which had been somewhat passive and even at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the Sand and Sound ninja, instantly displayed overwhelming power, defeating the Sand and Sound ninja. In addition, at this time, the Sand ninja on Konoha Square brought back their discovery. It turned out that their 4th case cage was actually Orochimaru in disguise, and the real case cage had disappeared. The Sand ninja, led by Maki, didn't bother to look for Gaara and the others, and quickly fought and fled Konoha, preparing to bring the news back to the village and let the elders make a decision. And the Sand ninja who couldn't escape chose to surrender very decisively. As long as they weren't dead, the village would find a way to redeem them. At the same time, the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru also came to a conclusion. As in the original story, the old Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer Orochimaru's opponent. In addition, the other party reanimated the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Even if they were not even a tenth of their prime, they could cause huge trouble for Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the moment of life and death, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who often instilled the will of fire into the new generation, was decisive and chose to give up the opportunity to go to the Pure Land, dedicating his soul to the god of death, sealing the souls of the first Hokage and the second Hokage one after another, and then, after discovering that he could not seal Orochimaru's soul as well, he decisively seized his hands, souls, preventing him from using ninjutsu again. In Orochimaru's screaming roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and closed his eyes forever. Growing up together since childhood, becoming the Hokage's guards and disciples together, building Konoha together, fighting each other in the open and in the dark, turning Konoha, which could win even against 4 enemies, into its weakest period, the good buddies achieved the accomplishment of dying on the same day of the same month of the same year. It's a pity that one soul can still go to the Pure Land, while the other can only stay in the belly of the god of death. The Konoha Crush plan launched by Orochimaru was not a victory for either Otogakur or Konoha, or Sunagakur. The only winner, and also the biggest winner, was Izayoi. With this Konoha Crush plan, Izayoi directly made a fortune. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 86, Danzo-sama's Memorial Service, New Home Site Selection. With the defeat of the Sound Ninja and the escape of the Sand Ninja, Konoha had achieved victory. However, those who fought within the village, even if they won, didn't gain any advantage. On the contrary, there were many casualties and a lot of damage to buildings. But the biggest loss was the death of their supreme leader, the third Hokage. So even though they won, Konoha's morale had dropped to its lowest point. The entire village was shrouded in an atmosphere of depression and sorrow. Konohamaru, as the grandson of the Hokage, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto Uzumaki was also dazed, tears streaming down his face. The first person to acknowledge him, and also the third Hokage who loved him the most, was gone. However, the ones with the heaviest hearts were the elders of Konoha. Danzo is also dead, and only one survivor remains from the entire root organization. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yuditane watched Jiraiya, who was no longer acting frivolous but looked solemn. The latter said in a deep voice, according to the only survivor's description, only one person in a group of puppets wiped out the root organization. That person was wearing the Akatsuki uniform, had purple ripple eyes, and could infinitely use the power of repulsion and attraction. He first killed Danzo, wiped out the root organization, and then infiltrated the Hokage building to kidnap Tenzo, stealing the scroll of seals and some other scrolls. This person can fly, and also can become invisible. Repulsion can destroy everything, without leaving a trace of scent. However, the owner of those puppets can be confirmed as Sasori of the Red Sand, who destroyed a small country in the past. His puppet technique has reached the point where he can control them freely without the need for chakra threads. He took the opportunity to steal a large number of corpses, probably to make puppets. After Kaharu Yuditane finished speaking, Homura Mitokado also began to accuse, Jiraiya, you took in disciples outside back then, and one of them even possessed the sage's eyes, but you didn't report it or bring him back, causing him to join Akatsuki and collude with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Crush plan, indirectly killing Hiruzen and Danzo. You need to take responsibility for this. Hey, don't throw all the dirty water on me. Jiraiya, who was originally serious and seemed to be thinking about something, suddenly had black lines all over his forehead and said, I don't even know if that guy is Yahiko. According to the portrait provided by the survivor, his body is covered with black nails, maybe he is also a puppet, just similar to my former disciple. Besides, the Sand Village was invited by the old man, who knew that Orochimaru would disguise himself as the fourth Kazekage and cooperate with the Akatsuki organization that he once joined. Now that things have already happened, instead of shirking responsibility, you might as well quickly elect a new Hokage. Speaking of this, Jiraiya suddenly became gloating again, that guy Danzo is really unlucky. The old man died in battle, and he, the former Hokage candidate, originally had hope of becoming Hokage again, but unexpectedly, he went with the old man. What a pity. Shut up, Jiraiya. Kaharu Yuditane scolded with black lines all over her forehead, and then suggested, this incident is inextricably linked to you. Since Hiruzen and Danzo have both sacrificed, then you should take the position of fifth Hokage. No, I'm not interested in the Hokage position. Jiraiya raised his hand to refuse without hesitation, and gave his reasons. According to my investigation, Akatsuki's goal is actually the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. This invasion of Konoha, exposing the sage's eyes trump card in advance, but not taking Naruto away, instead targeting the scroll of seals and the root organization, is really too strange. If it were really the sage's eyes, that survivor couldn't have survived. He must have been deliberately left alive by the other party. According to the information provided by the survivor, Danzo and that demigod of a Megakure seemed to have plotted something back then, causing him to come here today for revenge. Since it's just revenge, then why did he say that Akatsuki's base is in a Megakure? Hearing this, Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado's eyes suddenly flashed. You mean to say, he did it on purpose? Maybe, or maybe he really didn't find that survivor. Jiraiya was not very sure, and said, that's why I want to continue the investigation. This Akatsuki organization, which gathers a large number of S-rank rogue ninjas, and is even suspected of possessing the sage's eyes, is really too dangerous. The task of investigation can be handed over to the Anbu. Kaharu Yuditane said in a deep voice, Konoha cannot be without a Hokage. Apart from you, no one is suitable to be the fifth Hokage. Who said that? Jiraiya smiled meaningfully, isn't there still one of the legendary Sannin? You mean? Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yuditane widened their eyes. Ah, that woman is more suitable than anyone else, after all, she is the princess of Konoha. Jiraiya convinced the two elders. The next day, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and muffled thunder rumbled. Before long, it started to rain. The ninjas of Konoha all wore black long coats and trousers today, holding a bunch of white chrysanthemums, and went to attend the memorial service for the fallen ninjas. Even many villagers took the initiative to go. On the table full of white chrysanthemums, a large number of portraits were placed, two of which were enlarged and placed at the most conspicuous top. The rain suddenly became heavier, as if the heavens were crying for these heroes. It should have been a sad and heavy atmosphere, but after Junya offered the white chrysanthemum, looking at the portrait of Danzo Shimura, who was placed together with Hiruzen Sarutobi and who had transitioned from darkness to light after his death, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Junya quickly suppressed this impulse, made a gesture of worship with both hands, and secretly said with his eyes closed, "Danzo-sama, may you rest in peace, I will make the root organization great again." Immediately, Junya tightened his face and returned to the team expressionlessly. Rainwater slid down his face, as if mixed with tears. There were many ninjas with the same expression as Junya. But more were crying softly, or crying loudly, or silently shedding tears. Most of these people were either baptized by the will of fire, or were new generation and ordinary ninjas who had not yet experienced darkness and had not seen the dirty side of the village. After half an hour of rain, the memorial service ended. At the same time, it also announced that the era of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura's rule had officially come to an end. After the fifth Hokage takes office, Konoha will enter a new era. In Orochimaru's words, the windmill of Konoha, which has been stopped for many years, is finally about to turn again. The high-level officials in the Land of Fire will be very busy next. Not only to clean up the mess, but also to search for the traces of Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja Village, and to deal with the relationship between the Land of Wind and the Sand Ninja Village. There will definitely be a lot of negotiations next. After all, the Sand Ninja Village's one-tailed Jinchuriki, as well as the Casecage's children, and a considerable number of Sand Ninjas, have been sealed and imprisoned. The Jinchuriki is a strategic weapon, and the Sand Ninjas who can participate in the Konoha Crush plan are also the elite ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village. In any case, the Sand Ninja Village cannot give up. Both Konoha and Sunagakure, having simultaneously lost their 5 Kage, couldn't afford the cost of war. Exposing their military strength could trigger the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War at any moment. Therefore, they could only rely on negotiation and bargaining to ultimately settle on a price. Shigeru was not interested in such political events. He didn't even have time to sort out the gains from the Konoha Crush plan. After the rain stopped, he began searching for a new home address. Since his old home was destroyed, Shigeru didn't plan to rebuild the house. He planned to buy land and build a large house. Without Danzo as a threat, and with himself becoming Konoha's rising star, Shigeru wasn't afraid of anyone questioning the source of his wealth anymore. Without evidence, no one dared to provoke a powerful ace-level combatant. Moreover, Shigeru had the Hyuga twin sisters as a cover. "Oni-chan, our house is gone, where do you plan to live next?" Hanabi, following Shigeru's side, said, "The hotel is too small and the price is so expensive, why don't you move into Hanabi's house?" "Yes, Shigeru-kun, why don't you move into my house?" "I will persuade Father-sama," Hinata softly echoed. Hearing this, Shigeru was somewhat tempted. But thinking about seeing Hiyashi Hyuga's stiff face every day, and constantly being subjected to the Hyuga clans, Byakugan, stares, Shigeru suddenly felt a chill, and goosebumps rose all over him. He shook his head and teased Hinata, "No need, now is not the time to visit your home." Knowing what he was talking about, Hinata's face immediately turned red, and she no longer insisted. Moreover, if a boy suddenly moved into a girl's house, especially when she was a daughter of a wealthy family, even if he was a promising rising star, he would still face huge criticism. Although Shigeru often teased her about whether she wanted to take care of him, Hinata also knew that Shigeru was actually proud inside and definitely didn't want to be subjected to such gazes. "Damn Sunagakure and Otogakure ninjas, my hot spring inn was just built. I only dug 2 wells, and it was destroyed before it even opened. This was an investment I took out a loan for, I'm finished." Just then, a cry of grief entered the ears of Shigeru and the 2 girls. Following the direction of the sound, they saw a middle-aged man in a black suit, who had obviously come from out of town in the past 2 days, kneeling in front of a ruin, crying loudly like a child. Hearing his words, Shigeru's eyes lit up. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of passers-by, Shigeru's figure floated into the air, flew over the street, and surveyed the ruins in front of the middle-aged man, measuring the area of this hot spring inn that had not yet opened. After a while, a hint of joy appeared on Shigeru's face. Floating down from the air in front of the middle-aged man, Shigeru looked at the stunned middle-aged man and asked with a smile, "Are you interested in doing a business deal?" "I'm very interested in your hot spring inn." "Yes, yes, yes." Looking at this seemingly extraordinary young man, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Hinata, go to Ino's flower shop and ask Ino for a favor, let her Shigur leaned close to Hinata's ear and whispered instructions. Hinata listened quietly, then nodded seriously. I understand, Shigur-kun. After Hinata left in a flash, Shigur smiled at the middle-aged man. Let's go to the Hokage building. Konoha is the military base of the Land of Fire. Its relationship with the Land of Fire is a one-country one-village system. If you want to transfer land, you must obtain the village's consent and witness. Shigur didn't know the price of this land, but he didn't want to suffer a loss either, so he prepared to ask a member of the Yamanaka clan for help to avoid being ripped off by this middle-aged man. After all, no merchant is not cunning, and every world is no exception. No problem. The middle-aged man readily agreed, obviously wanting to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. Even if his property was damaged, the village would give him certain compensation, but to repair it and open it would take a lot of time. During this time, the compound interest would definitely far exceed the village's compensation. Now that someone is willing to take over, the middle-aged man couldn't ask for more. After Shigur and the three arrived at the Hokage building, Hinata also quickly arrived. Beside her was Yamanaka Ino. Shigur, not bad, you actually want to buy a hot spring inn, when did you become so rich? Yamanaka Ino teased. Borrowed, I have to pay it back later. Shigur glanced at Hinata, creating a false impression for Yamanaka Ino. I really envy your relationship, I don't know when I can be like Sasuke-kun. Yamanaka Ino was not surprised, but sighed slightly. Hinata smiled shyly and didn't discourage Yamanaka Ino. According to her observations, Uchiha Sasuke has no interest in women at all. If he weren't a boy, Hinata would even be hostile to him. This guy is sometimes even more clingy than her and Hanabi. After chatting for a few words, Yamanaka Ino said to the middle-aged man next to her, Uncle Yusuke, please help us. It's just a small matter. Yamanaka Yusuke smiled and nodded. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, who knew that these people were all extraordinary, wearing green vests and with obvious identities, and with two Byakugan girls, he didn't dare to cheat at all, and soon transferred the land of the hot spring into Shigur for a price of 66,660,000 taels. The land is definitely not worth this price. Shigur also has to bear part of the middle-aged man's losses. After signing the contract and obtaining a new land deed from the village, Shigur happily wanted to treat Yamanaka Ino and Yamanaka Yusuke to dinner. The latter chose to refuse, but the former readily agreed. The weather is relatively cool now, perfect for hot pot. So the four came to the hot pot restaurant. While the three girls were ordering food, Shigur took out a map of Konoha and circled the location of the hot spring inn with a pen, and then circled several houses nearby. The area of the hot spring inn is good, enough to build a house twice as big as the old house, but Shigur is still not satisfied. He wants to build a bigger new home that not only has a hot spring, but also a large yard and a large house. So in the following days, Shigur visited door to door, and successfully bought the land of those houses at a price they couldn't refuse. Including the hot spring inn, Shigur's total expenditure this time cost a full 280 million taels. After all, if you want to buy things from Konoha's cunning people, it's impossible not to bleed a little. After buying the land, Shigur went to hire a professional team to help him measure the land area, and then started drawing design drawings. Once Shigur is satisfied with the design drawings and completely finalizes them, construction can begin. Chapter 87. Wanted, Tendo Pain. Nagato is confused. For ninjas who could reach any part of the continent in a week with full-speed instantaneous body technique, the ninja world was a small place. Especially this continent, where most of the area was divided by the four great nations, it seemed even smaller. Therefore, once something happened to the four great nations and their ninja villages, it would quickly spread to every corner of the ninja world. The destruction of the Uchiha clan back then was like that, and so was the current Konoha Crush plan and the deaths of the 2-5 Kage. In order to make Sunagakure pay a great price, to make Konoha justified, and to prevent themselves from falling into a passive position, both Konoha and Sunagakure did not conceal this incident but instead announced the information in detail. Then, after sorting out the statements of both sides, it was roughly like this. Orochimaru, AS rank missing nin from Konoha, assassinated the 4th Kage of Sunagakure, then disguised himself as the 4th Kage and took the initiative to tear up the alliance treaty between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. He also cooperated with Akatsuki, a famous mercenary organization in the ninja world, and led some Sunagakure ninjas and the ninjas from his own Audiobook to launch the Konoha Crush plan while Konoha was holding the Chunin exams. In this battle, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, died in battle. The root organization was completely wiped out, and the leader of the root organization, Danzo Shimura, died. The person who did it was Sasori of the Red Sand from Akatsuki, and a mysterious member who possessed the legendary Rinnegan, the foremost of the three great dojutsu. The survivor that Itachi let go was Sai, who was good at painting. He drew the appearance of Pain Tendo vividly. The higher-ups in Konoha immediately put a bounty on Sasori of the Red Sand and Pain Tendo on the black market, offering a super price that even Kakuzu would be tempted by. At the same time, Konoha also publicized the information that Sasori of the Red Sand could control a large number of puppets without chakra strings, that the Rinnegan user could infinitely use the powers of repulsion and attraction, that Hanzo the Salamander was suspected of being killed by the opponent, and that Akatsuki's headquarters was in a megacure. As the saying goes, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Regardless of whether what Konoha said was true or false, the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in mythology, as well as the fall of Hanzo the Salamander, and the news of Akatsuki's headquarters, all successfully diverted the attention of various forces, focusing their attention on a megacure, a corner of the world. Nagato and Sasori of the Red Sand, who suddenly became the focus of the ninja world, were dumbfounded. Nagato, you are too extreme. Yes, I know that Danzo Shimura was also involved in the incident back then, but leader, you have endured until now, why couldn't you endure a little longer? Now the Rinnegan and Akatsuki's headquarters have been exposed, it will take some time for the Three Tails to be revived, what should we do next? Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu came to the door as soon as possible to accuse Pain Tendo. If Pain Tendo had killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, or someone else from Konoha, Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu would not have believed it. But the one who died was Danzo Shimura, so it was very possible. Only by planning to kill Danzo Shimura could Nagato forgive Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru still had the ring that was originally intended for him. The other party could contact Nagato. Even though he was just a corpse at this time, Pain Tendo's expression was a little unsustainable. However, in order to maintain his majesty, he still said expressionlessly, "It wasn't me. Since the last time I failed to ambush that mysterious person, I haven't left a megacure." Conan walked out of the shadows and echoed, "I can prove that Nagato and Pain have not left a megacure. So, it was that mysterious person who did it." The face under Obito Uchiha's mask was extremely ugly. He didn't suspect that Pain Tendo was lying, a strong person of this level didn't need to and wouldn't bother to do so. The transformation technique also requires a reference object. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice, "Leader rarely shows his face. Those who have seen him have either become our companions or have already become corpses. In theory, that mysterious person has never seen Leader's appearance, unless he can see us, but we can't see him." Conan added, her expression also extremely ugly, and expressed her analysis. That day, that person didn't leave, he was watching us secretly, witnessing us leaving and returning to a megacure. It may be more than that. Obito Uchiha said in a deep voice, he can accurately say things about Hanzo the Salamander, which means he knew about us a long time ago, but only acted now. He probably really has a second Rinnegan. Black Zetsu didn't speak, but also confirmed that that guy was the person from the moon. That unknown dojutsu evolved from the Byakugan, with enhanced versions of farsightedness and clairvoyance. Maybe he's watching them in the dark right now. This incident was the return gift he gave them. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's mood became even heavier. An enemy who can discover himself, but he can't discover, is really too terrifying. Because he is such a player. Fortunately, he has been hiding in the dark for the past few decades, in the state of the ephemeral technique. Appearing again is also with Madara Uchiha's will, a product of yin-yang release. He is Mom's son, a yin-yang release product of the chakra progenitor. Except for Mom, even the two older brothers don't have his characteristics of immortality. So Hamura must have died already, and his descendant should also be a junior born in these decades. He definitely doesn't know his true identity. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood relaxed a lot. As long as his true identity is not exposed, then he still has the initiative and advantage. However, this threat must be found as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely become the biggest obstacle to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Perhaps those white Zetsu should be used. Black Zetsu thought secretly. Unless that person immediately returns to the moon after taking action, otherwise, as long as the white Zetsu clones set up a net, then as long as he takes action again, he will definitely be discovered by the white Zetsu clones that are integrated with the earth and plants. No one knew what Black Zetsu was thinking. Not long after, Sasori of the Red Sand also came to the door. "Leader, have you found the whereabouts of that guy?" Sasori of the Red Sand's tone was unusually excited. "That guy is simply a genius. How did he do it, being able to control a large number of puppets without chakra strings? This is different from my puppet technique, and also different from your puppet technique, leader. This guy is simply a natural artist." Sasori of the Red Sand didn't care at all about being smeared with dirty water, being offered a high price by Konoha, and even the organization and location being announced. He is now like Deidara, expressing a high degree of recognition for Itachiya. This guy is their kind, an artist who understands the beauty of a moment and the beauty of eternity. "I don't know," Pain Tendo said indifferently. Obito Uchiha and the others were speechless for a while. Seeing outsiders getting involved, they stopped discussing the Rinnegan and the mysterious person. Black Zetsu asked, "Now we've become the focus of the ninja world. Whether the various forces believe it or not, they will definitely send people to infiltrate and investigate. Whether we capture or kill them, it's the same as exposing ourselves. Should we move our base?" Pain of the Diva Path said indifferently, "There's no need. No matter how many people come, they will all die." Black and White Zetsu nodded, and Obito Uchiha didn't try to dissuade him. Because, the 6 paths of pain had that strength. As long as they weren't besieged by the 5 great ninja villages, exhausting Nagato's chakra, then no matter how elite the squad, or even a squad formed by the 5 Kage, if they dared to infiltrate a Megakure, they would undoubtedly die. Apart from that mysterious person with the Rinnegan unknown eye technique, no one in the ninja world is Nagato's opponent. If it weren't for the invincible Kamui, Obito Uchiha wouldn't even dare to appear before Pain of the Diva Path. Knock, knock, knock. One morning, at a certain hotel in Konoha. The sound of knocking woke up Izayoi. "Who is it? So early in the morning, what's with all the knocking?" Izayoi said with displeasure. Because he knew that Hinata and Hanabi wouldn't knock, but would wake him up gently or with a prank. So without releasing his senses, he knew that the person outside was definitely not the Hyuga sisters. Click. The person outside tried to open the door and actually turned the lock. When the door opened, a black-haired boy wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts stood at the door, looking at Izayoi with a slight frown, saying, "It's already 9:30. Why are you still sleeping? Izayoi, you're too lax." The one who came was Sasuke Uchiha. I'm not used to the bed, so I fell asleep very late." Izayoi yawned and slowly got up to put on his shoes. HMPH. Sasuke Uchiha snorted lightly, then leaned against the door with his arms crossed, saying proudly, "I heard you're homeless. Do you want to move in with me? There are still many rooms in my house." Hearing this, Izayoi's eyes lit up and he said, "That's right, I almost forgot about you, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan." A few years ago, Sasuke Uchiha would have been furious. But now, he just had black lines all over his forehead, and then stated his condition: "You have to pay rent to live in. Money is just a small matter." Izayoi waved his hand, acting generously. "I don't want money." Sasuke Uchiha looked at Izayoi with burning eyes and said, "I want your ultimate techniques." "So that's your purpose?" Izayoi immediately showed a playful smile, looked at Sasuke Uchiha, and asked, "Do you want to learn Judgment or Makohu?" "I want them all." Sasuke Uchiha said greedily, "I also want to learn that fire-style Gaia energy cannon. Then the rent is too expensive. I'd rather stay in a hotel." Izayoi shook his head, continuing to tease Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha couldn't stand being teased and quickly said, "As long as you're willing to teach me, you can have anything you want, or I can do anything for you." Not enough sincerity. Izayoi snorted lightly, picked up his white robe, and walked into the private bathroom to wash up and change. Sasuke Uchiha stood at the door with a frown, pondering Izayoi's words. Why isn't it sincere enough? He's willing to give everything he has, even the Uchiha clan's territory. As long as Izayoi wants it, he'll immediately apply to the village to get the land deed back. He's even willing to be Izayoi's subordinate, and do whatever Izayoi wants him to do. Isn't that sincere enough? Could it be that Izayoi wants him to get the land deed back first and present it to him as a gift? Suddenly, Sasuke Uchiha seemed to remember something, and the cold and handsome young man's expression suddenly stiffened, and then he fell into entanglement. But thinking of the powerful Gaia energy cannon and storm release, Judgment, as well as the terrifying Makohu, Sasuke Uchiha took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. When Izayoi came out of the private bathroom, he immediately tensed up, stuttering, "Be big, brother, no, L leader." Izayoi was slightly stunned, looking at Sasuke Uchiha, whose whole body was covered in goosebumps and surrounded by static electricity, and he also got a layer of goosebumps from the awkwardness. But a pleasant emotion replaced the embarrassment. Cough cough. Izayoi coughed lightly and nodded with satisfaction. There is sincerity, but not enough literary talent. What do you mean? Seeing that Izayoi didn't laugh at him, Sasuke Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and was distracted, looking confused. But Izayoi's next words made the proud young master's face turn red instantly. Izayoi made a cupped fist gesture and said in a literary manner, "You should say it like this, Sasuke, drifting for many years, I have not met a wise brother. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to become your sworn brother." Or you can say, "If you don't abandon me, I am willing to follow you, or become your adopted father. Although we are of similar age, I don't mind having another adopted son." At the end, Izayoi looked at Sasuke Uchiha, whose head was steaming, his face flushed red, like Tom the cat, with a mischievous smile. "Izayoi, I'm going to kill you." A roar shook the entire hotel. Just like exchanging blows with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha directly pounced on Izayoi, and the two quickly wrestled together. However, Izayoi's words eased the young man's embarrassment and turned the previous events into a joke. In the end, Izayoi agreed to teach him the ultimate techniques, and Sasuke Uchiha, who was beaten into a pig's head, reluctantly forgave Izayoi. After packing his luggage and storing it in the ceiling scroll, Izayoi checked out and walked out of the hotel with Sasuke Uchiha. On the way, Izayoi asked, "Do you have any ingredients at home?" "No, I'm too lazy to run so far to buy things." Sasuke Uchiha said, "When I'm hungry, I'll catch fish or hunt." "Then let's go buy ingredients first," Izayoi said, "and some kitchen utensils and seasonings. After all, Hinata will come over at any time." Thinking of Hinata's appetite, Sasuke Uchiha nodded silently. After the three of them finished training, when they had a picnic, he basically had to catch fish for an hour to get a mouthful of food. Unless they hunted a giant beast. That woman, when she's 7/10 full, she's on par with Choji Akamichi. When she's going all out, even Choji Akamichi is no match. She's simply a monster. But thinking of the burden on Hinata's chest, Sasuke Uchiha sneered again. So what if she can eat a lot? So what if her chakra is stronger than his? Even if she masters lightning release chakra stimulation of cells faster than him, her speed is not as fast as his. If it weren't for those Byakugan, as long as he could seize an opening, he could end the battle with a set of pressure points. And with the gentle step twin lion fists, which can kill an enemy with one hit, that woman's taijutsu is definitely not his opponent. When he learns the form transformation of lightning release chakra, and Izayoi's ultimate techniques, that woman will no longer be his opponent. Chapter 88 Uchiha Itachi, what do you want to do to my little brother? Oh, you two are really close. Don't tell me you're on a date. Sakura and Hinata will be so heartbroken if they find out. Just as Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha were buying ingredients and cooking utensils, a sarcastic voice that deserved a beating suddenly rang in their ears as they were heading to the next store. Following the direction of the voice, Sasuke Uchiha's forehead immediately creased with black lines. Itachi raised his hand in response. "Good morning, John and Kakashi." "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Sasuke Uchiha walked over and asked. "I'm waiting for someone." Kakashi Hatake leaned against a pillar, holding "Make Out Paradise" in his hand, while his right eye glanced almost imperceptibly at the dumpling shop next to him. Through the Norin curtain, two figures could be seen sitting inside, enjoying tea and dumplings. They were wearing black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, acting against the wind. After all, the ninja involved in the Konoha Crush plan, and the ninja active in the black market, were no strangers to this uniform. Sensing Kakashi Hatake's gaze, Sasuke Uchiha was about to follow his line of sight. At this moment, a female voice entered their ears. "Kakashi, Itachi, Sasuke, what are you doing here?" Turning their heads, they saw Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi entering their field of vision. "Teacher Kurenai, John and Asuma." Itachi still greeted them politely. "Are you two on a date?" Kakashi Hatake still had that annoying look on his face, teasing them. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi both blushed slightly. Before they could respond, a gust of wind blew past them. Looking at the dumpling shop, the figures inside had already disappeared. "I have something to do, I'll leave first." Kakashi Hatake put away his little yellow book, nodded to Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, and then disappeared in a body flicker. Understanding his intention, and also seeing clearly what the gust of wind was just now, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi also nodded, and without even greeting Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, they disappeared in a body flicker. Taking everything into his eyes, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't help but furrow his brows. What are these Jonin doing? They went to chase your brother. Itachi kindly reminded him, your brother was sitting there eating dumplings just now, didn't you see him? My brother. Sasuke Uchiha was stunned for a moment, then, after reacting, his expression suddenly became ferocious, and he said urgently, Itachi Uchiha was here just now. Yes, but he's gone now. Without saying a word, Sasuke Uchiha used lightning release chakra to stimulate his cells and increase his speed, heading towards the direction Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi had gone, disappearing in a body flicker. Watching his disappearing back, Itachi's lips curled up slightly, and he murmured, after this blow, you should be even more eager for power, so you will have the determination to pursue evolution, and the will to bear the price. My leek is finally growing to the stage where it can be harvested again. On the bank of a river separating the forest. Two figures wearing black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, and wearing hats with wind chimes attached, were blocked by Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. As expected, we were discovered. Kisame Hoshigaki took off his hat, grinned, revealing a row of shark teeth, and laughed. The leader is too extreme, secretly cooperating with Orochimaru, infiltrating Konoha to kill people, and didn't even notify us afterwards. But you Konoha people look down on others too much, don't you? Only 2 people dare to stop us. Monster of the Hidden Mist, Kisame Hoshigaki, an S-rank missing nin from the village hidden in the mist. Kurenai Yuhi immediately recognized Kisame Hoshigaki's identity. Asuma Sarutobi took out his trench knives and put them on. Looking at the two with murderous intent in his eyes, he said, is that guy with the Rinnegan your leader? The Konoha Crush plan also had a part of your Akatsuki organization in it. Now you're sending the 2 of you over here, is it in response to our wanted posters? If that's the case, the 2 of you should stay here today. Hey, Kisame Hoshigaki grinned again, then smiled at the person next to him, Mr. Itachi, are the ninja from your Konoha all so arrogant? Mr. Asuma, Ms. Kurenai, long time no see. Itachi Uchiha also took off his hat, his scarlet Sharingan with 3 tomo staring at the surprised faces of Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, and said lightly, please don't interfere with us, I don't want to kill you. Hey. After being shocked, Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help but sneer, this speaking style doesn't seem like the ruthless person who wiped out his own clan. Itachi Uchiha. Just as the 4 were looking at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. A roar full of hatred, carrying the sound of Chidori chirping and electric currents intersecting, entered the ears of the 4 people. Immediately, a figure flashing with electric light appeared out of thin air behind Itachi Uchiha, holding a ball of blue and white lightning in his hand, his eyes with double tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, stabbing towards Itachi Uchiha's heart with a face full of murderous intent. Die, you beast. Facing Sasuke Uchiha's deadly blow from behind, Itachi Uchiha remained calm. The next second, just like when Tenten faced Temari, Itachi Uchiha's body only swayed slightly, and his figure shifted to the side of Sasuke Uchiha's palm, and the Chidori missed. Then, one hand grabbed his wrist, throwing Sasuke Uchiha into the forest, slamming heavily into a big tree. Before Sasuke Uchiha could even grunt, Itachi Uchiha appeared in front of him, one hand grabbing his neck and lifting him up, while the other hand grabbed the still flashing lightning palm, and with a gentle force, dislocated his wrist. Sasuke Uchiha, who was being choked by the neck, couldn't even let out a scream, his face flushed red. However, his eyes showed no sign of surrender, still staring at Itachi Uchiha with hatred and murderous intent, as if wanting to kill him with his gaze. Sasuke, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi's expressions changed drastically, and they were about to go over to save him. At this moment, a large sword wrapped in bandages swept across like a blunt weapon, forcing both of them back. Kisame Hoshigaki was seen holding Samahata, grinning and laughing, it's a reunion for brothers, we shouldn't disturb them. Sorry, this road is blocked. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi looked at each other, then nodded. Immediately, the two cooperated tacitly, the former holding the trench knives wrapped in wind-release nature transformation, rushing towards Kisame Hoshigaki, while the latter quickly formed hand seals, her body twisting, disappearing like a mirage. Then, Kurenai Yuhi's upper body emerged from above Sasuke Uchiha's head, holding a kunai and stabbing towards Itachi Uchiha, trying to force him back with such an illusion. Don't disturb us, Ms. Kurenai. However, Itachi Uchiha just raised his eyes and glanced at her expressionlessly, and the three-tomo Sharingan rotating once burst out with invisible yin-release chakra, instantly making Kurenai Yuhi's expression sluggish, and the illusion disappeared. And her main body appeared not far away, unable to move. After instantly defeating Kurenai Yuhi, Itachi Uchiha looked at the constantly struggling Sasuke Uchiha and said indifferently, "Only double Tomo Sharingan, it seems your hatred for me is not enough, foolish little brother, let me help you." Having said that, the three Tomo in Itachi Uchiha's eyes instantly transformed into black lines, forming a shuriken pattern. He was about to use his Mangekyo Sharingan's power, which diminished with each use, to cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke Uchiha, making him relive the night of the massacre and intensifying his hatred towards himself. Hey! At this moment, a voice suddenly entered his ears. "Itachi Uchiha, what do you think you're doing to my little brother?" Whoosh! Before he could release his eye power, the piercing sound of the air being torn apart, along with a deadly threat, forced Itachi Uchiha to abandon Sasuke Uchiha without hesitation and disappear in a flash. Almost the instant he vanished, a white laser beam flew through his original position. Immediately afterward, this laser beam streaked towards Asuma Sarutobi and Kisame Hoshigaki, who were currently engaged in battle. The two quickly leapt into the air to evade, with the former landing on a tree and the latter landing on the river surface where Itachi Uchiha had appeared. At the same time, he sheathed Samahata, formed a simplified hand seal, and shouted, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." The river surface churned up a huge current, forming a water dragon that collided with the oncoming laser beam. Although this water dragon was as thin as paper and was easily cut through by the laser, it successfully weakened the laser's power. As if knowing that the laser could no longer harm the opponent, the caster stopped wasting unnecessary chakra. Crushing the storm release light orb of transformed chakra in his hand, Izayoi walked up to Sasuke Uchiha, who was sitting on the ground, panting heavily, and asked, "Are you alright?" I'm fine," Sasuke Uchiha replied in a hoarse voice, then looked at Itachi Uchiha standing on the river surface, once again losing his composure and shouting, "Izayoi, help me kill him." "That's a bit difficult, let's give it a try, while they still don't know my information." Izayoi turned to look at Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, then raised his hand and quickly condensed an energy ball the size of a basketball. "This is Rasengan. How is it so big?" Kisame Hoshigaki said with a surprised expression, "And that storm release just now, Mr. Itachi, this kid seems to be very familiar with your younger brother, he even seems to be your younger brother's boss, do you know him? He was the top student of Sasuke's class, seems to be a commoner orphan." Itachi Uchiha still had an impression of Izayoi, and at the same time, he was surprised by Izayoi's strength. Commoner orphan. Kisame Hoshigaki was slightly stunned, looking at the Samahata trembling in his hand. He smiled playfully, "Chakra that even Samahata craves, that's not something a commoner orphan can have. Looks like this one should be a member of the vanished Senju. Mr. Itachi, let me play with him for a while." Kisame Hoshigaki was eager to test his strength. Itachi Uchiha said calmly, "No, your techniques are too loud. Our identities and organization have already been exposed, and there should be a large number of ninjas coming this way now." The next second, both of their expressions changed drastically. They saw that inside the energy ball in Izayoi's hand, 3 small energy balls suddenly emerged. If it were just a simple, attribute-less chakra energy ball, it wouldn't be enough to make the 2 level experts' expressions change drastically. The main thing was that as soon as the 3 small energy balls condensed, they immediately turned into 3 colors. Respectively, the transparent white of wind, the yellowish-brown of earth, and the orange-red of fire. Then, these 3 colors of small energy balls suddenly rotated rapidly clockwise. After a few rotations, one of the small energy balls, being cheap, rotated counterclockwise, colliding with the other 2 small energy balls. In an instant, the 3 colors mixed together, but instead of causing the large energy ball to explode, it turned the blue energy wall of the energy ball into a glass-like transparency, with a fist-sized white light ball wrapped inside. Anyone with sensory techniques could feel the terrifying energy contained within this white light ball. Especially Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, who had activated their Sharingan, could see that the chakra within that light ball was full of destructive aura. Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, who both had some understanding of the information of the top powerhouses in the ninja world, were no strangers to this technique, although its shape was different. Before Kisame Hoshigaki could speak, he saw Izayoi on the shore throw the transparent white energy ball in his hand towards them. Are you kidding me? Dust release can be thrown out. Kisame Hoshigaki no longer looked playful and cursed loudly. Get out of here. Itachi Uchiha quickly teleported away, and Kisame Hoshigaki followed closely behind. Asuma Sarutobi, who was on the shore, and Kurenai Yuhi, who had broken the demonic illusion, tree-binding death technique, did not dare to pursue, but quickly turned around and flew into the forest. I overdid it. Izayoi, who had succeeded in one attempt and hadn't even had time to name the move, also had a slight change in expression, then he picked up Sasuke Uchiha and ran. Whoosh! The white light ball inside the transparent white light sphere, which was thrown onto the river surface, suddenly shattered like a fragile object being hit. The white light inside, like magma erupting from a volcano, not only instantly filled the entire sphere, but also caused the sphere to rapidly enlarge. The transparent energy wall was still there, indicating that the white light had not broken through the energy ball, but had only expanded the sphere of the energy ball. However, the speed at which the energy ball grew was too fast, like a tailed beast ball exploding. Turning his head to look at the wall of light that was engulfing them, moving faster than their teleportation, and was clearly a silent explosion, Itachi Uchiha suddenly shed a line of blood tears from the corner of his eye, his pupils widened. Amaterasu. Black inextinguishable flames appeared out of nowhere, covering the wall of light. But the next second, the inextinguishable flames, which rarely had any way to be dealt with other than sealing, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be precise, it was decomposed by a higher level of power. Mr. Itachi, help me hold them back for 2 seconds. Kisame Hoshigaki quickly formed hand seals. Itachi Uchiha didn't say anything, but released an astonishing eye power, transforming into a giant orange-red arm, holding a shield, and colliding with the advancing wall of light. This time, the advancing speed of the wall of light finally slowed down. It was also at this moment that Kisame Hoshigaki shouted, "Water release, water shark bullet technique." A huge water shark leapt out of the water, swallowed Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, and after sinking into the water, swam away at an extremely fast speed. Boom! No matter how far they swam, the two heard a belated earth-shattering explosion in the water. Looking down from a god's eye view, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared in a river that divided the forest into 2 sides. The ball of light was like a constantly expanding lid, covering the surrounding trees and rivers with a very astonishing area. Although the sound of the explosion was loud, there was no energy diffusion, not even aftershocks. Moreover, the disappearance speed of the light ball was also very fast. After the light ball disappeared, a smooth and incomparable large pit, without any debris or traces of explosion inside, appeared. The river water flowed into it, and it was believed that Konoha would soon have a lake. Chapter 89. I got my little brother, so nice. What a terrifying explosion. After the earth-shattering explosion disappeared, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai returned to the battlefield. Standing on the treetop, they looked at the large pit in front of them, which would take some time to fill even with river water flowing in, and their eyes trembled. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly looked at Yuhi Kurenai and asked, "Kurenai, did your student really not develop the storm release Kekkei Genkei, or the dust release Kekkei Tota?" Izanami is not a liar, unless he doesn't want to say. Yuhi Kurenai shook her head and said, "During the Chunin exams, I already asked him. Storm release is his nature transformation that uses that enlarged Rasengan as the core, and then injects 2 types of nature transformation into it, forcibly fused using ultra-high-speed rotation and top-level shape transformation. He can't directly convert chakra into storm release nature transformation yet." Hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but exclaim, "What terrifying chakra control and ninjutsu talent. This is beyond what a genius can describe. Even the old man in his prime was far inferior to him." Yes. Yuhi Kurenai seemed to think of something, and said with a wry smile and some relief, "After the 5th Hokage takes office, I may have to consider retiring. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to have my student protect the Jonin while on a mission." Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he thought of his 3 students, and suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. A lazy bum, a beauty-loving teen bully, and a gluttonous fatty. Yuhi Kurenai can retire early and live a free Jonin life. Even if she encounters a big mission that requires a supervising Jonin in the future, she will still have powerful subordinates to back her up. What about him? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but light a cigarette. Not long after, Hitaki Kakashi also arrived late with Might Guy and a group of Jonin. Izanami didn't know or care about the shock and reaction of the Jonin. After throwing out that dust release energy ball, he took Uchiha Sasuke back to the city in a flash. On the way, Izanami put Uchiha Sasuke down and took him back to his arm bones. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was gloomy and silent, Izanami smiled and said, "Do you feel very unwilling, hating your own weakness?" Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded heavily. Having not been caught in Tsukuyomi and repeatedly seeing the massacre scene countless times, he didn't have the psychological distortion and darkening that he had when he woke up in the original story. However, at this moment, his heart was also filled with a thirst for power. He was too weak. So weak that he finally saw his enemy, but was completely powerless. "Do you want to become stronger?" Izanami at this time looked very much like Orochimaru, his tone full of bewitchment. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded vigorously again, his eyes staring straight at Izanami. Knowing what his eyes meant, Izanami smiled and said, "Just judgment and Narukami cannon won't kill that man. Even that ultimate skill just now, even with the advantage of intelligence, failed to kill Uchiha Itachi." Looking at Izanami, who said this but had a confident smile on his face, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Izanami, do you have a way to make me stronger, or to kill that man?" "There are risks." Izanami stared at Uchiha Sasuke and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid of death?" Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned, and then grinned with hatred in his eyes. "Do you remember what I said before the Chunin exams? As long as I can obtain the power to kill that man, I am willing to give my life and soul to the devil. The real me died 5 years ago, what is there to fear?" Uchiha Sasuke said to Izanami with a serious expression, "No matter what method it is, just use it on me. If I die, then it means that I am only so-so. Please, Izanami, when your strength is enough in the future, help me and the Uchiha clan kill that man, please." After speaking, the proud young master was about to put down his dignity and prepare to do a Dageza posture towards Izanami. At this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed him. "Don't be so serious." Izanami patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder and joked with a smile, "I just said there are risks, and there are ways to reduce the risks. Besides, this is the first time I've taken in a younger brother, how can I let you die easily? After you take revenge, you still have to work for me in the future. After I kill that man, my life will be yours," Uchiha Sasuke said with a serious expression, making a man's oath. "We'll talk about it then, be prepared for hellish training." Izanami waved his hand, pretending not to care, but a curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The second subordinate, and also a perfect deputy, is in hand. Oni-chan, the scenery here is so beautiful." Izanami had just moved into Uchiha Sasuke's house. The Hyuga sisters came to visit the next day. On the bank of the Naka River, Izanami was sitting on a beach chair, fishing and picnicking with Hanabi. Lying in Izanami's arms, Hanabi ate her favorite banana while looking around. Her eyes fell on the galaxy-like waterfall, and as if she had discovered something, she said excitedly, "Oni-chan, look at that waterfall, there's a cave inside. Do you think there are treasures inside?" "No, there's only a pile of rubble," Izanami smiled and said, "because that cave was blasted out by Oni-chan when he was practicing ninjutsu." "So amazing," as expected of Oni-chan, Hanabi immediately looked at Izanami with eyes full of admiration. Shirayuya, pleased by the emotional value he received, continued, "Back then, your brother was only around 7 or 8 years old, about the same age as Hanabi." Hearing this, Hanabi stopped providing emotional value and pouted her little mouth, saying, "Brother was so amazing when he was 7 or 8, teaching sister so many things, but he only taught Hanabi how to climb trees with her feet and splash in the water. Brother is biased." Shirayuya rubbed his little sister-in-law's face and laughed, "I'm not teaching you now because you're still building a foundation. Just be secretly happy. Your brother only awakened his physical healing ability 2 years ago. Your sister was already 10 years old then. When you turn 10, you will definitely surpass Hinata's level at 10 years old in every aspect." In every aspect. Hanabi's beautiful eyes lit up, then she looked down at her flat chest, raising her head expectantly and saying, "Will Hanabi be as big as sister by then?" Shirayuya was silenced by this question. He didn't want to discourage Hanabi, so he turned his head to the other side and changed the subject, saying, "The battle is almost over. Your sister is about to win." In the distance, on the rushing river, Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke were engaged in an intense taijutsu battle. Because his chakra was far inferior to Hinata's, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't exert his full speed on the water surface and was suppressed throughout the entire fight. Before the Byakugan's perceptive abilities, he couldn't even touch the hem of Hinata's clothes. On the other hand, Hinata, having discovered Uchiha Sasuke's flaws multiple times, didn't finish him off with one move but instead accompanied Uchiha Sasuke in training his chakra control. It wasn't until Uchiha Sasuke's stamina was exhausted or his emotions became unstable that Hinata used gentle step twin lion fists to end the battle with one palm. With the chakra in his meridians almost completely devoured, Uchiha Sasuke fell directly into the river, then climbed ashore, soaked and heavily panting. "Come over and rest for a bit, then we'll start the next stage." Only when Shirayu's voice came did Uchiha Sasuke get up and walk over. He sat down and ate in silence, replenishing his strength. Then, Uchiha Sasuke stared at Shirayu and asked eagerly, "What's the next stage? What's wrong with you?" Shirayu, who was putting grilled meat on Hinata's plate, frowned slightly at Uchiha Sasuke and scolded, "Although hatred can fill you with the motivation to become stronger, negative emotions can sometimes make you weaker and more extreme. I know you're eager to gain powerful strength, but if you don't have the matching mental state for this sudden surge of power, what's the difference between you and a wild beast? I originally wanted to teach you the Super Hurricane Combination Ball, but now I think I should forget about it. It would be hilarious if you killed yourself." After saying that, Shirayu took out a scroll that he had prepared earlier from the bag next to the chair and threw it in front of Uchiha Sasuke. "Next, I'll give you half a month to read all the books in the scroll. Before you fully understand them, all your other training, except for chakra control, will be temporarily suspended." "Okay." Uchiha Sasuke didn't show any dissatisfaction or flare up. He also realized that his mentality had recently developed problems and that he needed to calm down. Of course, if someone else had said this to him, Uchiha Sasuke would have scoffed at it. But since these words came from Shirayu, they should be true. After all, having known him for so many years, Shirayu's precociousness had left a deep impression on them. He was polite, respected his elders, and could maintain a rational side when facing anyone or anything. Perhaps it was this state of mind that allowed him to integrate so many types of nature transformation and control those completely new powers. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke being so well behaved, Shirayu smiled in relief and gave him a surprise. "I won't let you read the books for nothing. The knowledge inside is the foundation for an S-rank secret technique." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly, and he tightly gripped the scroll in his hand. Shirayu took out another scroll and handed it to Hinata, saying, "Hinata, this one is for you. Take a look at it when you have time." Hinata quickly grabbed the meat, stuffing her mouth full, her little face bulging like two steamed buns, while taking the scroll and casually stuffing it into the waistband of her kimono. Although he didn't know how many times he had seen this cute appearance. Shirayu still took out his camera and pressed the shutter at Hinata, under Uchiha Sasuke's disdainful gaze. "Yay!" Before the flash went off, a peace sign suddenly appeared in front of the lens, followed by the voice of a mischievous child. "Naughty, take this. It hurts, brother, I was wrong." It wasn't until dusk that the four of them packed up and left the Naka River. After sending the Hyuga sisters back to the city, Shirayu and Uchiha Sasuke returned to the clan grounds. On the way, Shirayu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Uchiha Sasuke, "Oh right, tomorrow, my new house will start demolishing the old one. Go help out then, and also call Choji to help clean up the ruins. I'll treat him to grilled meat then." "How troublesome. Why don't you go?" Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously revealed a look of disgust. Shirayu said matter-of-factly, "Aren't you my little brother? Shouldn't this kind of thing be done by a little brother?" Uchiha Sasuke was speechless and suddenly wanted to travel back in time and strangle the self who recognized a dog as his brother that day. However, looking at the scroll in his hand, he suddenly felt that it was worth it. Never mind, just treat it as sugar in the shit, making the best of a bad situation. Chapter 90, Mokuden Bloodline Limit. Human Bullet Tank. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Water Style, Water Bullet Technique. Ninja Art, Fang Passing Fang. In the morning, a spectacle appeared in the center of Konoha. Someone was openly performing the 5 elements release in public, which was strictly forbidden. However, no patrolling ninjas came to question or arrest them, because this was a demolition job that had been reported in advance. Centered around the ruined hot spring inn, several houses around it were cordoned off with isolation tape. Led by Uchiha Sasuke, the Konoha 11 were showing off their skills, using their respective ninjutsu and secret techniques to violently demolish the houses that Izayoi had bought. Several days had passed since Uchiha Itachi returned to the village. During these days, Uchiha Sasuke had been helping Izayoi with the demolition. In the beginning, only he and Akamichi Choji were helping. However, after the Konoha 11 who passed by accidentally saw this scene, they spontaneously joined in. The money didn't matter, the main thing was being able to demolish houses openly, which was much more interesting than practicing ninjutsu in the training grounds. A series of explosions rang out, and thick smoke billowed. By the time the Konoha 11 were panting and their chakra was almost exhausted, they hadn't even demolished a single house. Forget it, let me do it. Izayoi, who was wearing a hard hat and supervising the work today, shook his head, then raised his hand and condensed an energy ball the size of a Rasengan, injecting it with water and lightning release nature transformations, quickly forming a small storm release light sphere. He raised his hand and fired a wave of judgment light, and a battered house instantly collapsed. In less than 10 shots, Izayoi destroyed all the houses surrounded by the isolation tape. After finishing, Izayoi said to the team not far away, "Let's start." Yes. A team of a dozen people, fully equipped, immediately began to move, clearing the stones from the ruins. The Konoha 11, who hadn't helped just now, also joined in. However, the speed was still too slow. At this rate, it would probably take about 10 days to transport all the rubble. So, Izayoi used a forbidden technique that he had learned but hadn't used until now. He put his hands together and said, "Multiple shadow clone technique." A series of sounds like popping balloons rang out, and thick fog filled the air. When a gust of wind dispersed the white mist, 200 Izayoi began to move, 3 of the shadow clones rushing towards the Naka River, preparing to bring back the sealing scrolls. Seeing Izayoi create so many clones, the Konoha 11 were surprised. "Izayoi, how do you know Naruto's technique?" Nara Shikamaru squinted at Izayoi's shadow clone and asked, "If I remember correctly, this is a forbidden technique listed in the Book of Seals." Nara Shikamaru didn't suspect that Izayoi had stolen the village's Book of Seals, and he didn't know that the Book of Seals had been stolen. The Konoha high-level officials did not publicize the Book of Seals theft, because a long time ago, the past Hokage had prepared for the risk of theft or loss, and prepared independent scrolls of forbidden techniques in advance. As long as the independent scrolls of those forbidden techniques were not lost, a new Book of Seals could be created at any time when the new Hokage took office. The only loss was that the forbidden techniques of their ninja village had leaked out, and in the future, the enemy might use the village's forbidden techniques to deal with their own people. What Nara Shikamaru was curious about was that Izayoi's identity shouldn't allow him to learn this kind of forbidden technique. Even with the Hyuga clan's help, it would be difficult to get such a forbidden technique. Could it be that Naruto taught it to him? However, Izayoi's next answer made the corners of Nara Shikamaru's mouth twitch slightly. The shadow clone who was carrying a stone turned his head and glanced at Nara Shikamaru, and said doubtfully, "Does this still need to be learned? Isn't it something you can do just by looking at it?" After saying that, the shadow clone seemed to remember something, and said with an embarrassed expression, "Oh, sorry, I forgot that you have too little chakra, so you can't learn it even if you want to. He's so annoying, I can't stand it anymore, die." Inuzuka Kiba, who happened to be passing by, immediately smashed the shadow clone into white mist with a stone. "Woof woof," Akamaru echoed. Seeing someone take the lead, the other Konoha 11 immediately joined in. As a result, they were quickly pinned to the ground and beaten up by the shadow clone's human wave tactics, begging for mercy. "Everyone has worked hard, come over and eat some fruit." At this moment, the voice of a girl came into their ears. Hyuga Hinata and Hanabi, as well as Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, pushed a fruit cart over and shouted, "Oni-chan, drink water." Hanabi, who only cared about her brother, immediately approached Izayoi and handed him a bottle of water. "Thank you, Hanabi." Izayoi's main body, who was in charge of supervising the work, took the water and smiled, touching Hanabi's head. However, when he saw that the Konoha 11 had immediately put down their work to freeload after not working for a while, his forehead was filled with black lines. How come he has a group of lazy friends in every world? Fortunately, after replenishing the chakra and stamina consumed, the Konoha 11 also began to use the shadow clone technique and officially exerted their strength. Under the concerted efforts of 200 shadow clones, the Konoha 11 who also used the shadow clone technique, and a dozen teams. The large ruins that would have taken a long time to clear were completely cleared in less than 2 days. To thank the Konoha 11 for their help, Izayoi treated them to a big meal for 2 days, spending nearly 1,000,000 taels, which was about the reward for the most ordinary S-class mission. He lost a lot. However, having fought together, worked together, and eaten together, Izayoi and others regained the feeling of being classmates, and their relationship became better. After the demolition, it was time to lay the foundation. This was a very simple matter. Just go to the Hokage building to post a mission and hire a few ninjas who are good at earth release to come and help. The original use of ninjutsu was to help people improve their lives. What would have taken several days in the previous life was done in less than half a day with ninjutsu. After laying the foundation, the next job was handed over to a professional team. Izayoi could rest. On the way back to the Uchiha clan grounds alone, Izayoi suddenly stopped, then turned his head and looked suspiciously at the forest path behind him. Is it just my imagination? Izayoi muttered, then quickened his pace and left. After he disappeared, a white face suddenly emerged from the trunk of a large tree. If the children of Konoha saw this terrifying scene, even the most unruly brats would not dare to enter the forest in the future. Looking in the direction Izayoi left, the white Zetsu clone, who only showed his face, couldn't help but sigh. What amazing perception is that kid Izayoi, whom Kisame and Itachi mentioned. Flying ninjutsu and dust release, he is simply a replica of Onoki. Konoha is so lucky that such a genius can emerge at this time. However, the white Zetsu clone did not know that his actions were seen by Izayoi. In his eyes, a blue light flashed as Izayoi thought to himself, as expected, they still came in. That's right, with such a major event occurring, how could they not send clones in to gather information? It seems there's more than one. Immediately, Izayoi gazed in a certain direction for a few seconds, a cold smile suddenly appearing on his face. The ephemeral technique is indeed powerful, able to merge with the earth, grass, and trees, perfectly concealing chakra. If they don't reveal themselves, even the Tenseigen wouldn't be able to detect them. However, as a transmigrator, Izayoi has more than one way to deal with them. Let you be proud for a few more days. When the time comes, the tables will be turned. Izayoi thought to himself. The newest novels are first published at 6_9_shu_ba_. Wood release, Great Forest Technique. The scene shifts to the Land of Waves, to a secluded location where a purple, transparent rectangular barrier rises. Inside the barrier is a dense forest. At this moment, the sounds of fighting constantly echo within the forest. Tenzo, who is captured by Izayoi's shadow clone, is using wood release within the forest, extending a large number of wooden vines from his arm, like snakes emerging from their nests, and binding them towards a youth in a black cloak whose face below the eyes is wrapped in white bandages, revealing only a pair of red eyes. Faced with the attack of these branches, the youth remains motionless. When the branches successfully bind the youth, he turns into red powder and disappears. The next second, Tenzo is struck on the back by a palm, and black tadpole-shaped curse marks spread across his back, instantly causing him to lose control of his body. Immediately, the youth's figure appears out of thin air in front of him, performing a set of 8 trigrams 64 palms, sealing Tenzo's chakra flow, with the final palm, 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, ending the battle. The youth looks down at Tenzo, who is lying on the ground coughing up blood, and after a few seconds, turns and leaves. Help him heal. As soon as the youth leaves, a man's voice echoes in the forest. Subsequently, a girl also wearing a black cloak and a white mask on her face appears in the forest, walks to Tenzo's side, squats down, and uses the mystical palm technique to heal him. Cough cough, who exactly are you people? Tenzo, whose body control has been taken away by the sealing technique and whose chakra has been sealed by gentle fist, can only move his mouth. While sizing up the girl in front of him, he coughs and stubbornly says, "If you want to torture me in this way to extract information from me, then you are too naive. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well kill me." The girl doesn't answer Tenzo. After giving him a simple treatment, the girl opens Tenzo's mouth and shoves a soldier pill into his mouth. After doing this, the girl gets up and leaves. Before long, the youth's figure reappears, releases the seal on Tenzo's body, and gives him some time to break through the acupoints. Tenzo is already numb to this. In these days, this youth tortures him at least a dozen times a day. After enduring that repulsive storm in the underground base, Tenzo thought he was doomed. But when he woke up, he found himself trapped in a barrier, becoming this youth's sparring partner. The youth initially only knew the 5 basic nature transformations, but slowly began to display the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. However, his eyes are not the Byakugan, but the legendary red-eye Kekkei Genkei that can restrain the Byakugan. Then there are various sealing techniques and advanced 5 basic nature transformations. The youth's growth rate shocked Tenzo. In just less than 5 days, the youth's strength went from being evenly matched to completely crushing him. But precisely because of this, the youth hasn't killed him. The barrier and the person behind the scenes also don't seem to have any intention of killing him or interrogating him. Even when he is injured, someone is sent to heal him and feed him soldier pills to restore his strength. It's too strange. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Tenzo will not give up, and can only continue to fight with the youth, looking for a chance to escape. Just as Rinmara and Tenzo began a new round of confrontation. Outside the barrier, Izayoi's shadow clone also said to Karen, who came out, "Karen, you can go back now." "Izayoi-kun, do you not need my help anymore?" Karen said somewhat reluctantly. "It's not that, but I have good news to tell you." Izayoi smiled. "The 5th Hokage of Konoha is about to take office. The main body might go to find you in a few days and then recommend you to join Konoha, so you should go back and pack your things and wait for the main body to go and find you." "Really?" Karen's eyes lit up immediately, and then she nodded repeatedly. "I understand, I'll go back and pack my things now." "Yes, thank you for your hard work during this time." Izayoi nodded slightly. "It's not hard work, this is what I should do." Karen shook her head and waved with a smile. "Then I'll go back and prepare first." "Izayoi-kun, you go ahead and do your things. If you need help, just tell me." "Yes, goodbye." Whether it's due to Karen's fate or the rewards of hard work, it's unknown. Less than 2 hours after Karen left, Izayoi, who was controlling Rinmara to fight Tenzo for the 3rd time, finally saw a purple beam of light flying out of Tenzo's body this time. At that moment, Izayoi felt as if he had unloaded some heavy burden, feeling relaxed all over. It finally dropped. This damn drop rate, is it just because it's called wood release? Izayoi couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, Izayoi also knew that it wasn't because of wood release, but because of this new mechanism. The drop rates for defeating and killing were completely different. To be precise, in all mechanisms, the drop rate for killing an enemy is higher than that of defeating an enemy. After all, the former can repeatedly farm entries, while the latter is either a hit or a miss. Finally, obtaining a means to restrain the ephemeral technique, Izayoi, who was already in transformation technique state, immediately controlled the puppet to release the 4 violet flames formation and came to Tenzo, whose body control had once again been taken away by the 4 limbs heavy seal. "Are you going to kill me?" Looking at the person behind the scenes who finally appeared, Tenzo prepared himself for death. "Thank you for your hard work, sleep for a few years now." Izayoi raised his hand and placed it on Tenzo's head, and after saying this, he used a sealing technique to seal Tenzo's consciousness. Taking out a scroll and retrieving the stone coffin that Karen brought, Izayoi sealed Tenzo in the stone coffin and performed the sealing technique again. Then, he went to a large mountain, blasted a cave, put the stone coffin inside, and then sealed the cave before taking the puppet back to the ninja continent. After returning to the ninja continent, the shadow clone immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke, returning the control of the puppet to the main body. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 91, The Battle of the Old Vixens. Tsunade returns to the village. Ding! You have obtained the talent entry. Bloodline limit would release purple. Merge or decompose. Merge. Although the system's voice was devoid of emotion, at this moment, it sounded like heavenly music to Izayoi's ears. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly merged this cross-border entry. In the next second, a new entry was added to Izayoi's entry column. Bloodline limit would release purple. Behind would release, there was also a bracket with a plus sign, indicating that it could be upgraded. Izayoi's points savings had already exceeded the 100,000 mark, enough to upgrade 10 purple entries to gold entries, or 1 gold entry to a red entry. Although upgrading would release only required 9,999 points, Izayoi still didn't upgrade it, because that would just be a waste of points. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Obito, Yamato, and Black and White Zetsu had already personally proven that what's strong is never would release, but Hashirama Senju, who even with half of Kurama and Naruto Uzumaki's chakra combined, was almost comparable to him. Hashirama Senju, who developed the sage body to its peak, could make any ninjutsu and bloodline limit shine in his hands. If Hashirama Senju had mastered Dust Release, then Dust Release would be the most amazing ability, the bloodline evolution surpassing bloodline limits, truly deserving of the name. Without the Yang Release chakra of the Sage body level, Wood Release is just a decent bloodline limit, capable of nurturing an ace combatant like Yamato. Having the Tenseigan, Izayoi actually didn't need Wood Release at all. However, in order to accelerate the growth of the leak called Uchiha Sasuke, and to deal with Black and White Zetsu's Mayfly technique, Izayoi needed to use Wood Release. Now that it had finally dropped, Izayoi could also deal with those disgusting things and turn Konoha into a completely clean place. Thus, Izayoi, wearing colored contact lenses, activated the Tenseigan, switched his perspective to the villa in Sakura Street, and controlled a puppet responsible for guarding it, opened the safe, and took out a red scroll. Opening the scroll, various Wood Release ninjutsu immediately entered Izayoi's eyes. This scroll was precisely the Wood Release scroll that Danzo Shimura gave to Yamato in the original story, and it was also one of Danzo Shimura's treasures. However, this scroll didn't contain Hashirama Senju's Wood Release 3-piece set, which were Wood Release, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, and Wood Release, Wood Human Technique. Naturally, it also didn't have the ultimate technique Sage Art Wood Release, True Several Thousand Hands, Top Transformed Buddha. Izayoi didn't care, he opened the Wood Release scroll just to take a look at the Wood Release body replacement technique. If Black and White Zetsu's impersonation technique and Mayfly technique, as well as the Spore technique, were the ultimate versions of the body replacement technique, transformation technique, and vanishing body technique, these 5 basic techniques, then Wood Release's body replacement technique was the most advanced body replacement technique. Although it couldn't compare to Black and White Zetsu's 3 great skills, it completely crushed the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique. Izayoi only glanced at it a few times and learned these 3 basic Wood Release ninjutsu. Then, he learned 2 more practical Wood Release ninjutsu and retracted his gaze. Izayoi took the fishing rod to the yard and asked Sasuke Uchiha, who was sitting cross-legged on the veranda reading a book, "Sasuke, do you want to go fishing together?" "No, go find Hinata and Hanabi to accompany you." Sasuke Uchiha said without raising his head, "I have a feeling that the C rank and above mission system is about to restart soon, and we might have to go out on missions by then. While I still have time, I want to read a little more." Sasuke Uchiha suddenly looked up at Izayoi, shook the book in his hand, and asked, "By the way, is the S-rank ultimate technique you mentioned a medical type? It can be considered an auxiliary type between medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques." Izayoi thought for a moment, waved his hand, and smiled, "Anyway, you'll definitely like it, so keep it up." Instantly leaving Sasuke Uchiha's house, Izayoi didn't go to find Hinata and Hanabi, but came to the Naka River alone. Taking out a beach chair from the sealing scroll, Izayoi began to bait the fish hook, and then with a beautiful cast, he began his afternoon as a fisherman. After a few minutes, seeing that there was no movement at all, Izayoi began to chum the water. Grabbing a handful of bait and throwing it into the water, he used the float to try to attract other fish to approach. He looked like a professional fisherman. But no one noticed that among the handful of bait that Izayoi threw out, there was a white seed that followed the current to the downstream section of the river. A figure, soaked to the bone, climbed up from the bank of the downstream section of the river. It was Izayoi's wood transformation wood clone. As soon as the wood clone came ashore, it instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already come to the cliff above the Naka River. Hiding in a tree hole, the wood clone reached out and touched the ground, infiltrating its wood release chakra into the ground, but instead of causing branches to sprout out of the ground, it used the tree roots to spread the chakra out, connecting with the roots of plants and underground water flow in all directions, within a 1-kilometer radius. Without having to use the Kagura Mind's Eye, nor activating the Tenseigan, the wood clone's wood release chakra captured a special chakra existing underground in this area. This special chakra was attached to a tree root, assimilating with it, so that even the strongest sensing technique couldn't detect it. Even if one could see through the earth, one could only see that tree root. But in this world, there is no perfect ninjutsu. Just like attribute counters, any ninjutsu has the ability to counter it. And wood release, which is the fusion of water release nature transformation and earth release nature transformation, can counter the mayfly technique, which can merge with the earth and vegetation and needs to use organic matter networks such as plant roots and underground water flow to move at high speed. After finding the location of the white Zetsu clone, the wood clone didn't even need to form hand seals and whispered, would release silent killing binding technique. In an instant, the tree root that the white Zetsu clone was attached to suddenly came to life. The tree root grew rapidly, wrapping the chakra attached to it like wrapping a rice dumpling, and at the same time, a terrifying suction force devoured the chakra, not giving the opponent a chance to escape at high speed. At the same time, tadpole-shaped black runes appeared on the tree root, sealing the consciousness of the white Zetsu clone. Damn it, I've been discovered. Almost at the moment when the white Zetsu clone was sealed, all the white Zetsu clones distributed in Konoha, and even in various places in the ninja world, felt as if a white line had flashed through their minds, and they knew which clone had an accident in the first place. In the next second, the white Zetsu clones hiding in various places in Konoha unhesitatingly fled Konoha. Black and white Zetsu, who were in the state of mayfly technique, wandering the ninja world to collect information, suddenly poked their heads out of the ground. The white Zetsu among them no longer looked playful, his face heavy, and said, "The mayfly technique has been cracked, and a white Zetsu clone sent to Konoha has been discovered and captured." Black Zetsu, who was connected to white Zetsu with mental possession, also learned of this news, and his black face seemed even darker. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "The ability of the mayfly technique is to merge with the earth, grass, and trees, so even the strongest sensing techniques cannot detect it. Even a barrier cannot stop the movement of the mayfly technique. Even if its location is discovered, as long as the reaction is extremely fast, powerful earth release ninjutsu will be useless. To be able to capture a white Zetsu clone silently, this is definitely not something ninjutsu can do. Is it a secret technique, or a keke genkai? I don't know. That clone was sealed instantly, and there wasn't even time to share the information back." White Zetsu shook his head and asked, "Should we continue to send clones over?" Black Zetsu was slightly silent, not saying anything. Knowing that he was in thought, white Zetsu didn't disturb him. After a moment, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Black Zetsu's face, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "There's no need to send any more. This may be good news, perhaps." "Good news? How so?" White Zetsu asked in confusion. "We seem to have overlooked something very important." Black Zetsu looked up at the sky, his smile playful. "Hagoromo's unfilial son only took away one branch of the clan. He still has another branch of the clan left in the ninja world. For thousands of years, they have abandoned their original surname." Hearing this, White Zetsu immediately widened his eyes. "Are you saying, the Hyuga clan?" "Don't rule out that possibility," Black Zetsu said, stating his analysis. "There are very few abilities that can break the mayfly technique. At least in the last 1,000 years, I have never seen one. However, even I didn't dare to get close to those two unfilial sons back then. If it's the Rinnegan and that unknown eye technique, it might be able to see through the mayfly technique. If that's the case, it means that the mysterious guy doesn't come from the moon, but someone from the Hyuga clan's bloodline, has had a reversion to their ancestors." "I see." White Zetsu was slightly enlightened, then excitedly asked, "Then should we investigate the Hyuga clan? Who do you think is most likely to awaken that eye technique, Hiyashi Hyuga? An eye technique containing the power of all things in nature must have a huge amount of chakra to support it," Black Zetsu said pointedly. "If someone in the Hyuga clan has an unreasonable amount of chakra, then she is most likely. What if no one fits the bill? Then don't rule out that branch secretly sending their most outstanding children to Konoha. We can observe those white-haired guys. Kakashi Hatake fits the bill. Before he transplanted the Sharingan, his chakra was very amazing. It's not him. If he was from that branch, then even without the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the Sharingan would have no side effects on him," Black Zetsu said with certainty. "Okay." White Zetsu nodded, then said with a troubled face, "But the mayfly technique has been seen through, and white Zetsu clones may not be able to infiltrate Konoha. If the mayfly technique doesn't work, then the impersonation technique will," Black Zetsu sneered. "That's right." White Zetsu's eyes lit up. "We can disguise ourselves as Konoha ninjas to sneak in, or even take the identity of a Hyuga clan member. Even if we are discovered, it's just sacrificing a clone." No sooner said than done, White Zetsu immediately began to act. 16 Knights was unaware of the reaction from Black and White Zetsu. If he knew, he would definitely sigh. A 1,000-year-old schemer is indeed not simple. But he is still better. After all, Black Zetsu's thinking has not jumped out of the logical circle. He never would have thought that an outsider could perfectly replicate the ancestral-level Otsutsuki bloodline, and it's not white hair. Also able to fly, whether it is the Konoha high level, or White Zetsu clone, or subconsciously thought 16 Knights mastered the Earth-style lightweight rock technique, or similar Earth-style ninjutsu, rather than the Akatsuki leader and mysterious man. After all, 16 Knights' background is too innocent. Even the huge chakra can be explained by the awakening of the Uzumaki or Senju bloodline across generations. These two bloodlines are descendants of the Yang release Sage body, and have nothing to do with the Yin release Eye technique Rinnegan. The scene returns to the Naka River. After sealing the white Zetsu clone, the wood clone used wood release to transport the Zongzi buried underground to the ground, and then disappeared in an instant, changing places to continue exploring the underground, to see how many white Zetsu clones are hidden in Konoha. 16 Knights then got up, floated to the cliff, and walked to the Zongzi. To avoid accidents, 16 Knights first used wood transformation to turn into an ordinary middle-aged man before unwrapping the tree roots that wrapped the Zongzi. The white Zetsu clone inside was already unconscious. "Let me see, is your brain empty, or is it full?" 16 Knights muttered, then reached out and put his hand on the white Zetsu clone's head, whispering, "Ninjutsu mind-reading technique." As soon as the Yin release chakra penetrated into the white Zetsu clone's brain, 16 Knights' face was full of disappointment. Obviously, the white Zetsu clone's brain is empty. This means that 16 Knights cannot obtain the two great skills of Mayfly technique and impersonation technique from the white Zetsu clone through the mind-reading technique. If he could get the Mayfly technique and impersonation technique, then coupled with the wood clone that can absorb chakra and be self-sufficient, 16 Knights alone would be worth 100,000 white Zetsu. At that time, the offense and defense will really be reversed. But this is also within 16 Knights' expectations. After all, the biggest advantage of a transmigrator has always been knowing the plot. After sealing the white Zetsu clone and throwing it into the cave for a second seal, 16 Knights jumped into the river, caught a few fish, and went home to show off to Sasuke Uchiha. Fishermen, never empty-handed. In this way, time came to August 22, Konoha year 60. It has been exactly half a month since the Konoha Crush plan. During this period, Konoha ninjas can only do two types of tasks. One is D-level tasks within the village, and the other is to go out to collect information about Orochimaru and Otogakur by order. In addition to these two types of tasks, the Hokage building directly shut down the task system and rejected any requests from outsiders. The village will not restart the task system until a new Hokage is appointed. Not having tasks to do for such a long time has also made the number of ninjas on the streets of Konoha very large. Although morale has dropped to the lowest point, it is not enough to cause panic. However, on this day, Konoha suddenly became lively. Because someone claimed that he saw two legendary ninjas at the entrance of the village, one of whom was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and second Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, the medical saint of the ninja world, Tsunade. For a time, the news that Tsunade-sama had returned to Konoha to succeed the Hokage, no one knows who said it, quickly spread throughout Konoha. Morale instantly rebounded. Chapter 92, A Romantic Moment, Chunin. August 25. Early this morning, Hinata and Hanabi arrived at Sasuke Uchiha's house. Izanami-kun, Sasuke-kun, today is the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. I brought your clothes. See if they fit. Hinata and Hanabi weren't wearing kimonos today. Instead, they wore long pants and white shirts with a red fire symbol embroidered on the back. Because the clothes fit so well, the burden on Hinata's chest caused the shirt to bulge out like two plump-headed rabbits. She must have been the center of attention on the street, attracting the envy, jealousy, and hatred of countless women. Thanks for the trouble. Living in the suburbs is just inconvenient like that. Izanami took the clothes, casually draped them over his shoulder, and continued to pinch Hanabi's little cheeks. Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Hinata and Izanami. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on his face as he took the clothes and said seriously, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Sister-in-law, Hinata's face instantly turned red, and she was a little flustered. This title had a huge impact on her. However, her affection for Sasuke Uchiha soared rapidly in her heart. Recently, Hinata had been secretly practicing the super strength fist that Izanami taught her. She originally wanted to use Sasuke Uchiha as an experiment in their next duel. But now that she thought about it, she decided against it. Izanami also looked at Sasuke Uchiha with surprise, finding it hard to imagine that this title would come from the mouth of this aloof young master. But the next second, Izanami caught Sasuke Uchiha's mischievous intent. So, Izanami smiled and said, "A verbal thank you isn't enough. Let me teach you a blessing." "What blessing?" Sasuke Uchiha asked subconsciously. This blessing is for the new year, and it can't be said in Japanese. Ahem, let me teach you. Izanami cleared his throat twice, then, facing the empty space, slowly said in Mandarin, Happy New Year, big brother and sister-in-law. You are my master, and I am your son. Happy New Year, big brother and sister-in-law. You are my master, and I am your son. Sasuke Uchiha subconsciously imitated, his accent very unique. However, after catching Izanami's fleeting smirk, his expression immediately turned cold. You despicable fellow, you're tricking me again. No, you just glanced, you bastard. Oops, I've been exposed. Izanami looked surprised. Oni-chan, he's tricking you. You're the one who's exposed now. Hanabi kindly reminded him. Izanami immediately pointed his finger at Sasuke with a righteous expression. Sasuke, you're too despicable. Lying isn't a good habit. Die. Knowing that he had been taken advantage of again, Sasuke Uchiha immediately pounced over, ready to beat up Izanami. Izanami sidestepped, easily dodging his attack, and then poked him on a certain acupuncture point. Sasuke Uchiha instantly froze in place, his whole body trembling. A feeling of paralysis swept through his body, making it impossible to move. You still need to train, Sasuke-kun. Izanami smiled and patted Sasuke Uchiha on the shoulder, then went back to his room to change clothes. Watching the Hyuga sisters trying not to laugh, only able to look at him with stifled smiles, the young master's face instantly turned red, and he also went back to his room to change clothes. A few minutes later, 4 men and women wearing white shirts walked out of the no longer so deserted Uchiha clan grounds, chatting and laughing, heading towards Konoha's central street. Passing by the location of Izanami's new house, you could see that the house was already growing taller. In this world of ninjutsu, many problems can be solved with ninjutsu. In addition, with money paving the way, the progress is definitely far beyond what it would be in his previous life. The location of the inauguration ceremony was at the Hokage building. At this time, the streets below the building were already crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder. Ninjas who didn't manage to get a good spot jumped directly onto telephone poles or stood on walls and rooftops. Izanami and the others were late and could only stand at the very back. Oni-chan, I want to ride high up. Hanabi tugged at Izanami's sleeve. Okay. Izanami smiled and nodded, then squatted down, letting Hanabi straddle his shoulders. Holding his little sister-in-law's hands, Izanami straightened his body, allowing her to see the crowd in the Hokage building from a higher perspective. Tsunade didn't make the villagers wait long. Soon, she appeared on the roof of the Hokage building, wearing a tea-green long coat with black trim and holding the Hokage hat. Tsunade-sama. So beautiful. I finally saw the legendary Princess Tsunade. Tsunade-sama is finally back. Tsunade-sama healed my legs, otherwise I wouldn't be able to be a ninja. I will forever follow Tsunade-sama. Quote. Seeing Tsunade appear, the street instantly erupted with cheers and shouts that spread throughout Konoha, like fans seeing their idol. Regardless of gender, whether they were members of a ninja clan or civilians, most people's faces were filled with fanaticism and worship. This was treatment that Jiraiya and Orochimaru would never enjoy. Not only them, but even when Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze took office, their popularity was far inferior to Tsunade's. This was the value of being a senju, and also the legitimacy of Konoha. The first Hokage and second Hokage brought Konoha into an era of peace in the ninja world, as well as a period of prosperity where they could win even when facing 4 enemies alone. As their granddaughter, Tsunade was also one of the legendary Sannin and a medical saint famous throughout the ninja world. No one was more suitable than her to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Under her leadership, Konoha would definitely become strong again. The villagers, who had blind faith in the Senju clan, all thought so. So beautiful. Looking at Tsunade, with her flowing blonde hair and still youthful figure, Hinata exclaimed, if the books are correct, the Hokage-sama seems to be 52 years old now, right? She looks only in her 30s. How does she maintain herself? Izanami smiled and said, did you see the diamond mark on her forehead? Hearing this, Hinata and Hanabi both activated their Byakugan, carefully examining the mark on Tsunade's forehead. Even Sasuke Uchiha was slightly curious and activated his Sharingan. Izanami's next words made their expressions change slightly, and Hinata and Hanabi even showed joy. That mark is called the Yin Seal, and it's also an S-rank secret technique that I'm going to teach you. The effect is to store chakra, enhance physical functions, and also provide rapid healing and youthful rejuvenation. Store chakra. No wonder you wanted me to read medical books. Sasuke Uchiha's lips curled up slightly, instantly filled with the motivation to read. Hinata was the same, but her motivation was youthful rejuvenation. Girls love beauty, and the more beautiful a girl is, the more she wants to preserve that youth. Hinata was no exception. Not to mention Hinata, even Hanabi, who was only 7 years old this year, grabbed Izanami's hair and begged, "Oni-chan, Hanabi wants to learn the yin seal too. I'll teach you when you grow up." Izanami smiled and scared her. "If you learn it now, your body might be affected, and you might not grow taller in the future, or you might grow taller, but your figure will still stay the way it is now." Hanabi glanced at her flat chest, then at Hinata's plump chest, and quickly shook her head, saying, "Then I won't learn it." Since the four of them were standing in a remote corner and the villagers' cheers were very loud, no one heard their conversation. However, even if they did hear, Izayoi wouldn't care. Whether it was the super strength fist or the yin seal, he had suitable explanations. At this moment, a vigorous, loud, and coherent voice echoed throughout the entire street. "From now on, I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha." Tsunade, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, placed the Hokage hat on her head, announcing that Konoha had officially entered a new era under the rule of the 5th Hokage. An even louder cheer than before immediately resounded through the sky. Konoha with a leader and Konoha without a leader were completely different great ninja villages. Before Tsunade took office and before Konoha announced the 5th Hokage candidate, although Konoha couldn't be said to be lifeless, both ninjas and villagers had eyes full of confusion and worries about enemies attacking and wars suddenly breaking out. Now that Tsunade had taken office, their faces instantly regained vitality, and their hearts were filled with confidence. The next day, the Hokage building reopened the mission system. Outsiders who had already received the news flocked to it. Ninjas who had been idle for a long time also began to work and earn money. "I'm going out to do a mission." On this day, Uchiha Sasuke also packed his things and looked at Izayoi, who was lying sideways on the veranda reading a book about interior design, and sneered, "If you're afraid of living alone in the suburbs, then let Hinata come and keep you company, or you can sneak into the Hyuga clan yourself and have Hinata lull you to sleep." "Oh." Izayoi turned the page without even raising his head and said faintly, "If I'm scared and become mentally unstable, then I might forget the yin seal training method. So when you go out to do missions, remember to pray for me every day, hoping that I'm safe and sound. I wish you a long life." Uchiha Sasuke, unable to win against Izayoi in words, gritted his teeth and began to curse. After all, he hadn't forgotten that Izayoi's goal was to get rid of the limitations of lifespan. Seeing that Izayoi was about to look up, Uchiha Sasuke immediately disappeared in a flash, feeling much better after finishing his curse and running away. "Izayoi-kun." Not long after Uchiha Sasuke left, Hinata's voice entered Izayoi's ears. Hinata appeared in front of him in a flash and said, "Teacher Kurenai asked me to inform you to go to the Hokage's office immediately. The Hokage wants to see us." Hearing this, Izayoi's eyes flashed. Thinking about this time and the simultaneous summons of the two, Izayoi guessed why Tsunade wanted to see them. So, Izayoi smiled at Hinata and said, "Hinata, your wish is about to come true." "Huh." Hinata tilted her head cutely. Izayoi didn't say more, but threw away the book in his hand, reached out and pulled Hinata into his arms, picked her up in a princess carry, and flew into the air. "Ah!" Hinata, being carried into the air by Izayoi for the first time, exclaimed in surprise and subconsciously raised her hand to hug Izayoi's neck. Then, looking at the forest below and the distant city, her beautiful eyes sparkled and said, "Izayoi-kun, the village from this perspective is so beautiful. Beautiful. Just so, I get tired of it after seeing it a few times, but..." His tone suddenly paused. Izayoi looked down at Hinata, who was looking at him with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, and smiled, "I'll never get tired of looking at Hinata. I can look at the photo album all day long every time I hold it." Buzz. A sudden direct hit caused Hinata's small face to flush red, and a sound like a steam whistle seemed to sound in her head, with white steam coming out. Her immunity returned to 0 again. Hinata lowered her head shyly, tapping her fingers in Izayoi's arms. However, the corners of her cherry-like lips were raised, not concealing the joy and sweetness in her heart. Looking at Hinata, who had turned into a steam princess, Izayoi suddenly regretted flying into the sky. After all, as Hinata's immunity increased, her personality was completely different from the original. It was easy to see Hinata shy, but it was very rare to turn into a steam princess, and there was not a single opportunity to take a photo with the steam princess. If he was on the ground, Izayoi could secretly separate a wood clone, throw out the ceiling scroll containing the camera, and let the wood clone secretly take pictures. However, this romantic moment was also eternally engraved in the hearts of the two, and they would never forget it in their lives. Flying to the outskirts of the city, Izayoi landed at Hinata's request. Gently patting her small face, Hinata restored her gentle smile, took Izayoi's hand, and went to the Hokage building together. Holding hands with each other was already Hinata's limit. If she wanted to hold Izayoi's arm on the street, she probably needed to increase her immunity by another small level. Arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, the two let go of their hands and came to the outside of the Hokage's office as companions. Knock knock knock. Izayoi politely knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened from the inside. A woman wearing a black and gray robe, with short black hair, a delicate face, and a quiet temperament, holding a pig in one hand, came into Izayoi and Hinata's eyes. It was Tsunade's personal guard and secretary, Shizune. You are Izayoi and Hinata, right? Please come in. Shizune smiled and greeted the two, then stepped aside and raised her hand, introducing herself. My name is Shizune, I am the Hokage-sama's secretary. The Hokage-sama has been waiting for you for a long time. Hello, Shizune-san. Izayoi and Hinata responded politely. Walking into the office, the first thing they saw was Tsunade sitting at the desk, holding her chin in her hands, looking at them. Hokage-sama. Izayoi and Hinata bowed. Tsunade nodded and went straight to the point with a serious face. The reason I summoned you this time is to see the two most outstanding genin in the Chunin exams. Your performance in the third round of the main competition was very perfect. Not only did you win both battles, but your opponents were princesses of allied countries and one-tailed Jinchuriki, severely suppressing their arrogance. Well done. Speaking of the end, a smile appeared on Tsunade's face, not stingy with praise. Then, without waiting for Izayoi and Hinata to respond modestly, Tsunade said again with a serious expression, I have already seen your information from the Ninja Academy and your written test scores from the Chunin exams, and they are impeccable. Therefore, I now officially, as the 5th Hokage, promote Genin Izayoi and Genin Hinata to Konoha Chunin. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Izayoi and Hinata bowed again, the latter's joy overflowing in her expression. Chapter 93 Recommendation, I Awakened Would Release. Izanami, Hinata, these are your vests. Shizune handed Izanami and Hinata two pre-prepared green vests with a smile. Thank you, Miss Shizune. Hinata thanked her with a gentle smile. If it weren't inconvenient to wear a kimono, she would have put on the vest right away. Although Izanami had a smile on his face, he didn't like the green vest. Simply because it was too ugly. Izanami also decided that even if he became a Jonin in the future, he would dress however he wanted, just like Kurenai Yuhi. As long as you make a name for yourself, people will look at your name, not the Chunin or Jonin vest you wear. Seeing the two accept the vests, Tsunade stopped being serious and smiled. You are all teammates in the same squad. In the past Chunin exams, it was rare for two members of the same squad to be promoted to Chunin at the same time. So you have to discuss in advance who will be the leader of the squad. Yes, Hokage-sama. Izanami and Hinata nodded in response, but smiled at each other. Tsunade, who had just returned, either didn't know enough about Izanami and Hinata, or was just teasing them. After all, with Izanami's strength and his relationship with Hinata, isn't it obvious who the leader of Team 8 is? After becoming Chunin, you will have the privilege of leading a team to receive missions and process exit permits from the village. As for the distribution of rewards, if there is no Jonin leading the team, then the team leader will receive the highest reward, and the Chunin teammates will receive more than the Genin teammates. Tsunade then spoke about the benefits of being a Chunin, and then waved her hand and said, alright, you can go back now. Just as Hinata was about to bow, she heard Izanami say, Hokage-sama, I would like to recommend someone to join Konoha. Hearing this, Tsunade, who was preparing to bury herself in work, and Shizune, who was placing the teacup on the desk, immediately turned their attention over. Tsunade frowned slightly and said, you are the top student, and now you are a Konoha Chunin. You should be clear about Konoha's position in the Land of Fire. To prevent spies from infiltrating the village, whether they are ninjas or ordinary people, if their ancestors' information cannot be found and their background cannot be proven, it is very difficult to join Konoha. So, does the person you are recommending meet this condition? I think it does. Izanami nodded. Then tell me, is the person you are recommending an ordinary person or a ninja? Tsunade also became interested, put down her pen, picked up the tea poured by Shizune, and took a sip. However, before she could swallow it, Izanami's next words made her spit it out. She is a ninja, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. PFF'd. Tea splashed on some documents, but Tsunade ignored it and looked at Izanami in astonishment, suspecting that she was hallucinating, and asked again, "What did you just say? Descendant of which clan?" "A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she is my clansman," Izanami repeated, and threw out another bombshell. Cough cough. The remaining tea immediately choked Tsunade, causing her to cough repeatedly, her face flushed. Shizune quickly patted her back gently and pressed a certain acupoint. At the same time, she looked at Izanami with surprise. No wonder his chakra was so huge in the intelligence. It turned out that he was a distant relative of Tsunade-sama. After Tsunade recovered, she immediately looked at Izanami with excitement and a hint of doubt, and said, Are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan?" "Yes." Izanami nodded, and then, before Tsunade could ask any further questions, he rolled up his sleeves and handed his forearm to Hinata. Hinata understood and held Izanami's forearm, opened her mouth and bit it gently. Blue chakra immediately appeared at the junction of Hinata's mouth and Izanami's forearm. As soon as these chakras appeared, they flowed into Hinata's body like water. Body revival. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's expression was a little dazed. Since her grandmother's death, she didn't know how many years it had been since she had seen this familiar yet unfamiliar healing method. After regaining her senses, Tsunade's eyes towards Izanami immediately had a hint of affection. It wasn't that she didn't know Izanami's strength before, nor was it that she didn't know Izanami's talent. When she first saw the information collected by Shizune, she was also amazed by Izanami's developed Super Hurricane combination ball and the 2 or 3 nature transformations fused into one. But no matter how strong he was, as the Hokage, Tsunade couldn't possibly please a subordinate who was still a genin. At most, she would silently provide support on his promotion path, allowing him to have unlimited potential and quickly become an existence like Kakashi Hatake. Among the new generation, the only ones who could be specially treated by Tsunade were Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki's son, Naruto Uzumaki, who helped her overcome her hemophobia and allowed her to see the shadows of Dan Kato and Nawaki. But now, there was one more person that Tsunade had to treat specially. The Uzumaki clan was a distant relative of the Senju clan. It was normal to treat one's relatives specially. "I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan who awakened in later generations." Tsunade looked at Izanami's black hair and couldn't help but smile. Being able to awaken means you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, but very few people can awaken the body revival. The purity of your bloodline should be very high, but it's strange that it's black hair instead of red hair. Maybe it's because I also have the bloodline of the Senju clan in my body. Izanami threw out another bombshell, and under the stunned gazes of Tsunade and Shizune, and even Hinata, he raised his right hand, and a green sapling grew out of his palm. The Hokage's office fell into a deathly silence. From Izanami's perspective, he could see that Tsunade and Shizune's expressions were slowly becoming dumbfounded, very exaggerated. Then a cry of surprise broke the silence of the Hokage's office, shaking the Hokage building violently. If there was no one guarding outside, and there was no one in the corridor, Tsunade and Shizune's cry of surprise would definitely attract ninjas to break in. If they hadn't sensed a chakra riot, the Anbu would have quickly teleported over. Whoa, would release. Looking at the sapling in Izanami's hand, Tsunade, the heroine, couldn't help but stutter at this time. Shizune looked at the sapling in disbelief, unable to imagine that the legendary Kekkei Genkei would appear in front of her in this form. This shock was no less than a beggar who was about to starve to death suddenly being found by his super-rich father, and his father was about to die, and he was the only child, about to inherit billions of properties. Hinata also covered her small mouth, looking at Izanami with a look of astonishment and joy. Hinata knew more than Tsunade and Shizune. She was the only one who knew that Izanami possessed the Tenseigen. She thought that the unknown powerful dojutsu was Izanami's Kekkei Genkei. She didn't expect that Izanami was actually a hybrid of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, and had also awakened the legendary Kekkei Genkei, would release. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in Konoha and the Land of Fire, and even in the ninja world. After all, the ninja god's pacification of the war-torn world and establishment of the current one country one village system is as well known as the Sage of Six Paths, creation of Ninshu. Moreover, compared to the mythical stories of the Sage of Six Paths, whose truth is unknown, the story of the ninja god is only a few decades old. There are still many old monsters in the ninja world who have experienced the era of the ninja god. The bloodline limit that pacified the war-torn world has an extremely special significance to Konoha. This is not only a legendary bloodline limit, but also represents the noble title of Konoha's orthodoxy. As long as Izayoi exposes the wood release, neither his father nor the clan elders will prevent her from associating with Izayoi. Thinking of this, Hinata was immediately excited. A gust of wind blew past, and Tsunade instantly appeared in front of Izayoi, reaching out to grab his wrist and channeling green chakra into Izayoi's body. As if sensing something, Tsunade's face gradually became ecstatic. Ha ha ha, such vitality and yang release chakra, it really is the real wood release. Tsunade couldn't help but pat Izayoi on the shoulder and laughed. You little brat, you awakened this bloodline limit a long time ago, but you've been hiding it all along. How did you endure it? I actually wanted to use it. Izayoi smiled meaningfully, but a 13-year-old boy, who single-handedly wiped out the strongest prominent ninja clan in the ninja world overnight, and successfully escaped from Konoha, which was shrouded in barriers, who would dare to use it? Hearing this, Tsunade's smile slightly froze. Looking at Izayoi, who clearly knew a lot and was extremely precocious, Tsunade instantly guessed that he had also awakened the Kagura mind's eye. Her eyes were somewhat distressed, but on the surface, she nodded and praised, well hidden, you did very well. Immediately, Tsunade revealed a proud smile and heavily patted Izayoi on the shoulder, but from now on, you don't have to hide it anymore. From now on, this old lady, will protect you. That's what I've been waiting for, Lady Hokage. Izayoi crushed the withered sapling and exchanged a smile with Tsunade. From this moment on, Izayoi's identity and status will undergo earth-shattering changes. In the past, he might have needed to use his strength to subdue the Hyuga clan, or prove his worth with his talent. But now, Izayoi only needs to use wood release, and the Hyuga clan will immediately become his lapdogs. No one in Konoha, or even the ninja world, can resist the temptation of wood release. By the way, where is the person you recommended? Tsunade seemed to remember something and couldn't help but ask, is that person like you, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan who awakened their bloodline after several generations, or a red-haired Uzumaki descendant? Her name is Karen, and she is a red-haired Uzumaki descendant. I have now placed her on Sakura Street in the Land of Fire. Izayoi said truthfully, she is someone Hinata and I met in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. Her identity at the time was a ninja from Kusagakure, but because she awakened her ability to heal, she was used as a medical pack by the grass ninjas. If I didn't know something about the Uzumaki clan and the Kagura mines, I hadn't sensed the same source of aura, her end might have been death due to severe overdraft of her life force. Tsunade's eyes instantly turned cold, and she sneered, as expected, they are a bunch of old fools. Just because their chakra is weak, they rule out the possibility of being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Since when has red hair become a common hair color in the ninja world? No wonder Konoha has weakened to this extent in just over a decade. Immediately, Tsunade said domineeringly to Izayoi, your recommendation is too weak. Go bring that girl named Karen back, and I will vouch for her. Yes. Izayoi immediately nodded with a smile. This is one of the reasons why he exposed wood release. If it was just a Chunin or Jonin recommending her, Karen, a former grass ninja, would have to pass the interrogation department's test. Being locked in a small dark room, who knows what methods those psychologically twisted guys would use to inquire, or whether they would secretly use genjutsu to hypnotize her, or mind-reading techniques to forcibly extract Karen's memories. If that were the case, some of his secrets, such as Tenzo being in his hands, would definitely be exposed. But if it was the legendary Sannin, or the Lady Hokage, who vouched for her, then there would be no need to worry at all. These big shots have the privilege to break the rules. Izayoi-kun, that's great. Coming out of the Hokage building, Hinata finally couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart and took the initiative to throw herself into Izayoi's arms, tightly hugging the waist of the person she admired, and cheering softly in his arms. Izayoi also hugged Hinata tightly, lowered his head and touched her forehead to forehead, and smiled, are you happy? Hinata nodded vigorously. It was not only the joy of becoming a Chunin, but also the excitement of discovering that there were no more obstacles between her and Izayoi-kun. Perhaps emotions overwhelmed reason, the shy Hinata suddenly looked up at Izayoi and boldly opened her mouth, Izayoi-kun, I. Before the following words could be finished, they were stopped by Izayoi's finger on her lips. Izayoi looked around and smiled, someone is watching us, let's leave here first. Oh. Hinata responded subconsciously and followed Izayoi out of the Hokage building. Turning a corner and walking into a narrow alley, Izayoi asked Hinata, "Hinata, what did you want to say just now?" "No. Nothing." Having calmed down, Hinata shyly lowered her head and tapped her fingers. Although no steam was coming out, her little face must be flushed red at this moment. After all, only Hinata knew how bold she had been just now. Now that that emotion had subsided, Hinata no longer had the courage to say it. However, she didn't realize that Izayoi's eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at her at this time. Izayoi knew very well what Hinata wanted to do just now. That's why he chose to interrupt. These romantic words, of course, should be said at a more romantic moment. And how could he let the girl speak first? Izayoi grabbed Hinata's little hand and smiled. "Are you hungry? How about we go eat barbecue today?" Hinata smiled and nodded, then looked at the scroll tucked into her belt and couldn't help but ask, "Izayoi-kun, we've both been promoted to Chunin, should we treat everyone to a meal? They should all be out on missions now. Let's treat them to a feast when the new house is completed." Izayoi thought for a while and shook his head. "Okay, then let's go find Hanabi." "Okay, it seems that Hanabi is also about to start school. Let's play with her these few days." The young boy and girl walked hand in hand on the path. The sunlight shone down, and faintly behind the two people, you could see the shadows of two children wearing snowman suits, also holding hands. Chapter 94. Hinata takes the initiative again, a humble liquor. Having become a Chunin, Izayoi could finally enter and leave Konoha openly. After a simple meal with Hanabi and Team 8 to celebrate his and Hinata's promotion to Chunin, Izayoi took Hinata to pick up Karen the next morning. Along the way, it was like a trip for Izayoi and his sister-in-law, as the two took pictures and played, slowly heading towards Sakura Street. It was Hinata's first time leaving the village alone with Izayoi, and she was as happy as a child, taking the initiative. She not only snatched the right to take pictures, keeping the camera in her hand, but also changed her usual passive behavior, actively asking Izayoi to pose or use transformation technique, taking single and group photos. There were imposing photos of Izayoi in the land of waterfalls, floating in the air with his hands behind his back, holding a storm release orb in one hand, looking like a king surveying his domain. There were also photos of Izayoi using the transformation technique to turn into his childhood self, then being held in Hinata's arms, with a contorted and forced smile, taken by Hinata's shadow clone. There was also a jealous princess, who also used the transformation technique to turn into her childhood self, fulfilling her dream of riding high, straddling Izayoi's shoulders, interlocking fingers with Izayoi, with a bright smile on her face. There was a scene where Hinata, whose immunity would skyrocket when alone with Izayoi, took the initiative to hold Izayoi's arm, leaning happily on Izayoi's shoulder, only to be kissed on the cheek by Izayoi, looking surprised. There was also a scene where Hinata blushed and agreed to Izayoi's shameless request, wearing a swimsuit and swimming in the spring pool under the waterfall, with a stunning view of her voluptuous figure when she came ashore. Several months had passed since they bought the camera, and Izayoi and Hinata, who were already geniuses, had become excellent photographers. Whether it was light and shadow, angle, or even the sense of the picture, they were almost perfect. Every photo that was developed could be used as a cover. And these photos were all stored in their respective albums by Izayoi and Hinata, kept as private treasures. Last time he went out on a mission, he didn't have time to accompany Hinata to play. To compensate the girl, Izayoi took Hinata to all the villages, towns, and bustling cities along the route, tasting all kinds of local delicacies. If there was a delicacy that caught Hinata's eye and she chose to eat a little more, Izayoi would secretly send a wood clone after leaving to obtain the recipe from the owner with money or other means, preparing to give Hinata a little surprise from time to time in the future. After all, feelings are mutual, and only sincerity can warm the heart. In this way, Izayoi and Hinata played for more than a week before arriving at Sakura Street. During this period, there was naturally no shortage of staying in the same inn, scrubbing backs and washing hair, and acupoint massage. Although it was not the first time Hinata helped Izayoi scrub his back and wash his hair, Izayoi was in the throes of the Tenseigans awakening at that time, and his eyes could not see at all, so Hinata's concern was greater than her shyness. Now, it was the first time she was scrubbing his back and washing his hair while Izayoi could see, and the stimulation to Hinata was still too great. Even though she was wearing a bathrobe, Hinata's face was flushed red, she had difficulty breathing, and she was on the verge of collapse, as if she was taking a hot shower without a ventilation fan. However, she didn't faint, which meant that her immunity was already very strong. Izayoi-kun, Hinata-sama, you're here. Izayoi and Hinata had just arrived at the villa on Sakura Street when Karen seemed to have discovered them long ago, coming out to greet them at the door in advance. "Karen, long time no see." Hinata raised her hand to say hello, smiling softly, "Just call me Hinata." "Then I won't be polite, Hinata, long time no see." Karen nodded slightly, smiling. Izayoi looked at Karen with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, your energy has become stronger again, this is more like a member of the Uzumaki clan." "Hehe, it's all thanks to Izayoi-kun, I've been eating so well every day, I feel like I'm getting fat." Karen put her hands on her slender waist, smiling. "Have you been lazy during this time? Have you learned the technique?" Izayoi asked. Yes, I have already learned the Rasengan." Karen nodded repeatedly, then raised her hand and condensed a blue and white energy ball. "Very good, this shows that your chakra control and mastery of shape transformation have reached a very good level." Izayoi said with a smile, revealing the purpose of this trip. "Pack your things and come back to Konoha with us, then we will conduct the next stage of training for you." Karen's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly responded at attention, "Yes." Although the current life was like paradise, with no worries about food and drink every day, and advanced ninjutsu training. But compared to this kind of life, Karen wanted to follow Izayoi's side even more. Just being by Izayoi's side made even breathing sweet. Even if she was just working for a shadow clone, Karen felt very satisfied those days. Now that she was finally able to join Konoha, and could see Izayoi at any time in the future, and even receive guidance from Izayoi's main body, Karen trembled all over when she thought about it, and a silly smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Looking at Karen, who seemed to be lost in some beautiful fantasy, with a silly smile, Hinata couldn't help but tilt her head, with a somewhat pitying look in her eyes. Just joining Konoha made her so happy. It seemed that her previous life was really like hell. At the same time, Hinata also decided that she must treat Izayoi-kun's clansmen better in the future. Entering the villa, Izayoi asked Karen to take Hinata to visit the villa and pack her things, while he came to the basement again. At this time, a large number of puppets were standing in the basement. None of these puppets were pure material-made puppets, but all were made of corpses, not only retaining their abilities before death, but also having their bodies modified, able to conjure various weapons at any time, and also releasing light bullets. The materials for these human puppets were all root members and ninjas from the three sides who died in the Konoha Crush plan. The leader was Danzo, who had reattached his arm, and whose Sharingan in his right eye could turn into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the ultimate move of Koto Amatsukami could not be used, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was still there, and with Hashirama cells in one arm as a guarantee, the consumption of the power of this Mangekyo Sharingan was much lower than that of Uchiha Itachi, and he would hardly go blind. Coupled with his own abilities, Shimura Danzo was still a cage-level powerhouse. Now, he had also become Izayoi's strongest puppet. When Izayoi mastered Yin-Yang release, Shimura Danzo would soon be able to use Koto Amatsukami again, and his strength would become even stronger. Danzo-sama was completely worthy of being the leader of the puppet army. The darkness of the ninja world, even after death, must hide in the dark and continue to benefit the ninja world, which was really touching. Storing all these puppets in a large sealing scroll, Izayoi came to the two safes again. Storing the safe containing Kato's property into a sealing scroll, Izayoi opened another safe, which contained a large number of scrolls, both large and small. One of the super large scrolls was the Book of Seals lost by Konoha. Taking out a red scroll with the word Uzumaki written on the seal, Izayoi took out a yellow scroll from his body, then walked to the desk and sat down, opening the two scrolls. The red scroll was covered with a large number of sealing techniques. And the yellow scroll was blank. Izayoi used a handwriting that was almost like a ghost drawing, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a hastily copied handwriting, copying all the sealing techniques on the red scroll onto the new scroll. Izayoi's current identity was a mixed blood of Senju and Uzumaki. Super Strength Fist, to be precise, was Chakra Burst, which he could explain with talent. But the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques could not be explained by family inheritance. After all, Konoha only had a 60-year history, and Izayoi's family had traces to follow. If his family had a scroll of inheritance of sealing techniques, his parents would not be in this position. Izayoi's bloodline could only be explained by awakening after several generations. Therefore, if he wanted Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke to be able to practice Yin Seal and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques openly, Izayoi had to use Karen as a shield. As long as Karen joined Konoha with this scroll, it would basically be stable. After copying all the sealing techniques, Izayoi stored the second safe and walked out of the basement carrying the 2 large scrolls. Finding Hinata and Karen, Izayoi handed the yellow scroll to the latter, and solemnly instructed, "Karen, this is the sealing technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan. In the future, when you practice the sealing techniques in this scroll, if anyone asks about the origin, you must answer that this is the inheritance left to you by your mother, hidden by her in a very hidden place, and you didn't take me to find this scroll until you left Kusagakur." Yes. Karen nodded seriously. Having gone to the Land of Waves to assist a shadow clone and witnessed the legendary Kekkei Genkei, Karen was aware that Izayoi harbored many secrets. However, she didn't mind. Even if Izayoi was a bad person, she was willing to be one too. Hinata felt the same way. During the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, Hinata realized that the Izayoi participating was just a shadow clone, and guessed that Izayoi was also involved in the Konoha Crush plan, doing some unknown things. The strength of 100 seal and the strength of 100 technique were the best explanations. After packing their things, the 3 of Izayoi began their return journey. By the time they returned to Konoha, it was already September 10th. After helping Karen fill out her village registration, Izayoi first created a shadow clone to take the scroll back for safekeeping, and then took Karen to see Tsunade. "You're Karen." "Why yes, Lady Hokage." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sized up Karen, who was somewhat restrained and didn't dare to look directly at her. Her gaze slowly changed from scrutiny to gentleness, and she smiled. "You've had a hard time these past few years. Welcome to Konoha." Thank you, Lady Hokage," Karen said, bowing repeatedly with a look of surprise. She hadn't expected joining Konoha to be so easy. "Do you need me to arrange a place for you to live? Or would you like to stay by my side and be my secretary and disciple?" Tsunade asked, extending an invitation, eager to nurture talent. Tsunade, who also possessed the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, was definitely one of the people in this world who understood the Uzumaki clan the most. The Uzumaki clan were all sealing and medical geniuses. The Uzumaki clan who awakened unique abilities were even more geniuses among geniuses. If someone awakened the adamantine sealing chains, they would be the best choice for a Jinchuriki. Every Uzumaki Jinchuriki who awakened the adamantine sealing chains would definitely become a perfect Jinchuriki. Mito Uzumaki was like that, and Kushina Uzumaki was also like that. Even if Karen hadn't awakened the adamantine sealing chains, her talent was most suitable for inheriting her legacy. As long as she was trained by her for a few years, Konoha would have another trump card combat force, and one who was proficient in combat, sealing, sensing, and medical ninjutsu. This. Karen didn't expect Tsunade to think so highly of her, and was at a loss for a moment, subconsciously looking at Izayoi beside her, her eyes full of pleading. Izayoi smiled and said, "Lady Hokage, Karen is my family and my subordinate." "Does that matter?" Tsunade said, crossing her arms and harumphing, "We all have the same blood flowing in our veins, you are all my family. Moreover, I am the Hokage, you are my subordinate, so your subordinate is naturally my subordinate. What's wrong with me using her?" After speaking, Tsunade added disdainfully, "Besides, can someone your age nurture people? Don't you need to go out on missions? If Karen stays by my side, her talent will be quickly realized, and she will be able to unleash all the potential of the Uzumaki clan." Izayoi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, feeling that Tsunade made a lot of sense. Before Izayoi could speak, Tsunade looked at Karen and said, "I know you want to repay this kid, so you should stay by my side even more. I will train you to become an excellent ninja, so that you have the strength and status to help him." Hearing this, Karen's eyes lit up instantly. The look in her eyes towards Izayoi was no longer pleading, but full of anticipation. Clearly, the girl was tempted. However, Izayoi didn't nod, and she didn't dare to decide on her own. Compared to becoming the Hokage's disciple, Karen cared more about Izayoi's thoughts. As the person in the original story who could compete with Sakura Haruno and Obito Uchiha for the title of the ultimate simp, this humility was something that even Izayoi couldn't change. Because her background and upbringing had already distorted the girl's psychology, turning her into an extremely severe people pleaser. If Izayoi hadn't intervened in advance, Hinata wouldn't have been any better off. After a while, Izayoi made a decision and nodded. Seeing Izayoi nod, Karen immediately said to Tsunade, "Lady Hokage, I am willing to become your disciple." "Then why are you still calling me Lady Hokage?" Tsunade pretended to be displeased. "Oh old. Teacher, Karen quickly changed her address, scratching her head and revealing the same silly smile as Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Tsunade's expression became dazed again, as if she saw a reflection of Kushina Uzumaki, and her love for Karen grew even more. So, she continued, from now on, live with me. No way. This time, Karen refused without hesitation, looking at Izayoi beside her and saying, I want to live with Izayoi-kun. Alright, but starting tomorrow, you must come to me at 9 o'clock every morning. Tsunade didn't force her. Yes. Alright, you can all leave. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. Tsunade waved her hand and continued to bury herself in work. Karen became Lady Hokage's disciple. When Izayoi and Karen walked out of the Hokage building, Hinata, who was waiting for them at the entrance, was first slightly surprised, and then smiled sincerely. Congratulations, Karen. Hee, as long as I can help Izayoi-kun. Karen scratched her head and grinned. Izayoi smiled without saying a word. The reason why he agreed to Karen becoming Tsunade's disciple was indeed because Tsunade was more suitable than him to nurture Karen. Although Izayoi had the strength of 100 technique and Uzumaki sealing techniques, as well as a large number of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques to train with. But he lacked two things. One was the strength of 100 seal developed by Tsunade in the original story. The other was, the summoning scroll of Shikatsu Forest. Mount Myoboku and Raichi Cave both had exclusive sage techniques. As one of the three great sage lands, Shikatsu Forest must also have its own sage technique. As a descendant of the sage body, Karen was also suitable for practicing sage techniques. As long as she mastered sealing techniques, strength of 100 technique, medical ninjutsu, the strength of 100 seal, the adamantine sealing chains and sage techniques, plus her 3 unique abilities, then her strength would definitely be at the peak of the 5 Kage, even more suitable than Sakura Haruno to become the new Sannin in the final battle. Moreover, Karen becoming Tsunade's disciple and the contractor of Shikatsu Forest would allow him to persuade Tsunade or the Slug Sage to allow Hinata to sign a contract with Shikatsu Forest as well. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, the corners of Izayoi's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Immediately, he smiled and changed the subject. Let's go buy some daily necessities for Karen first. Tonight, let's invite Hanabi and hold a welcome banquet for Karen. One man and 2 women began a shopping spree. At night, Izayoi and the other 3 held a banquet at Sasuke Uchiha's house. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha was still out on a mission. It had been half a month, and he hadn't returned yet. Izayoi and Hinata, who had experience in the land of rivers, were not surprised. Moreover, Team 7 had the protagonist Halo. In 10 missions, at least 8 or 9 would have accidents. Sasuke Uchiha was probably fighting fiercely somewhere now. After the banquet, Izayoi personally sent the Hyuga sisters back to the outside of the clan grounds. Just like that, Karen officially joined Konoha, becoming Tsunade's second disciple before Sakura Haruno, and was about to defy fate. I thought you guys had forgotten about me. After a break of more than a month, Izayoi and Hinata finally began their first mission to advance to Chunin. Shino Aburame, who had arrived at the old place to wait for them, looked at Izayoi and Hinata, who were wearing green vests because it was their first time leading a team to receive a mission, and said calmly. Whether it was an illusion or not, Izayoi and Hinata seemed to hear a hint of resentment and grievance in Shino Aburame's tone. Hinata subconsciously glanced to the side. Izayoi then laughed and said, some time ago, Lady Hokage asked me to bring Karen back, which took a little time. That's why I summoned you as soon as I was done. Shino Aburame put his hands in his pockets and didn't speak. However, Izayoi and Hinata seemed to be able to see the contempt in Shino Aburame's eyes under his sunglasses at this moment. Cough cough. Let's go receive the mission. This time, even Izayoi couldn't help but glance away guiltily, and quickly coughed lightly to change the subject. The corners of Shino Aburame's mouth under his collar twitched slightly, and he let them go. But the next second, Shino Aburame's smile froze. He discovered a very terrifying thing. This time, Kurenai-sensei wasn't here, and Izayoi was leading the team, so all the way, wouldn't he be turning from an Aburame to an Inuzuka, eating dog food to his fill? Chapter 95. 1 month, a punch wakes up Qing Tianju. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In this month, Team 8 has carried out a total of 3 missions, 2 C rank and 1 A rank. To be precise, it was 3 C rank missions, one of which was changed to an A rank mission midway. Once a mission involves fighting ninjas, regardless of whether the ninja is a rogue ninja or not, even if their strength is inferior to that of a ninja school student, it falls under the category of B-rank missions. The wealthy and nobles may not care about money, their requests are generally B rank or higher, requiring the village to arrange for powerful ninjas to escort them. But not everyone is so willing to spend money. Many cunning guys harbor a fluke mentality, thinking they won't encounter ninjas, so they want to spend money for a C-rank mission but achieve the effect of a B rank or higher. In the first 2 C-rank missions, Team 8 went very smoothly without any accidents. In fact, it is impossible for Team 8 to encounter accidents. Not counting the Tenseigen, Izayoi also has Kagura Shingen with a range of several tens of kilometers. Hinata's Byakugan has a long-range vision that is also very close to 30 kilometers, and in terms of smell, there are Shino Abarame's bugs. Their survival ability is ridiculously strong. Unless the enemy possesses space-time ninjutsu, even if they can fly, they simply cannot catch Team 8, because their position has already been exposed dozens of kilometers away. Therefore, Team 8 is destined not to be like Team 7, where accidents occur 9 times out of 10 missions. If the client is more obedient, even if there are really ninjas ambushing on the road, Team 8 will suggest they take a detour, only charging the reward for a C-rank mission. However, during the 3rd mission, Team 8 encountered a client who was at the level of a troublemaker's, unreasonable and difficult person in Konoha. He had a little money, but not much, yet he wanted to show off, thinking he was a noble or a wealthy man, not only being arrogant but also refusing to listen to Izayoi's advice. Even though he was told in advance that there was a bandit group composed of several rogue ninjas 20-odd kilometers ahead, and it was suggested to take a long detour, the client scolded them for lying and trying to waste his time. Without adults to supervise them, Team 8, young and arrogant, immediately prepared to teach him a lesson. When the team encountered the bandit group, Team 8 immediately decided to abandon the mission, scaring the client so much that he wet his pants on the spot, and he quickly upgraded the mission level to B rank, but Izayoi refused on the grounds that Team 8 might not be able to defeat them. In the end, this arrogant client upgraded the C rank mission to A rank, and the highest level of A rank at that, with a reward of a full 1 million taels. After Hinata and Shino Abarame solved the enemy with overwhelming force, this client became extremely obedient, not daring to go back on his word at all. Obviously, he also realized that the people who might take his life if he went back on his word were these 3 young boys and girls. Thus, Team 8's record sheet inexplicably gained an A-rank mission. After completing 3 consecutive missions, except for Shino Abarame, who was numb, Izayoi and Hinata didn't feel tired at all. Because these 3 missions were all led by Izayoi. Apart from using Kagura Shingen and Byakugan to scout the surroundings every once in a while, they were walking around like they were on a trip when they went to pick up Karen. They stuck together when walking, sat together when eating, leaned against each other when guarding the night, and even when sleeping, they took turns lying on each other's laps. It was like this during the mission, and it was like this when they came back. Not to mention Shino Abarame, even the bugs in his body had a poor appetite during that time. They didn't eat anything, but they felt very full. After 3 consecutive missions, Shino Abarame finally couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to request a period of rest before he was relieved. In response, Hinata's eyes were still full of regret. After all, in the village, Hanabi and Karen, and even Sasuke Uchiha were competing with her for favor. Only when going out on missions did Izayoi-kun belong to her alone, and only dote on her alone. 2 months have passed, and the construction of Izayoi's new home has reached 50% completion. At this rate, it will be completed in mid or late December. It's a pity that his wood release range is too large, and he can't help with many delicate parts, but instead, he will cause trouble and slow down the progress. If it were just an ordinary house, Izayoi could solve it with 1 move of wood release, 3 rooms and 1 living room technique. Morning, land of rice fields. Inside a base built underground. Damn 3rd Hokage. At this time, in a dimly lit room, a hoarse curse sounded. Orochimaru was standing in the bathroom, rinsing the blood that kept flowing from his hands. Even though his hands were in extreme pain, he couldn't move. Because that pain was the pain of the soul. Outside the bathroom, Kabuto Yakushi was preparing medicine, looking worried and said, "Orochimaru-sama, you have lost the soul of your arms, causing this body that doesn't belong to you in the first place to reject your soul, accelerating the collapse of this body. At this rate, you must complete the reincarnation within a week, otherwise, the body will completely collapse." I know, you don't need to remind me. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, the terrible mood made him lose even his usual image. Looking at the seemingly endless blood, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, I will reincarnate in advance and go to Konoha to bring Sasuke-kun to me. The time is too tight. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses and said, the cursed mark hasn't been placed yet. With his strength, he may not be able to evolve to Cursed Seal 2 in a short time. In this case, even if Orochimaru-sama you successfully reincarnate, you will not be able to obtain Jugo's power. Heh, Kabuto, don't underestimate that man's younger brother. Orochimaru smiled evilly, in order to kill that man, even if he dies, he will crawl out of hell. Such will help him overcome all hardships. I believe that as long as he has died once, he will be completely reborn. I see. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slightly, knowing what method Orochimaru was going to use to help Sasuke Uchiha evolve in advance. Go, let the Sound 4 bring Sasuke-kun to me within 3 days. Orochimaru said in a deep voice. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and walked out of the room. However, when passing by a room in the corridor, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly stopped. Listening to the painful and weak voice inside, Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, thought for a moment, and still pushed the door and walked in. Ha! Boom. Dusk, Naka River. A girl's delicate shout brought a huge explosion of a torpedo exploding in the water. Sasuke Uchiha, with lightning flashing and blue arcs of electricity surrounding his body, widened his 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes, looked at the water column soaring into the sky in front of him, his eyes trembled for a while, and his heart was full of fear. The water column turned into a torrential rain and fell, soaking Sasuke Uchiha. Looking at the red-haired girl in the rain, in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, the other party's red eyes, the same color as her hair, were now shining with a scarlet light that was even more scarlet than the Sharingan, like a demon. You woman, were you trying to kill me just now? Sasuke Uchiha roared loudly, his fighting spirit was gone with one punch. Karen was slightly stunned, scratching her head and said, but, didn't you just ask me to go all out? I asked you to have a taijutsu duel with me on the river surface to help me practice chakra control. Haven't you already mastered lightning release nature transformation? Sasuke Uchiha felt tired for a while, as if he saw a female version of Naruto Uzumaki. Oh. Karen realized slightly, scratching her head and smiling. Sorry, I've been practicing super strength fist recently, it was a conditioned reflex. I beg you, don't have a conditioned reflex. Sasuke Uchiha's heart trembled again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If Karen had used lightning release chakra to stimulate cells and then teleported in front of him to deliver such a punch, Sasuke Uchiha felt that he had already seen his parents and clansmen. Realizing that this woman might be slow on the uptake like Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha immediately released the Chidori stream state and said coldly, forget it, let's practice next time. But in his heart, he secretly said, there will be no next time. Hinata, this sister-in-law, is better, always silently acting as a sparring partner, until he is physically exhausted, before ending the battle in a way that doesn't damage his face. He would rather find Hanabi for training in the future than find Karen. This is the type that restrains him. The joy of awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan not long ago was also buried by Karen's punch. Sasuke Uchiha's back figure disappeared with some loneliness. Looking at the position where Sasuke Uchiha disappeared, Karen tilted her head, not knowing why. How could that person's emotions undergo so many changes in such a short period of time? Karen, who couldn't figure it out, didn't care too much. Teleporting to Izayoi, who was fishing, Karen asked with a smile, Izayoi-kun, it's going to be dark soon, are you still going to continue fishing? Do you want me to go back and cook and bring it to you? No need, let's go back together. Izayoi glanced at the bucket full of harvest and put away the fishing rod contentedly. Izanayoi-kun, let me help you carry the water bucket. No need, you're already soaked. Go back and change your clothes first. It's okay, my constitution is very strong now, I won't catch a cold. Alright, you've been working hard on your training lately. Let's have fish soup tonight. The girl's face was radiant with smiles as she carried the water bucket with one hand, sometimes walking shoulder to shoulder with Izanayoi, and sometimes skipping ahead, her energy brimming, a stark contrast to how she was a few months ago. After joining Konoha, Karen seemed to become more cheerful and outgoing. She had thought that life on Sakura Street was already like paradise. But she never expected that she could be even happier. During the day, she cooked for Izayoi-kun and that little pretty boy with the cold face, and then went to work at the Hokage building. Both the teacher and that senior sister were very caring towards her. Those Chunin and Jonin wearing green vests, who used to be so high and mighty, were also very friendly towards her, even showing a hint of respect, completely without the malice of those people from Kusagaku. In her circle of friends, she also had Hinata, the young lady from a prestigious clan, as a close friend, as well as Hanabi, that quirky little sister. With such a happy life, Karen would often wake up from her sleep many times, her pillow soaked with tears, fearing that it was just a dream. Karen knew that all of this was brought to her by Izayoi. Therefore, Karen worked even harder during her training. She wanted to become as strong as her teacher, to gain a very high position in the village, so that she could help Izayoi. During her daily rest, Karen took care of Izayoi with meticulous attention. Cooking, laundry, all the housework, she took care of everything alone. If Izayoi wanted to, he could completely live the life of a useless person, like during the Tenseigans gestation period, where food was served to his mouth and clothes were put on his back. Even Uchiha Sasuke had adapted to the life of being taken care of by Karen. Don't you see, after returning to the Uchiha clan's mansion, Uchiha Sasuke had already changed his clothes and was reading a book on the veranda, waiting for dinner. Normally, he would consciously go hunting and cook. Otherwise, if he waited for Izayoi to cook, he would probably starve to death. While Karen went to change her clothes, Izayoi put away his fishing rod and suddenly went back to his room to take out 2 scrolls, throwing them in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Picking up the scrolls, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Izayoi with a puzzled expression. What are these? A gift to congratulate you on the evolution of your eyes, Izayoi said with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned, and a warm current surged in his heart. However, on the surface, he still snorted proudly. You're giving it too early, you should have waited until I evolved the Mangekyo Sharingan before giving it. Saying this, Uchiha Sasuke curled the corners of his mouth and couldn't wait to open the scroll. This is a Genjutsu scroll and a fire release scroll. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Izayoi with a surprised expression, asking 3 questions in a row. Where did you get so many Genjutsu training methods? And fire release, great fire annihilation, fire release, great fire destruction, and fire release, dragon flame song, aren't these our Uchiha clan's fire release techniques? How are they in your hands? I stole them, so you can't say I gave them to you, Izayoi said truthfully. Seeing that Izayoi didn't seem to be lying, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened slightly as if he had thought of something. During the Chunin exams, wasn't that your main body? You guessed it, no prize, Izayoi said, pointing at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile. Now you're my accomplice too, if I get caught, I'll expose you. Tch, childish, Uchiha Sasuke snorted softly, then fondled the scrolls in his hands, no longer so eager for the yin seal. Each stage of the Sharingan has a different name. The one tomo is called the Eye of Insight, which enhances dynamic vision and can see through all ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. The 2 tomo is called the Copy Eye, which can copy the techniques that it sees through. The 3 tomo is called the Genjutsu Eye, which is the stage where the Sharingan is known as invincible in one-on-one combat. Without the need for hand seals, a single glance can trap the enemy in a world of Genjutsu, and by the time they react, their head will already be separated from their body. When fighting against someone from the Uchiha clan, one must first make their eyes more severely damaged than cutting off their own arm. To unleash the full power of the 3 tomo Sharingan, one must master a large number of Genjutsu. Izayoi's 2 scrolls came at a very opportune time. As long as he learns the techniques on these 2 scrolls, Uchiha Sasuke's strength will increase again. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have discovered something, and said with a shocked expression, Darkness Genjutsu, isn't this a forbidden technique? You even have this. I can even develop S-rank ultimate techniques at will. I wouldn't just go and steal a few trash ninjutsu, would I? Izayoi rolled his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, but looked at Izayoi with golden light in his eyes. That is to say, you still have a lot of good things on you. Of course. Izayoi raised the corner of his mouth triumphantly, deliberately saying, Call me Godfather, and I'll give you another good thing. Godfather. Quote. This time it was Izayoi's turn to look at Uchiha Sasuke with a surprised expression. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke reaching out like a chimpanzee, Izayoi said unhappily, You really have no shame. Do I still have any face in front of you? Uchiha Sasuke shouted, his face flushed red, how many times have you taken advantage of me, you bastard? Anyway, I've already called you, hurry up and give it to me. Izayoi, who was speechless from being retorted, could only give a thumbs up and say, okay, able to bend and stretch, you're a hero. Don't change the subject, or I'll complain to Hinata and damage your reputation at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have found Izayoi's weakness and directly hit the snake 7 inches. You win. The corners of Izayoi's mouth twitched for a while, and finally he chose to give in. He never thought that he would be hunting eagles all day long, but today he was pecked in the eye by this fledgling eagle, Uchiha Sasuke. Just as Izayoi was about to get up and take out that gift in advance. His expression suddenly changed slightly, causing Uchiha Sasuke to look confused. Thump thump thump. The sound of footsteps running on wooden boards came. Karen, wearing home clothes, ran from inside the house to the veranda, and was about to remind with a solemn expression, Izayoi-kun. Yeah, I know. Izayoi nodded and smiled. You go and change your clothes first, Sasuke and I will go and meet the guests. Yes. Karen nodded vigorously, then quickly ran back into the house. Uchiha Sasuke also understood and said with a serious face, are there enemies? Orochimaru sent people to pick you up, Izayoi teased. Uchiha Sasuke's expression instantly became extremely solemn, and he said in a cold voice, what a persistent guy. Don't worry, it's not him personally, it's a few of his subordinates. Izayoi first comforted him, and then said, but there's a guy whose strength is very good, if we fight near here, your house might be gone, I'll go and meet him first. After saying that, Izayoi floated into the air. Uchiha Sasuke also teleported and followed closely behind. Not long after, Karen, wearing combat clothes, also flew out. At the same time, the Sound 4, who had taken advantage of the rotation of the sensory team to sneak into Konoha, suddenly changed their expressions, especially to Yuya, who was skilled in genjutsu. What's going on? Didn't they say that there's only Uchiha Sasuke in the Uchiha clan's territory? How come there are 2 such huge chakra signatures? Could it be that we've been discovered? Kidomaru's expression was solemn, and he couldn't help but look at the white-haired young man who was flying in front, their former captain, and asked, Kimimaro, are we still going forward? Continue to move forward, I'll deal with those 2 people, your mission is to take Uchiha Sasuke away. Kagaya Kimimaro said indifferently, his sickly white face showing no signs of color. But his eyes were so firm, his voice full of determination. You capture Uchiha Sasuke and leave Konoha immediately. I will buy you time, Orochimaru-sama, since I can't become your reincarnation vessel, then let me dance for you one last time. In the end, Kagaya Kimimaro's voice was so soft that only he could hear it. His expression was also full of reminiscence, as if he had returned to that year, that person, that flower. Because of meeting, there is meaning to survival, Orochimaru-sama, you are the meaning of my survival. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 96, Would Release Exposed, Gambling Time. Here they come. The Sound 5 had just darted out of the forest and hadn't even reached the Uchiha clan grounds when they saw a figure flying towards them in the sky. Flying ninja, it's Izayoi, the one who defeated Gaara of the Sand Waterfall during the Chunin exams. Be careful, that guy knows a lightning release secret technique, it's a long-range attack, and it's very powerful. Looking at Izayoi in the sky, the Sound 4 immediately recognized him and quickly reminded each other. Kimimaro Kagaya took out a photo from his chest, first looked at the photo, and then looked at Izayoi in the sky. After confirming that the other person was not Sasuke Uchiha, he threw the photo away and said, you go find Sasuke Uchiha, I'll deal with him. After speaking, Kimimaro Kagaya raised his hand towards Izayoi and whispered, corpse bone pulse, 10-finger drilling shots. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tiny holes opened at his fingertips, and sections of finger bones were fired like bullets. The finger bones continued to fire and grow continuously. In just a few breaths, they formed a barrage, like a swarm of bees, and shot towards Izayoi. The Sound 4 didn't waste any time. Almost at the moment Kimimaro Kagaya attacked, they turned into 4 afterimages and scattered to the left and right, preparing to bypass Izayoi in the sky and capture Sasuke Uchiha, whose chakra was still behind. Izayoi didn't stop them. His eyes stared at Kimimaro Kagaya below through the barrage, his expression focused. In an instant, several bubbles appeared around Kimimaro Kagaya, 2 purple and 3 blue. Question mark. Bloodline limit corpse bone pulse purple. Question mark. Shadow level potential purple. Question mark. Chakra Control Blue. Taijutsu Genius Blue. Otsutsuki Bloodline Blue. Looking at the shadow level potential purple bubble, Izayoi's eyes showed a hint of regret. Relying on the Earth Curse mark, or rather natural energy, Kimimaro Kagaya had obviously completed his heaven-defying change of fate. He was only 15 years old this year and had just entered a period of rapid growth. If he hadn't contracted the bloodline disease, his strength might have become a leading figure in the ninja world by the time of Shippuden. People who can connect with the Otsutsuki clan and are also geniuses themselves are not simple characters. Unfortunately, the current Kimimaro Kagaya is just experiencing a brief resurgence of energy, and he can no longer realize his potential. Even if he does nothing, he will die on the way back to the Hidden Sound Village, or even before he gets there. But now, Izayoi might benefit from it. Gambling time has arrived. So, Izayoi raised his hand and slapped out, Gale Palm. The gale howled, and the twisted airflow was like a giant palm, swatting away all the incoming barrage. Immediately, Izayoi's figure descended. Looking at Izayoi, who took the initiative to give up his flying advantage and didn't engage in aerial combat, Kimimaro Kagaya was slightly stunned, but with his time running out, he didn't think too much and rushed towards Izayoi. During this time, a large number of black imprints first appeared on Kimimaro Kagaya's body, and then these imprints, like ink, quickly spread and covered his entire body, flashing with a red light. When the light dissipated, Kimimaro Kagaya's skin, which was so white that it showed no blood, had turned brown-black, black patterns appeared on his face, his back was completely raised, and several huge white bone spurs and a tail grew out, resembling a humanoid lizard. Curse mark second state. With his time running out, Kimimaro Kagaya seemed to sense the aura of a strong person emanating from Izayoi, and went all out. Pulling out his spine from his back, Kimimaro Kagaya controlled the hard bone, turning it into a flexible whip and lashing it towards Izayoi. Looking at the incoming bone whip, Izayoi, who had just landed, couldn't help but smile. Yours isn't big enough, let me show you something bigger. After speaking, Izayoi raised his hand and shouted, wood release, exploding spear tree. His arm wriggled, and then multiple wooden vines broke out of the ground, like snakes emerging from their cages, colliding with and swatting away the incoming bone whip. At the same time, they quickly wrapped around and grew larger, instantly turning into a large tree, trying to devour Kimimaro Kagaya, whose pupils shrank and his face showed shock. However, Kimimaro Kagaya, who had already turned into a humanoid lizard, was now incredibly fast. With just a flash of his figure, he dodged the tree's engulfment. Not only that, but he also used the tree to conceal himself, instantly appearing on Izayoi's left side, and the spine in his hand extended and pierced out, like a spear or an arrow, shooting towards Izayoi's head. Izayoi didn't even turn his head. A sturdy tree root suddenly rose from the ground, colliding with and swatting away the bone that shot towards him from below, also blocking Kimimaro Kagaya's line of sight. Wood release, adamantine imprisonment. Too weak. Izayoi's voice came from behind, startling Kimimaro Kagaya, whose expression suddenly changed. He quickly controlled the bones in his body, turning them into sharp bone spurs, which broke out of his back, turning himself into a hedgehog. Boom! Just as the bone spurs emerged, a terrifying roar instantly exploded. Izayoi, who had instantly appeared behind Kimimaro Kagaya, punched out, colliding with the bone spurs that broke out of his body. The bone spurs failed to pierce Izayoi's fist, and were blocked by a layer of blue flames that emerged. Then, the blue flames turned into twisted air currents, like shockwaves, instantly shattering the corpse bone spurs, which were harder than steel. The shockwave that shattered the bone spurs still slammed heavily into Kimimaro Kagaya's body, sending him flying. So strong. Kimimaro Kagaya, who was sent flying, was constantly bleeding from his mouth, and his internal organs were churning. Even controlling his bones to form a bone membrane failed to resist the shockwave. After landing, looking at the powerful Izayoi, his eyes were already filled with despair. This guy in front of him was completely on a different level than him. Even he, who had activated the curse mark second state, was no match for him. The Sound Four were definitely not his match either. Thinking of this, Kimimaro Kagaya's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he made a decision in his heart. He just needed to delay for a while. According to the information given by Mr. Kabuto, Sasuke Uchiha had only awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. With that kind of strength, he would definitely not be a match for the Sound Four. He just needed to delay them for a little time. Kimimaro Kagaya suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and his whole body flashed with a red light again. Then, He mobilized most of the chakra that was suppressing the disease with medicine, and poured it all into the ground, roaring with a ferocious expression, corpse bone pulse, fern dance. In an instant, the ground trembled slightly. What's going on? This location is the Naka River. Is Sasuke Uchiha training ninjutsu? Such an evil aura, it doesn't seem like yin release chakra. I seem to have sensed something similar somewhere, crap. Quickly notify everyone, Orochimaru's people have infiltrated Konoha, they are fighting Sasuke Uchiha. Because there was no barrier to block it, this sudden burst of terrifying chakra instantly attracted the attention of the sensory unit. Even some ninjas who were good at sensing on the outskirts of the city suddenly changed their expressions and looked at the forest where birds were startled and flew away. Before long, a group of ninjas who received orders through walkie-talkies turned into afterimages that were difficult to capture with the naked eye and flew towards the Uchiha clan grounds. The speed was so fast that they arrived in the forest in a short time. The scene returns to the battlefield. As Kimimaro Kagaya's roar rang out, rows of bone spurs, both in length and thickness, were extremely astonishing, instantly broke out of the ground, like white waves, engulfing Izayoi. The speed was so fast, and because the distance was so close, even if Izayoi could fly, he couldn't escape the attack range of the bone spurs in an instant. However, Izayoi had no intention of dodging at all. He gazed at the white waves, impressive in both size and speed, a veritable death sentence for any ninja unable to fly. He clapped his hands together and chuckled, what a fantastic technique. Such a swan song deserves a fitting response. With that, a blue aura of chakra erupted from Itachi's body. Then, with a mighty roar, he invoked the name of the technique that would quell this chaotic world. Wood release. Tree world descent. Rumbling. An even more intense tremor shook the battlefield, reaching as far as the Uchiha compound and the surrounding forest. Uchiha Sasuke and Karen, already engaged in battle with the Sound Four and holding a decisive advantage, as well as the Konoha ninja speeding through the forest towards the Uchiha compound, all felt the ground tremble. Then, an unbelievable sight unfolded before their eyes. One after another, massive green trees, like ancient serpents awakened from their slumber beneath the earth, burst forth from the ground, raising their colossal bodies like rivers reaching for the sky. The trees within the forest were already huge, requiring several people to encircle their trunks. However, compared to the towering trees that now rose from the ground, they were like children standing next to adults. Staring at the trees, whose height and girth far surpassed those of the forest, yet continued to writhe, grow, and spread, rivaling the death forest itself, the Konoha ninja's eyes trembled. One of them exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Wood release." Before the others could echo his shock, another ninja's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "The range of the technique is too vast. Turn back now." More and more trees erupted from the ground, the fully formed giants claiming their space and pushing aside those that sprouted later. The slower growing trees were forced to lean sideways, forming a green tidal wave that instantly transformed the open space into a forest, engulfing the surrounding woods and the Uchiha compound, toppling many buildings. Even Uchiha Sasuke, Karen, and the Sound Four, who were in the midst of battle, were submerged by the green wave. Fortunately, the technique's primary direction of advancement was towards the Naka River. Had it been directed towards the Uchiha compound, the entire area would have likely been annihilated. Even so, the Uchiha compound, merely brushed by the edge of the technique, suffered a tenth of its destruction. In the forest, smaller trees were overturned by larger ones, and birds and beasts fled in terror, yet still could not escape their impending doom. When everything settled, a breathtaking scene emerged. From the perspective of the Konoha ninja, a death forest-level expanse of towering trees stood before them. The original forest, clinging to its edge, resembled a patch of chives next to a field of rice paddies, the difference utterly beyond comparison. Even those ninja and villagers on the outskirts of the town could see this unbelievably large forest from where they stood. "Look, what is that?" Before the Konoha ninja could recover from their shock, one of them pointed to the sky. Following the direction he indicated, they saw a figure, minuscule as an ant compared to the towering trees, flying above the forest under the beautifully colored sunset sky. "Is that a bird?" "No, that's a person. A flying ninja. So it's him, the ninjutsu genius who developed the storm release secret technique. I remember he's a student of Jonin Kurenai, a classmate and close friend of Uchiha Sasuke. It's said that his chakra is incredibly powerful, a genius who seems to have awakened a bloodline across generations." Wait. Those who recognized the figure spoke out the information they knew. Suddenly, as if realizing something, they froze. Then, the expressions on everyone's faces changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning to utter astonishment. Could it be? One ninja opened his mouth wide, staring incredulously at the figure hovering above the forest, already raising his hand to condense a blue and white energy ball. The words that followed remained unspoken, but everyone knew what he wanted to say. At that moment, everyone's expressions became incredibly fervent, their gazes towards Itachi like a lecherous ghost staring at a peerless goddess. Naturally, Itachi was unaware of the Konoha ninja's reaction. After raising his hand and condensing a super hurricane Rasengan, Itachi infused it with water, lightning, and fire release nature transformations, quickly turning the blue and white energy ball into a cyan energy ball flowing with blazing light. Radiant Light Cannon. Itachi gave Kimimaro Kagaya the highest honor of a funeral, while also hoping to increase the drop rate, starting his gambling moment. The cyan energy ball changed form, transforming into a cyan beam of light that shot down. Unlike the energy diffusion of Storm Release Judgment, this cyan beam of light, though massive in size, was not a simple electrothermal attack, but contained the power of destruction flowing with blazing light. Although it only had one more nature transformation than Storm Release Judgment, its power was on a completely different level. The cyan beam of light fell into the forest, accurately striking Kimimaro Kagaya, who was bound by branches and hung from the treetop of a towering tree, having become a fixed target. Boom! A earth-shattering explosion resonated. Even those in the central district heard the thunderous roar. Those on the outskirts of the town could also see a giant mushroom cloud rising above the forest. Engulfed by the mushroom cloud, Itachi, with his Tenseigin concealed by his beautiful pupils, stared through the dust and mist at the original location of Kimimaro Kagaya. At this moment, Kimimaro Kagaya, and a large swath of surrounding towering trees, had been reduced to powder, possibly becoming part of the dust and mist. In order to gamble, Itachi chose to abandon Kimimaro Kagaya, a high-quality human puppet. If he lost the gamble, he would not only waste a large amount of chakra, but also lose a powerful human puppet. If he won the gamble, Itachi would add another entry, one that was highly compatible with the Otsutsuki Bloodline. In the future, when the Otsutsuki Bloodline was upgraded to an unknown level, it might even be possible to advance to a bloodline limit combination, and it was also an essential core entry for synthesizing a bloodline limit combination. Therefore, Itachi's current mood had the excitement of betting big, with all his chips on the line. Seconds later, the corners of Itachi's mouth slightly lifted. He got the goods. Within the thick dust and mist, two rays of light appeared, one purple and one blue, visible only to Itachi. Soon, the two beams of light flew to Itachi and merged into his body. Itachi clenched his fist slightly, waiting for the moment that would determine his emotions. Ding! You have obtained the talent entry. Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. It overlaps with your own talent entry. Merge or decompose. Ding! You have obtained the talent entry. Bloodline Limit Corpse Bone Pulse, purple. Merge or decompose. Merge everything. Afraid of making a foolish decision, Itachi chose to give up the points from a blue entry and merge everything. At the same time, he clenched his fist and waved his arm forcefully. He won the gamble. A 50% chance, either he got the goods, or he got nothing. Since graduating, Itachi, who had only obtained 2 blue entries from Rock Lee, finally got lucky this time with his main body. At this moment, Itachi's mood was so joyful. At the same time, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Karen on the other side also came to a close. Chapter 97. The excited Hyuga clan, the winner father-in-law. It's still that same saying. Unless the stats reach the level of a super cage, akin to another dimension, battles, whether between genin or cage level powerhouses, are battles of information. On the Sound Force side, their information on Sasuke Uchiha was still stuck at the point where he had awakened the 2-Tomo Sharingan, was proficient in the Uchiha clan's low-level fire release, had mastered lightning release chakra to stimulate cells, and was very fast but not at an unbelievable level. Because Sasuke Uchiha didn't have a part in the official matches of the 3rd Chunin exam, they didn't even know that Sasuke Uchiha had mastered lightning release, Chidori. With that kind of strength, any one of the Sound Four could easily defeat him by using the power of the Cursed Seal. If the 4 of them joined forces, they could kill him instantly. But they never expected that only 2 months had passed. Sasuke Uchiha's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were even more ignorant of Karen's information. When the battle began, the Sound Four were quickly dumbfounded. Facing Sasuke Uchiha, whose Sharingan had evolved to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, who possessed Sharingan Genjutsu, had mastered lightning release nature transformation and shape transformation, and had learned Chidori stream. The Sound 4 were like facing Kimimaro before he was afflicted with his bloodline disease, their stats were absolutely crushed. Even with Cursed Seal level 2 activated, their speed was pathetically slow in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes. Plus, with Karen helping to deal with Jirobo and Tayuya, Sasuke Uchiha quickly used Sharingan Genjutsu plus lightning release chakra stimulation of cells plus lightning release Chidori to instantly kill Kidomaru before he could even use his spider secret technique. Unexpectedly, Izayoi's side solved the enemy even faster. Before Sasuke Uchiha could even show a disdainful smile, open his mouth to mock Saken and Ukin, and put on a good show, he, Karen, and the Sound 4 were submerged by the advancing sea of trees. This is, wood release. Sasuke Uchiha's figure constantly leapt through the forest, dodging the indiscriminate attacks of the branches, while his eyes were filled with shock as he said, "That guy Izayoi, he's actually a descendant of the Senju clan, and he even awakened the legendary bloodline limit." At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha's heart was greatly impacted. He never thought that Izayoi was hiding so deeply. No wonder this guy's chakra is so huge. No wonder he can remain calm and composed even when facing the legendary Sannin. He even dared to send a shadow clone to participate in the competition when facing that gourd-carrying guy, while his main body took advantage of the Konoha Crush plan to steal Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls. He thought it was the confidence from his huge chakra and the mastery of various esoteric techniques, but unexpectedly, this guy never used his true strength from beginning to end. When he thought of Izayoi having several esoteric techniques, as well as the legendary bloodline limit of wood release, the corners of Sasuke Uchiha's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. But strangely, Sasuke Uchiha didn't feel any resentment or jealousy in his heart. Clearly, a few years ago, every time he lost to Izayoi, he would feel unwilling and then go back to practice desperately. Occasionally, he would also be jealous of Izayoi's talent, which was even stronger than him, and Uchiha who had awakened his Sharingan. But from some point on, Sasuke Uchiha was completely convinced by Izayoi, and even developed the same admiration he had for Itachi Uchiha when he was a child. Only in front of Izayoi would Sasuke Uchiha be as lively as he was when he was a child. When the sea of trees stopped advancing, under Izayoi's control, Sasuke Uchiha and Karen were both safe and sound. As for the Sound 4, including Kidomaru's corpse, they were all tied into zongzi rice dumplings by the branches and hung under the treetops of the towering trees. Sasuke Uchiha and Karen only needed to deliver the finishing blows to kill all of the Sound 4, who could fight a group of Konoha's special Jonin to a standstill, and even retreat unscathed. The speed was so fast that Izayoi couldn't even stop them. However, seeing the two of them so decisive, Izayoi felt more gratified than regretful. His figure floated down in front of the two of them, and Izayoi praised with a smile, "Good job." "Hehe, actually, Sasuke-kun could have solved them all by himself. I didn't help at all throughout the whole process," Karen said with a scratch of her head and a smile. Sasuke Uchiha stared at Izayoi and said quietly, "Would release, you've hidden it really well, you bastard." "It's not that I've hidden it well, but..." The corners of Izayoi's mouth turned up slightly, and he said domineeringly, "No one can force me to use wood release." Tch. Sasuke Uchiha curled his lips in feigned disdain. Karen suddenly looked towards the dark forest and said, "Someone's coming." As soon as her words fell, several figures flew over. The leader was none other than Shizune, who had received the news and immediately rushed over from Central Street. Seeing that Izayoi and the others were all safe and sound, Shizune's face clearly relaxed, and then she smiled and said, "Izayoi, Karen, Sasuke, the Hokage wants you to go over there." "Yes." Izayoi and the three nodded. "You go and take these corpses down and send them to the torture and interrogation force." "Yes." Shizune instructed the special Jonin behind her to do things, and then led Izayoi and the three towards the Hokage building. Tonight's Konoha was destined to be restless. The movements of wood release, advent of a world of trees and the light fang were too great. As long as they came to the outskirts of the city, everyone could see the forest formed by the towering trees. The huge mushroom cloud could be seen by most of Konoha. If they came to the forest, they could also see a huge pit. Moreover, a group of Konoha ninjas personally witnessed the birth of the forest, and also knew what ninjutsu created the mushroom cloud and the pit. Before Izayoi and the three had finished reporting to Tsunade. Izayoi, who had shone brightly in the Chunin exams, showing 5 nature transformations and the storm release esoteric technique, and also mastering flying ninjutsu, and had been promoted from genin to chunin in less than half a year since graduation, was a descendant of the Senju clan, and had awakened the bloodline limit, would release, spread throughout Konoha. The entire Konoha was instantly a sensation. Moreover, it seemed that someone was fueling the flames behind the scenes, and even the common people knew that the forest and the mushroom cloud were caused by their own people, by a young man named Izayoi, who had awakened the bloodline limit, would release, which no one had mastered since the first Hokage. In an instant, the entire Konoha, from the common people to the ninja clans and the Konoha high-level officials, were all discussing and paying attention to Izayoi. Among them, the most excited was the existing Konoha noble clan, the Hyuga clan. Even Neji Hyuga knew about Izayoi's relationship with Hinata, and even mocked Izayoi for having self-awareness, that he and Hinata-sama were impossible. The clan elders of the main family naturally also knew of Izayoi's existence. After all, Hinata was different from the original work, her talent was too dazzling. His Byakugan's purity was extremely high, his chakra vast. At 12 years old, he had already mastered the secret art of rotation and the advanced secret art, gentle step twin lion fists. His talent completely surpassed Hiyashi Hyuga. Because of this, the elders repeatedly urged and blamed Hiyashi Hyuga, telling him to quickly brand Hinata with the caged bird seal to solidify her position as the first heir. As for Izayoi, the elders initially thought he was being whimsical and planned to completely separate them when their ages reached a dangerous stage. The main family's Byakugan could not be allowed to flow out. Hinata-sama's Byakugan was of such high purity that it could not be diluted by the bloodline of an outsider. Even if Izayoi became an adopted son, it would be impossible. However, as Izayoi shone brightly in the Chunin exams, displaying astonishing ninja talent, the elders' thoughts underwent a slight change. Becoming an adopted son didn't seem entirely out of the question. As long as Hinata-sama liked it. Moreover, Hinata-sama's current strength was also due to his efforts. And now, Hiyashi Hyuga, the future father-in-law, hadn't even recovered from his shock. A servant came to inform him that the elders had convened a clan meeting, requesting his immediate presence. As soon as he arrived at the meeting place, Hiyashi Hyuga heard a gratified voice from one of the elders. "Clan head, you have given birth to a good daughter. Indeed, indeed, Hiyashi is worthy of being the clan head, truly having foresight. Fortunately, he didn't prematurely brand Hanabi-sama with the caged bird seal. The clan head's eye for talent is truly remarkable. It seems he had long used his Byakugan to discover that Izayoi-sama's chakra was different from ordinary people, already guessing the other party's bloodline. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Fortunately, this old man didn't act presumptuously and send someone to warn Izayoi-sama, otherwise, this old man would have become a sinner of the Hyuga clan." Looking at the chattering elders, all with faces of admiration, Hiyashi Hyuga was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm just a daughter-doting father who isn't good at expressing himself. If my daughter likes it, then even if you don't let Izayoi become an adopted son, I will eventually exercise the clan head's authority to let Hinata and Izayoi be together. It would be best if you strongly opposed it, and I would take the opportunity to make Hanabi the clan head, exiling Hinata from the family, so that neither daughter would have to be branded with the caged bird seal. Anyway, by that time, Izayoi would be Konoha's trump card, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. As for Izayoi being a descendant of the Senju clan and awakening the bloodline limit, would release, I really didn't know." Hiyashi Hyuga's mouth twitched slightly. However, in his heart, he was filled with ecstasy at this moment. He hooked a golden turtle. Fortunately, Hiyashi Hyuga didn't break up the two after discovering Hinata's changes and learning that Izayoi was secretly teaching his daughter. He originally thought that Izayoi, who mastered shadow clone technique and low-level wind release at the age of 6, and self-studied tree climbing and water walking that the ninja school didn't teach, was a commoner genius of this era who possessed the strength to graduate upon entering the school. In the Chunin exams, the strength and talent displayed by this commoner genius surpassed Kakashi Hatake in one fell swoop, not inferior to Minato Namikaze in the slightest. From that time on, there was not much resistance between Izayoi and Hinata. Even if he took his youngest daughter away from Konoha without permission, Hiyashi Hyuga didn't care. He never expected that this commoner genius would awaken the bloodline limit, would release, in the blink of an eye, becoming Konoha's orthodox Senju noble. What did such strength and ninja talent, as well as this bloodline limit and status, mean? No one knew better than Hiyashi Hyuga and the elders. The 6th Hokage. As long as Izayoi didn't die prematurely, then after he grew up, he would be the best candidate for the 6th Hokage. To be precise, he was the only candidate for the 6th Hokage. If it were someone else, the major ninja clans and Jonin would not agree. Konoha was established by the Senju. The major ninja clans were also followers of the Senju. The reason they submitted to the Senju was because of Hashirama Senju's wood release, which quelled the chaos. It's stable. Hiyashi Hyuga couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Neither of his daughters would be branded with the caged bird seal. No one would dare to let the future Hokage become an adopted son, and neither could the Hyuga clan. Whether it was to build a relationship with the Hokage or to give the Hyuga clan's descendants a chance to awaken wood release, Hinata would be married out. Compared to wood release, the outflow of the Byakugan was not worth mentioning at all. In this way, the Hyuga clan could only be inherited by Hanabi. When Izayoi becomes the Hokage, Hiyashi Hyuga can take advantage of the situation to carry out reforms, or hand over this task to Hanabi. Thinking of this, Hiyashi Hyuga's mood was so pleasant, like a winner in life. At this time, an elder suggested, Hinata-sama and Izayoi-sama are a match made in heaven, a natural pair. I believe that the clan head should make their relationship public as soon as possible. That's right, Hinata-sama is already deeply infatuated with Izayoi-sama, and Izayoi-sama has repeatedly sent the young lady back. Clearly, they are both running in the same direction. We should let them confirm their relationship as soon as possible, another elder echoed. I heard that Izayoi-sama's home was damaged during the Chunin exams and is now residing with the Uchiha clan. I think it would be better to let Izayoi-sama move to the Hyuga clan to live. Yes, yes, yes. Looking at the elders who were chattering again, eager to send his daughter out and constantly coming up with ideas, Hiyashi Hyuga's mouth twitched slightly again. If it weren't for his young age and low seniority, he would really want to speak. Elders, pay attention to your image. However, it was precisely because of his young age that Hiyashi Hyuga couldn't understand the elders' fanaticism for wood release. Clan head, what do you think of our proposal? After the elders finished speaking, they suddenly looked at Hiyashi Hyuga, who hadn't said a word since entering. Hiyashi Hyuga pondered for a moment and slowly said, I believe that the feelings of the younger generation should be decided by the younger generation. However, the elders are right. Since Hinata already has someone she likes and the two are in love, we shouldn't be an obstacle to them either. Since that's the case, then when Hinata's birthday arrives, let her invite Izayoi to attend the birthday banquet. Hearing this, the elders' eyes lit up. Good idea. That's right, we'll hold a birthday banquet for Hinata-sama and invite Izayoi-sama over separately. I believe he will definitely feel our goodwill. By the way, we can take this opportunity to let the clan members understand the future son-in-law, killing two birds with one stone. Worthy of being the clan head, the minds of young people are good. It's decided then, this time the young lady's birthday banquet must be grander. Looking at the elders who were chattering again, Hiyashi Hyuga once again fell into speechless. From now on, these highly respected elders will completely lose their prestige in his eyes. Chapter 98, Hashirama Cells, Reactions from All Sides. Kid, prepare to welcome a different life. When Izayoi came out of the Hokage building, he couldn't help but be startled by the scene before him. Outside the Hokage building, the crowd was packed. Seeing Izayoi and the others come out, the crowd suddenly stirred. Look, that handsome black-haired guy is Izayoi. He's so tall. I heard he's in the same class as my boy and was the top student at the Ninja Academy. His hair color is the same as the first Hokages, as expected of a descendant of the Senju clan. I saw his battle during the Chunin exams. Not only can he fly, but he also has a super powerful ninjutsu. Great, Konoha has a wood release ninja again. No one will dare to bully us anymore. That incident won't happen again. Quote. The villagers' voices of discussion entered his ears, and their gazes towards Izayoi were filled with fervent passion. Many villagers with fanatical expressions couldn't wait to rush over and surround Izayoi. Seeing this, Izayoi quickly grabbed Sasuke Uchiha and Karen, one in each hand, and flew away from the central street. Looking at Izayoi's departing figure, the cheers below grew even louder. At this moment, Izayoi enjoyed the treatment that Naruto Uzumaki received as a hero of Konoha in the original story, and he deeply understood the importance of wood release to Konoha. Both wood release and the Sharingan had become legendary bloodline limits. However, Sasuke Uchiha, as the last of the Uchiha clan, would at most attract villagers to buy tickets to watch him fight and witness the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Wood release, on the other hand, caused a sensation throughout Konoha. The ninja clan and Konoha ninjas regarded Izayoi as Konoha's future. Morale not only rebounded but also surpassed what it was before the Konoha Crush plan began. The villagers felt a strong sense of security. They no longer feared the nine-tailed fox incident, sudden attacks from enemy countries, or the sudden outbreak of war. The story of the god of shinobi, like the mythology of the Sage of Six Paths, was a household name. Even ordinary people knew about the achievements of Wood Release in pacifying the chaotic world, suppressing tailed beasts, and being an enemy to an entire country. Just a glance at the dense forest formed by the towering trees on the outskirts of the city would make both villagers and Konoha ninjas feel confident and full of confidence. Wood Release was the pillar of Konoha. Even if the Sage of Six Paths, As truly existed, they wouldn't have the same status as Wood Release and Konoha. After all, no one had ever seen the power of the Sage's eyes, but Wood Release truly existed. You won't have peace in the future. Sasuke Uchiha, who was being held by Izayoi, gloated, when you go on a date with Hinata, just wait to be stared at like a monkey, ah. Before he could finish speaking, Sasuke Uchiha screamed subconsciously. It turned out that Izayoi had released his hand, causing Sasuke Uchiha to fall. Watching the ground rapidly enlarge in his eyes, Sasuke Uchiha's face turned pale. Just then, a wooden vine suddenly wrapped around his waist, suspending his body in the air. Looking up at Izayoi flying in the sky, yet using vines to hang him below, Sasuke Uchiha instantly broke down and roared, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You really can't recognize the situation." As Izayoi's words fell, Sasuke Uchiha, who was hanging below, immediately became a human yo-yo, being tossed up and down, swayed left and right, or spun clockwise and counterclockwise. By the time Sasuke Uchiha landed, his face had turned purplish-green. The intense nausea prevented him from seeking revenge on Izayoi. Instead, he vomited and leaned against the wall to throw up. I will definitely kill you, you bastard." After throwing up, Sasuke Uchiha was very weak, but he still wanted to seek revenge on Izayoi. However, Izayoi healed him with one sentence. "Do you still want the gift?" "Yes." Sasuke Uchiha instantly quieted down, revealing a submissive and well-behaved look. Karen stood beside him, trying her best to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking as she went to cook. Izayoi didn't continue teasing Sasuke and soon retrieved a red scroll that could be held in one hand. Under Sasuke Uchiha's expectant gaze, Izayoi opened the sealing scroll and took out the object stored inside. With a poof, as the smoke dissipated, a metal safe came into Sasuke Uchiha's view. When Izayoi entered the password and opened the safe, 2 rows of test tubes filled with green liquid were revealed. Looking at the 2 rows of tubes that were obviously medicine, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "Hashirama cells." Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's expression changed drastically, "The first Hokage's cells. Why do you have this?" "Good question, you should be asking why the village has this." Izayoi smiled. Sasuke Uchiha's face was uncertain. He wasn't stupid and instantly understood everything. The village once conducted Wood Release experiments. "Correct." Izayoi nodded. "I also discovered it when I went to steal things, and I also learned some very interesting secrets related to your Uchiha clan's Sharingan." "What secrets?" "Wait," Sasuke Uchiha subconsciously asked. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly widened his eyes and said, "This is the risky way to get stronger that you mentioned some time ago." "Not bad, your brain works pretty fast." Izayoi looked at Sasuke Uchiha with surprise, then frankly said, "Your Uchiha clan's Sharingan, in addition to the 1-3 Tomo, can continue to evolve." Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Izayoi could finish, Sasuke Uchiha interrupted, his face full of murderous intent. "Itachi Uchiha's eyes are the eyes above the 3 Tomo." "Let me finish." Izayoi couldn't help but roll his eyes and continued, "The eyes above the 3 Tomo are indeed called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, these eyes have unique pupil techniques with unknown abilities and extremely powerful effects. However, once you use the unique pupil techniques, you will consume a certain amount of dojutsu power. If you use it too much, your eyes will go blind." Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up. "Go blind, really?" "According to the information I obtained, it is indeed true. However, there are also solutions, and there are 2 of them." Izayoi made a peace sign, looking at Sasuke Uchiha with a playful smile. "The first method is to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close relative, which will grant eternal dojutsu power." As soon as the words fell, Izayoi saw Sasuke Uchiha's expression instantly stiffen. Immediately, Sasuke performed various face changes for Izayoi without being taught. Bewilderment, shock, realization, anger, hatred, distortion. His eyes uncontrollably turned into the three-tomo Sharingan and began to spin wildly. Sasuke Uchiha's brain continuously secreted yin-release chakra, and his negative emotions were also rapidly surging. Hey! Sasuke Uchiha suddenly sneered, gritting his teeth and saying, "No wonder he only spared me," and said some inexplicable things, telling me to seek revenge after I have the same eyes as him. So, this guy was using me as a spare pair of eyes. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha solved the doubts in his heart, and his hatred for Itachi Uchiha became even greater and purer. Shiluya didn't tell him the truth either, but took out a test tube and lied. The second method is to transplant Hashirama cells. This is the result of the village's research. Scientists have discovered that Hashirama cells can balance the power of the Sharingan. If outsiders possess the Sharingan, they only need to transplant Hashirama cells to minimize the side effects. If it is a Mangekyo Sharingan owner, as long as Hashirama cells are transplanted, not only will the consumption of pupil techniques decrease, but the lost pupil power will also be automatically replenished. Shiluya didn't say a word. If Sasuke Uchiha were to transplant Hashirama cells, his pupil power would continue to skyrocket. Hashirama cells will draw out the Indra chakra in his body and quickly stimulate the potential of his sage's eyes red. However, just like Konoha once conducted wood-release experiments, but no second wood-release ninja has appeared to this day, if the transplant fails, the result will be death. After saying the last word, Shiluya stared at Sasuke Uchiha's face and teased, "So, do you want to transplant?" "Yes." Sasuke Uchiha nodded without hesitation. "Are you really not afraid of death?" Shiluya tilted his head and looked at Sasuke Uchiha in surprise. "Without avenging Itachi Uchiha, I am indeed afraid of death." Sasuke Uchiha smiled confidently, "But I believe you won't let me die. I'll just help you collect your corpse," Shiluya said unhappily, then put the test tube back and closed the password box. Seeing this, Sasuke Uchiha looked puzzled and said, "Aren't you going to help me transplant it? I'm not a doctor or a scientist." Shiluya rolled his eyes, got up and said, "Let's eat first. Tomorrow, clean up the clan land and the forest on the Nanga River. In 2 days, I'll take you to find someone to get a shot." Oh. Although Sasuke Uchiha was curious about who he was going to find, he obediently responded. Just like the Uchiha clan's demise and the Konoha Crush plan, they couldn't be hidden at all. The news of a wood-release ninja appearing in Konoha spread almost on the same day. Before 2 days had passed, it spread throughout the entire ninja world. Shiluya's photos and information were quickly delivered to the higher-ups of various forces. The reason why it was so fast was naturally because Konoha was also fueling the flames. A genius who has not grown up, of course, needs protection. But if he has just graduated not long ago, he has mastered 5 types of nature transformation, and has developed several signless mysteries by himself, and is a rare flying ninja in the ninja world, and already possesses the trump card combat power of a wood-release ninja, there is no need to hide and protect him at all. Even without wood release, he has the power to threaten the cage. Moreover, with the advantage of flying, none of the 5 cage except Onoki can threaten Shiluya. At this time, pushing Shiluya to the front is the best choice. Konoha has just lost the 3rd Hokage and an elder, and has also lost the root organization, which can be compared with the Anbu. Even if Tsunade succeeds as the 5th Hokage, she cannot get rid of the fact that Konoha has become weaker. A weakened Konoha will not only be questioned by clients, but also attract the covetousness of other ninja villages, and even the resistance of those small ninja villages. At this time, wood release is a shot in the arm. Knowing that Konoha has once again produced a wood release ninja after decades, those dignitaries will definitely choose Konoha first when entrusting tasks. Those old monsters who have not died out in the ninja villages will be full of fear of Konoha and will not dare to launch a war rashly. This is the strategic deterrence of wood release, far above the tailed beasts. After all, the tailed beasts were captured by the 1st Hokage using wood release and then divided among the countries of the ninja world. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. Konoha, it's really destined not to die. Looking at the young man in the photo, Onoki's expression was a little dazed, as if he had returned to many years ago, when he was also holding a photo of a blonde young man in his hand. His eyes full of jealousy. Whenever it is in a desperate situation, this village will always have amazing young people rise up. Is it because the land of fire has the best resources? After speaking, Onoki murmured with a worried expression. At this age, there are still 10 or 20 years before Lord Hashirama's peak period. Now is the best time to solve him. But, I can't afford to gamble. Iwagakure village can't afford to gamble either. Just when Onoki felt melancholy, a gleam of light suddenly burst out in his eyes. He doesn't dare to gamble, but it doesn't mean others don't dare. Thinking of this, Onoki couldn't help but float to a window, looking in the direction of the land of rain, and said softly, the Anbu squad disappeared silently. Could it be that, the mythical story of the Sage of the Six Paths is actually true? If it is the Sage's eye, I wonder if it can deal with wood release. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure Village. HMPH, bluffing. Looking at the information in front of him, the fourth Raikage snorted coldly, even if it is the legendary wood release, how much power can a little ghost exert? Now that you are pushing him out, it shows that your Konoha has no talent left. If it weren't for Karui's matter, I would have owed you, Tsunade Heim, a favor. I would have let you Konoha see what the strongest ninja village is. Land of Wind, Sunagakure Village. What a good move. Looking at the information in his hand, Chiyo, who is now the acting Cage, couldn't help but sigh slightly, let the Senju abandon their surname and completely integrate into Konoha. It is both to resolve the gap between the ninja clan and the civilians, and to leave a glimmer of hope for the Senju and Konoha. First Hokage, second Hokage, it seems you have already foreseen this moment. After speaking, Chiyo looked at Gaara, who had been redeemed last month and was working hard to learn, and was gradually becoming less indifferent because of family affection, and instructed, Gaara, after you become Cage, remember not to be enemies with Konoha. Make good use of the advantage of being an allied country. Chiyo didn't finish the last sentence, for fear of hit Gaara. Because wood release is the nemesis of the tailed beasts. Gaara was slightly stunned, unable to understand, but nodded. Chapter 99 Black Zetsu's Grievances, Izayoi's Bounty. Rain Country, Omegakure. Wood release ninja, a mysterious person possessing a second Rinnegan. Pain Tendo looked at the photo and information Conan handed him, and said expressionlessly, it seems that to become a true god, I must pass the trials arranged by fate. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from achieving peace. Unlike Pain Tendo's Chunobu tendencies, Obito Uchiha and White Zetsu were in a heavy mood. First that mysterious person, and now an authentic wood release ninja. Why are accidents suddenly popping up one after another recently? Obito Uchiha looked at Itoshiki's information, his emotions appearing somewhat agitated, and said, the Nine Tails incident, it was lucky enough not to kill that brat. At his age, to have this level of wood release power, it's obviously not a recent awakening. How did he endure it? Doesn't he know the importance of wood release? As long as he exposes wood release, Konoha will definitely do everything in its power to cultivate him. If Itoshiki had exposed wood release earlier, he would have taken the opportunity to eliminate this threat when he destroyed the Uchiha clan. But now, 5 nature transformations, a more advanced Rasengan, and also flight and wood release. Unless a sneak attack is successful, even Obito Uchiha can't do anything to him. Especially the ability of flight, is the type that Obito Uchiha least wants to encounter. Do you think he might be that mysterious person? White Zetsu suddenly blurted out the truth. The result was a question from Obito Uchiha, can the Rinnegan revert to its normal state? White Zetsu immediately shut up. Of course, it can, provided the Rinnegan evolved from you yourself. Black Zetsu thought to himself, also feeling that Itoshiki couldn't possibly be the mysterious person. If Itoshiki was the mysterious person and also possessed the Rinnegan, then it would mean that before graduation, he had completed the unification of yin and yang that Madara Uchiha was close to dying to achieve. This is impossible. The unification of yin and yang, the prerequisite must be a reincarnation of Asura or Indra, and then develop the sage body or Sharingan to the extreme, and then get a copy of the ultimate yang or yin power, and fuse the two, slowly deriving the power of all things. No matter which condition, it is a hell-level difficulty, and it takes a long time. Black Zetsu spent a full 1,000 years to create the second Rinnegan. How could a brat who just graduated not long ago be able to do it? Even if Itoshiki's Rinnegan was transplanted, he should be like Nagato in his youth, unable to exert the power of the Rinnegan. Moreover, transplanted Rinnegan cannot revert to its normal state. If Itoshiki is from the moon lineage, secretly sent to Konoha as a descendant, his hair must be white, and his eyes must also be Byakugan. Obviously, Itoshiki doesn't even meet one characteristic. This is just a lucky person, the bloodline left behind by Hashirama Senju, the most outstanding reincarnation of Asura in history, after decades of precipitation, accidentally giving birth to a wood-release ninja. This wood-release ninja's future wood-release achievements will definitely not be comparable to Hashirama Senju, who possesses the sage body. But coincidentally, this Senju clan brat also inherited Tobarama Senju's ninjutsu talent. At this age, he has mastered so many nature transformations, and also developed the mysteries of storm release and dust release. When he receives Konoha's full cultivation, maybe in terms of ninjutsu, he will also become the second Tobarama Senju. Also a major threat to the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu subconsciously cursed inwardly. It just had to be at this time. Damn Hagoromo and Hamura, you two unfilial sons have been dead for so many years, and you still bring me so much trouble. Black Zetsu's grievances are unknown to anyone. After Itoshiki's information spread throughout the ninja world, the black market also issued a bounty for him. The bounty amount is as high as 180 million ryo. Asuma Sarutobi, an elite Jonin, one of the 12 guardian ninja, and the son of the Hokage, only has a bounty of 35 million ryo on the black market. As a result, a brat who just graduated not long ago was offered a bounty of 180 million ryo, directly topping the black market's bounty list. From this, it can be seen how much the person behind the scenes fears would release, and how much they are willing to spend. Itoshiki is completely unaware of this. If he knew, he would definitely show the same disdainful smile as Sasuke. Poor. This little money can't even buy the land for my new house, who are you looking down on? At the same time, it can also be seen that ninjas, these tools, are really worthless. Even the bloodline limit owners who quell the chaotic world are the same. Itoshiki taught Sasuke Uchiha the training method for the Super Hurricane Ball Chain, while using Storm Release, Judgment to control the power of felling trees. It took a full 2 days to clear all the towering trees in the Uchiha clan grounds in the Naka River area. During this time, Hinata and Karen contributed the most. Sasuke Uchiha's Chidori hadn't even broken a towering tree that required more than a dozen people to hug before his chakra was exhausted, young and already drained. On the other hand, Karen and Hinata, who had initially mastered the super strength fist, treated these big trees as sandbags to practice punching. Their chakra was vast, and their endurance was amazing. Together, they could break dozens of big trees a day, which made Sasuke Uchiha feel greatly discouraged. During these 2 days, the Konoha 11 also came to visit one after another. After all, Itoshiki's fame has been too great these 2 days. Even the popularity of celebrities is not half as good as his. Itoshiki, you guy is something, you actually hid so deeply. Yeah, I thought I heard the wrong name at first, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Descendant of the Senju clan, the legendary bloodline limit, would release, you're really something. We must treat you to dinner. Itoshiki, who was stuck with them, had no choice but to host a banquet at Sasuke Uchiha's house to entertain this group of friends. Fortunately, these guys are still loyal. After eating and drinking their fill, they also helped Itoshiki fell trees. Although, except for Naruto Uzumaki, the others' efforts were the same as not helping. Using the multiple shadow clone technique and Rasengan combo to help, Naruto Uzumaki, who contributed the most, was secretly rewarded with a ninjutsu scroll by Itoshiki, which was an attack type, wind release, great vacuum sphere. This ninjutsu's position in the 5 elements of ninjutsu is equivalent to the Uchiha clan's fire release, great dragon fire technique. It is still a low-level ninjutsu, very common. Even so, Naruto Uzumaki was so moved. After all, he had to pester Kakashi Hatake to teach him wind release, great breakthrough. After that, this guy said that one wind release, great breakthrough was enough for him, and he never taught Naruto Uzumaki a more advanced wind release. If he hadn't learned Rasengan from the perverted sage, Naruto Uzumaki would still only know one move, wind release, great breakthrough. As a result, he just came to repay Itoshiki for frequently treating him, and the other party generously gave him a ninjutsu scroll. As expected of the third Hokage and teacher Iruka, the third person to recognize this great self, and also an opponent that this great self recognizes and is sincerely convinced by. Naruto Uzumaki left happily like a child who got a beloved toy. Too outrageous, it took 2 days to clear such a small amount of trees. Sitting on the veranda, Karen wiped away the sweat on her brow with a handkerchief and exclaimed, "It's hard to imagine what a spectacular sight it would be if Eos would release, advent of a world of trees was unleashed on the battlefield. Yeah, Hinata nodded, deeply agreeing. Although she hadn't seen it that day, the logging work these past few days had made her realize why the clan elders had been so enthusiastic towards her recently, constantly inquiring about Iyo, and even teasing her, hinting that she should announce her relationship with Iyo as soon as possible. Wood release was truly too powerful. At the same time, Hinata's heart was filled with joy. The clan elders had all acknowledged Iyo, and her father wouldn't object either. She could now confess to Iyo without any obstacles between them. However, after being interrupted by Iyo last time, Hinata had lost the courage to take the initiative again. She was just too timid. Wood release, 4-pillar home technique. And on the other side, Iyo, who had seen off the small fries, also used wood release, 3-bedroom apartment technique to repair the Uchiha clan grounds that had been destroyed by the advent of a world of trees. In the future, Konoha might expand to this side, and the land would be worth a fortune. Iyo couldn't bring himself to damage his little brother's property. After restoring the clan grounds, Iyo said to Sasuke Uchiha, who didn't seem to care, "Go back and pack your things. We'll set off later." Okay. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately teleported back to pack. Iyo also went to inform the two girls. Iyo, are you going out with Sasuke? Karen looked around, somewhat timidly, and said, "Then I'll stay at Hinata's house for a while." "When will you be back?" "It's uncertain for now. It might be 2 or 3 days if it's fast, or more than a week if it's slow," Iyo said with a smile, reminding them, "You guys need to train harder in the future, otherwise when we come back this time, Sasuke's strength might leave you far behind." Yeah, the two girls were slightly stunned, then looked at each other and nodded vigorously at Iyo. "Hinata, if you have time, help me supervise the construction. If no one is watching, I'm afraid there will be accidents that will delay the completion of the new house," Iyo added. "Leave it to me, Iyo," Hinata said with a gentle smile, nodding. After chatting with the girls for a while, Iyo also went back to his room to get his things, then went to the Naka River first, and then took Sasuke Uchiha to get his departure permit, heading straight for the land of rice fields. That's right, the person Iyo was looking for to inject Sasuke Uchiha was Orochimaru. To be precise, it was Orochimaru's knowledge and Kabuto Yakushi's practical skills. Although Iyo had the medical genius trait, he had never studied medicine. Although he was very confident that Sasuke Uchiha's transplantation of Hashirama cells would not cause any problems, even if there were problems, he could use wood release to absorb that extremely destructive power. However, a barefoot doctor can never compare to a professional. Moreover, Orochimaru also had the Dragon Cave summoning scroll, which Iyo could not only get to improve Sasuke Uchiha's strength. If Tsunade and the Slug Sage both disagreed with Hinata signing a contract with Shikatsu Forest, there was also Dragon Cave to choose from. If Iyo wanted to learn Sage Mode in the future, he could also choose from the 3 great sacred places. He had to make a trip to Orochimaru's place. Halfway there, Sasuke Uchiha also reacted and couldn't help but stare at Iyo with wide eyes, saying, "The land of rice fields, the person you're taking me to see, wouldn't be Orochimaru, would it?" "You guessed it. Are you crazy?" Sasuke Uchiha said in disbelief, "You know that guy has his eyes on my Sharingan, and you're still sending me to his doorstep. Aren't you afraid of not being able to escape?" "Don't worry, he's not the Orochimaru he was in the Forest of Death anymore," Iyo comforted him, explaining, "During the Chunin exams, the 3rd Hokage sealed the soles of his hands. Now he can't use any ninjutsu and his body is on the verge of collapse. It's his weakest moment. The village will soon read this information from the brains of those corpses. When that happens, the village will definitely retaliate, and it will be difficult for us to find Orochimaru again." Iyo looked at Sasuke Uchiha and smiled confidently, "Besides, don't you believe in my strength? Would I bring you here if I wasn't sure?" Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was unambitious, but it was only October now, and only 3 months had passed since that exam in the Forest of Death. He still vividly remembered being so scared by Orochimaru's killing intent that he vomited on the spot. Little did he know that with his current Genjutsu Eye ability, even if Orochimaru still had his hands, he wouldn't be able to take him down easily. The land of rice fields was one of the northern neighboring countries of the Land of Fire. Starting from Konoha, you only needed to cross a dense forest and grassland, passing through the Valley of the End, which the god of shinobi blasted out with the wood release secret technique, to reach the land of rice fields. It wouldn't even take a day for a genin to teleport at full speed. Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha, who were using lightning release chakra to increase their speed, arrived in the land of rice fields in just half a day. Izayoi knew Orochimaru's location like the back of his hand. It wasn't that he found it on the road, but after Orochimaru left Konoha, the shadow clone responsible for protecting Rinmara secretly followed him, witnessing Orochimaru returning to the underground base across half of the Land of Fire. He didn't immediately kill Danzo Shimura at the time, but rather for the sake of Hashirama's cells. The latter was to improve Sasuke Uchiha's strength and increase his own drop rate. Boom! Izayoi punched the ground, and a terrifying chakra erupted, immediately blasting out an entrance to the underground base. Immediately, Izayoi took Sasuke Uchiha and walked in. Before they had taken a few steps, a group of sound ninja appeared in the corridor. Seeing this, Izayoi smiled at Sasuke Uchiha and said, "Here's a test for you. Take care of these guys and then come find me." After saying that, Io's body disappeared as if he had teleported. The sound ninja in front felt a gust of wind brush past them. Sasuke Uchiha, who had already activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, looked as if he had seen something unbelievable, and his expression changed slightly. Lightning release nature transformation and wind release nature transformation, that guy Izayoi. Internally, it was lightning release chakra stimulating the cells, and externally, it was wind release nature transformation enveloping the whole body, weakening the resistance of the air. Sasuke Uchiha didn't expect that high-speed movement could be played like this. But quickly, Sasuke Uchiha curled up the corners of his mouth and said triumphantly, "I saw it. When I learn wind release nature transformation, it will be mine." His body turned into a gust of wind, and like a flash of lightning, Izayoi passed through corridor after corridor and soon appeared in a dimly lit room. "Yo, long time no see, Lord Orochimaru." Looking at Orochimaru, who was covered in bandages, his body on the verge of collapse, and countless pores oozing blood, Izayoi raised his hand and greeted him, his attitude enthusiastic. Chapter 100 Orochimaru's Analysis, Izayoi's True Side. Heh, the Sound 4 and Kimimaro have indeed become your stepping stones. Looking at Izayoi who appeared before him, Orochimaru wasn't alarmed. Instead, he let out a raspy laugh. On his bandage-covered face, his yellow, slit-shaped pupils were filled with intense heat and greed as he said, "I guessed you were a descendant of the Uzumaki or Senju clan with a bloodline that awakened across generations, but I didn't expect you to be even more outstanding than I imagined. Not only do you possess ninjutsu talent that rivals the second Hokage, but you've also awakened the wood-release Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. What surprises me even more is that you clearly awakened wood-release long ago, yet you knew to hide your abilities. After Tsunade succeeded as Hokage, you immediately seized the opportunity to quickly become the hope of Konoha. This isn't something that can be achieved with mere precociousness and deep cunning. I think you're not only a descendant of the Senju clan but also of the Uzumaki clan, having awakened the Kagura Shingon and witnessed much of Konoha's darkness firsthand." Orochimaru's tone was filled with certainty in the last sentence. Orochimaru, who had planted many spies in Konoha, easily obtained more detailed information about Izayoi. For the first 6 years, he was unremarkable. In the latter 6 years, he was inseparable from the heiress of the Hyuga clan's main family, a Minato-style commoner genius. It was initially thought that he was pursuing the Hyuga clan's heiress to climb the high branches of the Hyuga clan and complete a class leap. But unexpectedly, all of this was just his disguise. He had awakened wood-release long ago, knew his own specialness but endured without revealing or flaunting it. Instead, he bided his time, and only when his strength reached the level of an ace combatant did he slowly reveal his talent. Only after a clansman became Hokage and could become his backer did he completely expose his true trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this time to reveal wood-release. He should have used wood-release to subdue the Sand Village's one-tailed Jinchuriki during the Chunin exams. That would have been the most suitable stage. Understanding all of this, Orochimaru's evaluation of Izayoi in his heart far exceeded Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, and even the young Orochimaru himself didn't have the qualifications to carry his shoes. So, without waiting for Izayoi to speak, Orochimaru said with a smile, "You've come to me alone to take my head and pave the way for you to become the 6th Hokage, haven't you?" Izayoi didn't know that in Orochimaru's eyes, he had become an extremely scheming and calculating fellow. After listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Izayoi couldn't help but applaud, sincerely praising, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, you guessed that I possess both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines with just this little bit of information. Whoosh! Just then, a blur appeared behind Izayoi. The green light was so dazzling in the dim room. Lord Orochimaru, run quickly. Yakushi Kabuto's voice rang out as the chakra scalpel in his hand went straight for Izayoi's nape. Unfortunately, he didn't know how terrifying a wood-release ninja who didn't need to form hand seals was. Izayoi didn't move, and suddenly, a burst of wriggling appeared behind him. Then, several wooden vines extended out, like octopus tentacles, binding Yakushi Kabuto's limbs and body. Blue chakra immediately flowed along the wooden vines into Izayoi's body. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's face suddenly turned fanatical as he said, absorbing chakra, it really is orthodox wood release. Wood release is an all-around Kekkei Genkai. Not only is it integrated with offense and defense, but it also has exaggerated range scene moves, as well as the ability to fly into the sky, burrow into the ground, and seal. However, this is just the world's perception. Only the old monsters from the first Hokage's era, the higher-ups of Konoha, and Orochimaru, who had conducted wood release experiments, knew that wood release's true strongest ability was actually chakra absorption. Once entangled by tree branches, chakra would be quickly absorbed, becoming nutrients for the trees to grow and increase their toughness. The greater the enemy's chakra, the stronger the wood release's power. Fighting against a wood release ninja, the more you fight, the weaker you become, while the opponent becomes stronger and stronger. How is it possible to win? That's why the tailed beasts became playthings of the first Hokage. Seeing that Izayoi's wood release also had the ability to absorb chakra, Orochimaru immediately determined that the other party was definitely not an experimental subject created by Konoha, but a true Senju descendant. At this moment, in Orochimaru's eyes, Izayoi became an even more perfect reincarnation vessel than Uchiha Sasuke. If he could seize Izayoi's body, with his knowledge, as well as Izayoi's talent and Kekkei Genkai, not to mention Uchiha Itachi, even the leader of the Akatsuki organization who possessed the Rinnegan, Orochimaru would not be afraid at all. However, Orochimaru also knew that with his current strength, he was simply no match for Izayoi. But fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Orochimaru quickly calmed his emotions, looked at Izayoi, who easily subdued Yakushi Kabuto without moving, and said with a smile, Izayoi-kun, Kabuto is just anxious to protect his master and has no malice. My current body is on the verge of collapse, and it seems I won't be able to reincarnate. How about we make a deal? I'll give you my head, and you spare Kabuto's life. Lord Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto widened his eyes and shed tears of emotion, acting superbly. If Izayoi didn't know why Orochimaru wasn't afraid of death, he would have really been deceived by these two guys. After quickly draining Yakushi Kabuto's chakra and manipulating the wooden vines to tie him into a dumpling, Izayoi was just about to speak. Another blur appeared beside him out of thin air, it was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who appeared out of nowhere with Sharingan eyes with 3 tomo, Orochimaru was slightly stunned, then his eyes became fiery again. 2 perfect reincarnation vessels appearing before his eyes at the same time brought a shock to Orochimaru no less than throwing 2 unconscious naked beauties in front of a starving ghost. If he hadn't lost all his ninjutsu and his body was on the verge of collapse, unable to exert even 1/10 of his strength, even if Izayoi was a wood-release ninja and Uchiha Sasuke had evolved illusionary eyes, Orochimaru would have bet on it. What disgusting eyes! Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha Sasuke got goosebumps all over his body and said with a look of disgust, is this guy really trustworthy? Don't worry, Lord Orochimaru is still very trustworthy. Izayoi said with a smile. Hearing this conversation, Orochimaru's eyes flashed instantly, and he said with a smile, it seems that Izayoi-kun didn't come to kill me. I never said I came to kill you, Lord Orochimaru. Izayoi said with a smile, although I don't know why you would have such an idea, you should be very clear that wood release has already paved the way for me. Your head is at most just icing on the cake. Haha, that's true. Orochimaru nodded in agreement and said with a smile, then, you brought Sasuke-kun to me because you need my help with something. That's right, I've come to Lord Orochimaru to make a deal. Izayoi nodded, then took out 2 scrolls from his body and handed them to Sasuke next to him. Uchiha Sasuke instantly understood, took the scrolls, opened them, formed hand seals, and took out the contents. With 2 poof sounds, as the smoke dissipated, a white Zetsu clone in a metal safe appeared. Orochimaru's gaze focused on the white Zetsu clone, his expression surprised as he said, "This is Zetsu." It seems Lord Orochimaru also knows of this creature. This thing is called Zetsu. Izayoi feigned ignorance, saying, "This guy's abilities are very special. He can merge with the earth and vegetation. If I didn't have wood release and he wasn't hiding in the shadows spying on me, I wouldn't have been able to discover him." Heh. This is a clone of a member of the Akatsuki organization named Zetsu. Orochimaru recovered, looking at Sasuke Uchiha and smiling. Akatsuki is a mercenary organization that Itachi Uchiha joined after defecting. Sasuke Uchiha's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he remembered the name of this organization. This guy's body is a bit special. It's a gift I'm giving to Lord Orochimaru. Izayoi crouched down, pried open the white Zetsu clone's mouth, and smiled at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru's current body should completely collapse in a few days. How about transferring your soul into this body in advance? Orochimaru fell silent. However, looking at the smiling Izayoi, he knew he had no choice. Thus, the bandages on Orochimaru's face instantly snapped, and he opened his blood basin-like mouth, spitting out a white phosphorus serpent that shot towards Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Izayoi, on the other hand, pried the white Zetsu clone's mouth open even wider, his smile undiminished. The yellow vertical pupils quickly scanned Izayoi and Sasuke Uchiha, and then the white phosphorus serpent obediently burrowed into the white Zetsu clone's mouth. Immediately, the white Zetsu clone's body squirmed, and its skin turned into human skin color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and clothes appeared out of nowhere. Soon, the white Zetsu clone turned into Orochimaru's appearance. This body. Orochimaru, who had successfully transferred his soul, slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Apart from Izayoi, no one knew Orochimaru's current mood. To reiterate, there is no perfect ninjutsu in this world. The impure world reincarnation also has very obvious weaknesses. When competing with the vessel for control of the body, the vessel will generally resist. At this time, Orochimaru needs to fight against it in the spiritual space, which will weaken his spirit and soul. Even if the vessel does not resist, Orochimaru will enter a period of weakness after a successful transfer, as the soul adapts to the new body. But now, Orochimaru has no side effects at all. His spirit and soul have not weakened, and his soul does not need to adapt to the new body, as if this corpse was Orochimaru's original body before he learned the impure world reincarnation. Even more unbelievable is that this body is just a clone. Zetsu has a big secret. Orochimaru instantly realized this, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue, his smile playful. As expected of an organization with the sage's eyes, it seems there are still many unknown secrets. At this moment, Izayoi's laughter entered his ears. It seems Lord Orochimaru likes this body very much. Turning to look at Izayoi, who was calm and composed, or rather, didn't take him seriously at all, Orochimaru first narrowed his eyes slightly, and then laughed in a hoarse voice, "Heh. I really like this gift from Lord Izayoi, so, what kind of transaction do you want to make?" And Izayoi's next words caused Orochimaru to instantly lose control of his emotions. Does Lord Orochimaru want to undo the Reaper Death Seal? Who? Orochimaru breathed rapidly. Does Lord Izayoi know the solution? I didn't know originally, but not long ago I found a member of the Uzumaki clan, and then I found out. Izayoi lied without blinking an eye. The Reaper Death Seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, sacrificing one's own soul to summon the god of death to seal the target's soul, a forbidden technique for a one-for-one exchange at the limit. Then what's the solution? Orochimaru asked quickly. The solution is to find the legendary death god mask, let a guy be a sacrifice to summon the god of death, sacrifice his own soul, and retrieve the soul inside the god of death's stomach. Izayoi hooked Orochimaru like a big-mouth bass, spreading his hands and smiling. As for where the death god mask is, I don't know. I see. Orochimaru nodded slightly, half believing and half doubting. However, Izayoi's words gave him a direction. Next, he only needs to investigate the secrets of the Uzumaki clan to know if it's true or false. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt even better and couldn't help but smile. This information is very important, so what does Lord Izayoi need me to do for you? I want one thing, and help me perform surgery on Sasuke. Izayoi entered the password and opened the metal password box. This is Hashirama cells. Orochimaru recognized this thing at a glance, subconsciously ignoring the previous words, and looked at Izayoi meaningfully. If I remember correctly, most of this thing is in Danzo's hands, right? That guy, wasn't he killed by the leader of Akatsuki? Lord Izayoi, do you really not know Zetsu? I don't know him. I found this at the Hokage building. Izayoi still lied without blinking an eye, smiling, thanks to that guy with the Rinnegan. If he hadn't destroyed the Hokage building's sensory barrier and made a big fuss inside, I wouldn't have been able to sneak in and obtain the scroll of wood release ninjutsu, and this thing. I see. Orochimaru suddenly understood again, finally knowing why Izayoi, this genius who awakened after a generation, could use wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. It wasn't inheritance, but stolen from the forbidden jutsu library. Sasuke Uchiha also understood where Izayoi got those illusion scrolls, fire-style scrolls, and forbidden techniques like the art of hiding in darkness. Looking at the Hashirama cells and then at Sasuke Uchiha, who possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru smiled. It seems Lord Izayoi knows quite a few things. Yes, so don't do anything funny, okay? Izayoi showed a gentle smile, saying words that filled Sasuke Uchiha with a sense of security. If I find out you're doing anything funny, I'll kill you all. Although no chakra aura erupted, Izayoi's words made the room, which was already gloomy and cold due to the dim lighting in the underground, instantly become even colder. Especially Yakushi Kabuto, who had been instantly killed, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. He could maintain his confidence even in front of Kakashi Hatake and Tsunade. Orochimaru also felt a strong sense of oppression. He had only felt such oppression from Itachi Uchiha and pain. This brat has indeed come into his own. However, on the surface, he also showed a gentle smile and nodded, no problem, it's just a small matter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.